honey. Looking for something, don't wanna live for nothing. I could settle right now, or I could jump so high. One round, like there is no way out. They never teach you to reach the stars. No doubt, I'm feeling better now. Here to try, now enjoy the ride. So if I fall, better than I try, instead of nothing at all. Yeah, I can say it's my fault, I really don't want, at least I give it a go. So if I fall, better than I try, instead of nothing at all. Yeah, I can say it's my fault, I really don't want, at least I give it a go. Been trying to fix it, and find out what's been missing. I wanna live a life that is worth living. One route, like there is no way out. They never teach you to reach the stars. No doubt, I'm feeling better now. Here to try, now enjoy the ride. So what if I fall, better than I try, instead of nothing at all. And I can say it's my fault, I really don't want, at least I give it a go. So what if I fall, better than I try, instead of nothing at all. And I can say it's my fault, I really don't want, at least I give it a go. If it's like you, let it go. I give it a go. I know it gets better and better, keeps getting better. I don't think it's all about the weather. So what if I fall, better than I tried, instead of nothing at all. Yeah, I can say it's my fault, I really don't mind, at least I give it a go. So what if I fall, better than I tried, instead of nothing at all. Yeah, I can say it's my fault, I really don't mind, at least I give it a go. So what if I fall, better than I tried, instead of nothing at all. Yeah, I can say it's my fault, I really don't mind, at least I give it a go. I give it a go. So what if I fall, better than I tried, instead of nothing at all. Yeah, I can say it's my fault, I really don't mind, at least I give it a go. I give it a go. Oh no, I give believe we don't. Straight, there is nothing we can't reach. High summits motivate us to stay grounded on our feet. We are the new captains. Welcome to the fleet. We don't do what they say. We do what we believe. We don't do what they say. We do what we believe. We don't do what they say. We do what we believe. We don't do what they say. We do what we believe. We don't do what they say. We do what we believe. We don't do what they say. We do what we believe. We don't do what they say. We do what we believe. We don't do what they say. We 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 do live for a moment, making me work in the morning, taking my time, yeah, that's on me. Getting tired of this kiss ceremony. Tired of waiting for you. Tired of waiting for you. Your mind just talks to me like all the time, and yeah, you keep that energy. Yeah, you keep that energy. I thought you had my back and you bailed. You let yourself go, you set sail. I still got your paint on my nails. Always playing games, you got still. Cause I can't read your mind, just talks to me like all the time, and yeah, you keep that energy. Yeah, you keep that energy. I can't read your mind, just talks to me like all the time, and yeah, you keep that energy.
From the cabeça, iré en la pistola.
Today, 4 more teams enter the playoff Thunderdome, and one will move on and become one step closer to that crown. Hello and welcome to day 10 of VALORANT Champions. We're coming to you live from the VW Arena in Istanbul. Of course, I'm storyline enjoyer Golden Boy here, joined at the desk by Achilleos and the person best to give you a hug in this venue, Bren. Because I love that vest.
Yep.
Yeah? It's just, you know, you look real poofy.
Looking like a brigand out of Skyrim.
Yeah.
I'm looking like I'm going to be mugging people in the streets. Nah, it's a nice fit. I'm liking it a lot. And it looks nice and sunny outside as well.
It does.
You know, I haven't been getting enough vitamin D, I'm telling you. I've just been locked in the VALORANT dungeon.
Yeah.
I've been just watching gameplay.
I've been going from hotel room straight into a shuttle into the venue. I haven't seen the sun in 2 weeks.
I had a day off yesterday, let me tell you.
Was that nice?
Sun kind of slaps.
Maybe there's something to this vitamin D thing.
Anyway, yesterday we kicked off the finals bracket with the first ever meeting between Leviathan and Loud on the international stage. And Leviathan came in on a hot streak. But Loud and Saucy, well, those boys, they had other plans. And it was, look, I took a midday nap. I took my usual midday nap, Seth.
Yeah.
Okay? Leviathan were up 12-6, I believe. Yeah, 12-8 or something like this. And then they lost.
Did your caretaker wake you up for the
They
game?
did. My nurse came in, you know, handed me my warm milk, and I was confused. I was dazed and confused.
Yeah. They'll only get worse as you get older as well.
This was a great first map to really focus in on it. Honestly, like the run back from Loud was absolutely incredible. It seemed like it looked like Lev was going to have them from the outset. You really started to question, like, okay, is Lev just going to take this 2-0? Because if they get the win on Icebox, maybe they just have that momentum. They have their map pick of Haven going forward, and maybe they just close this series and pull off the upset. But no, the run back was insane, and then from there, the win was fully in the sails of Loud, and they were able to coast through Haven relatively easily.
Yeah, a very impressive game there for Loud. Of course, looking forward to seeing what they can do, and also how Leviathan are going to bounce back here. But the defending champs of Copenhagen, FunPlus Phoenix, took on the last remaining Asian team in the competition, DRX. And what we saw in the first map was beyond a slobber knocker. It was a giga banger. It was some of the best Valorant we've ever seen on stage at this point. Even though it's against my better judgment, I think we need to just give the floor to DRX Superfan Achilleos.
I mean, I already talked quite a bit about the first one, but this was an absolutely crazy series. I mean, it's the longest one that we've had at Champions. I think it might be the longest series that we've ever had at an international. It gave us this clip. It gave us that clip. That is going to live on for history. That clip right there. But, I mean, what a first map. And then from there, DRX, they just took it.
Definitely the best map that we've seen, I think, so far at Champs 2022
yes.
for the opener and as well. And again, similar story, just carrying forward that momentum into map 2. It felt like the DRX players, they were just unstoppable at this point. And why not? Because they're reaching the same peak that they have at every other tournament. Listen, Seth, it needs to be said, listen, DRX have reached that peak. The minimum now of 6th place for them. But when they reach this point, they've often bombed out of the tournament. So my question is, I'm going to be looking forward. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on them. I want to keep this form going. For, it could be the year of DRX. It could be their tournament.
I understand the concerns. I fully feel them as well. I'm in a constant state of panic and worry. But they have never looked this good coming into a tournament.
True.
Shifting Buzz back over to Jet has just worked wonders for them. He is finding so much value. He's just nailing shots, and Stacks shifting back over to IGL. it's seeming like everything is coming together for DRX right now.
Yeah, it's been awesome to watch. But let's go ahead and take a look at the current playoff bracket and see where we are right now. Lots of great matches, though, that we have coming up today. But really, though, I'm actually excited for this FPX Leviathan matchup that's going to be taking place in the lower bracket.
Dude, that lower bracket match is going to be fire. I mean, that's going to be in a couple of days. I don't know what the schedule's looking like regarding that one, but that is going to be unbelievable. FPX as well, with their backs against the wall. That's how they completed the Copenhagen run. That's how they claimed the championship title last time.
It's true. I mean, time is a flat circle. It might just all happen again. Maybe FPX finally managed to get the back-to-back, but we'll have to just wait and see. Of course, I have my eyes on DRX versus Loud. I think that is going to be an insane series. It's going to be a battle of the IGLs to see who is going to be able to come out on top, because everybody in that lobby, all 10 players, are ridiculous aimers. They're great strategists, and I think it's going to just be an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah, but, you know, moving to today, though, we've got an EMEA NA double header. First up, it's Optic Gaming taking on Team Liquid. Then it's XSET versus Fnatic. Now, I gotta say, boys, this whole thing's got me fired up. Something inside of me has been boiling. I've been listening to Real American, you know, Hulk Hogan's theme song on repeat. I've just been eating my Wheaties, taking my vitamins. You know, actually, guys, just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
All right, just...
Okay. What's going on, Seth? What's happening?
The hell
What's
have
he
you
pulling?
produced from your pockets?
What have you done?
Okay, he's gonna...
Now let me go ahead and tell you something, brother. Get my music up right now, all right? Because I got a message for all of these fancy tea-drinking European teams and people who look like Brent. NA is ready for today, all right, brother? We've been preparing. We've been training. We've got the intestinal fortitude and the grapefruits to take this all the way to the championship, brother. And I've only got one thing to say to you. What you're gonna do, EMEA, what you're gonna do in NA runs wild on you.
I live in America.
I mean, yeah, he lives in America.
Calling me out.
You should be pandering to him, not to me. I haven't lived in NA for 7 years.
Korea.
I'm a Korean fanboy. You have no support from me on this one.
This bit would have hit a lot better if Mimi was here.
Yeah, it would have. She would have probably walked off the set.
Oh,
I think she would have left.
And then I finally would have won the battle. But on that note, let's go ahead and take a look and see what everyone around the world has to say about today's matchup. Surely it's not about cringe or anything like that. It's time to do a little bird watching. All right, we have Ye playing Team Liquid today. Will be a good match.
I'm wanting spice, and Ye gives me mayonnaise every time. He's just the most wholesome guy in the world.
Maybe we can give him some sriracha, make it spicy mayo.
You will never get any spice out of Ye, but listen, that's why we love him. He is a very wholesome dude, and also makes a claim for being potentially the best player in the world.
Yeah, I mean, he's like one of those guys. He's kind of a little bit like Faker. I mean, Faker has a little bit of spice to him sometimes, but he widely is a very wholesome person. He's just like, I think that we will play well today. It's like, you are the best player of all time right now. Like, can you just throw some shade?
Oh, hey,
yo. Oh, okay. Yo, he's showing up.
All right.
Dirk is ready for violence.
It almost looks like a baguette.
Yeah, it's not though. It's a baseball bat.
No, that's a baseball bat. You've been in Korea way too long. And if anything, isn't like Korea, like baseball big in Korea?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Come on, man. You let me down. Tarek. Oh, I know that guy. Great thing about NA is that even if we lose, we're still winning. This changes nothing. This is true.
That's the guy from the Cloud Order, I think, right?
NA, nearest airport, EU, easily upset.
Yeah, it's true. Cry is free. Cry is free. You owe me a Coke. Okay. And NA really does stand for nearest airport. Eccles, buddy, you lived here for like a week.
Yeah, sure. Oh, god damn. You want to do it like that?
Come on. I'm just saying.
My. Lived here for a week. I think it was less than that.
I thought we were a great home for you, pal.
I think it was even less than that.
It was 2 games.
Bro, they flew him out and he was gone instantly. Yeah. The man's got a grudge against NA.
You know what?
Don't blame him.
I don't blame him. Honestly, with the way I look, I would too. Anyway, tell us what you think about this regional showdown, and make sure you use a hashtag VALORANT Champions, brother, as well as VCT, so we can feature your tweets on the broadcast, because you know you want that clout, baby. That's right, you really do. Or, as a matter of fact, why not vote in today's poll question? Okay. Which region will reign supreme today? Is it going to be North America, or is it going to be EMEA? Look at
Bro,
this.
you cannot dress me up like this.
The battle lines have been drawn.
Bro, I'm out here trying to get a green card. I'm living in NA.
Look at Seth in the corner.
And you're putting me in the middle. You're putting me in the red coat.
I'm fine with this.
Who has done this?
It's going to be real hard for you to
Why
get
is
back
Seth
in the
the
country.
neutral element here?
Because I'm just here to watch.
Dude,
It's great.
I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of this.
jersey. He looks so ridiculous.
You're gonna go in for an interview to finally get your green card, and then someone's gonna pull that image
They're
up.
gonna pull that up. Yeah, it's gonna be historical evidence now against me.
I hope they do. U.S. government, you better be listening. Anyway,
my
guys, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to deep dive on our first match of the day. I'm going to take off this ridiculous durag, although I think it is a pretty good look for me. But our first match of the day, it's going to be Optic Gaming versus Team Liquid. As always, we'll see you on the other side, unless you left already.
Drink full of ammo, we trip up the bendo. My hit is already going commando. Tape on the handle, we pull up in camo and make them examples, stay out of the way. Drink full of ammo, we trip up the bendo. My hit is already going commando.
Welcome back, amigos. VALORANT Champions. It's time for the desk to put our regional biases aside.
There's no bias here.
Okay, and of course, Brent is the most biased person I've ever seen in my life. You saw him in the red coat. And let's look objectively at these two teams, much to the dismay of Brent, by the way, Seth. Okay, we got Optic Gaming, we got Team Liquid, but first let's start with the green wall. I know you want to talk about them and share your love for Optic.
Hey, this team's good. GB, this team's good. I'm a fan of good Valorant. That's what I'm a fan of.
I know.
This team is good right now. They're looking primed and ready. They've shown some signs of weakness, don't get me wrong. A couple of maps, you know, and they've had a bit of a slower start, as they do every single global event. But I think that they've really shored up a lot of that, and they've got into the right mentality now as we're heading into the playoff section. They're looking like one of the favorites, I would say, out of a lot of the teams here to potentially take that crown, take that title, that championship 2022.
But I want to challenge that, though, because, yes, we do say that, but then you look at this right here, and I don't know, man. I feel like Optic, wow. they're like almost like, yes, they've won a big event, Seth, but like at the same time, it's also when we keep saying Optic this, Optic that, but I really just want to know when we're going to see dominant Optic show up. I
mean, this could be the time. It has been, like Brent was saying, a bit of a slow start for them. They've dropped maps in both of the series that they have played, versus Boom, then versus Loud. The Boom one, I think, a little bit of a surprise, but Breeze seems to be a bit of a gap for them when it comes down to their map.
Which is weird, right?
They have, yeah, I mean, they've just been, I mean, because they bought a DRX on it, but I think
that's
that,
your litmus test, is if a team beats DRX on it, they're good.
But that's the last time that they played it cleanly, is
Sure,
basically what I'm getting at, is when they absolutely destroyed them. And we've seen what DRX can do on that map. So that was super impressive. But
How
now
does
they've
he
been
fit
struggling
DRX
coming
into
into
this
this.
I don't know. I don't
It
know.
just happens naturally,
You
okay?
know what? We're moving on, all right? Look, don't let the numbers get you down, though, okay? We're trying to paint a picture here. You know, we're all terrible artists, but we're doing our absolute best because there's still hope. And the hope lies in Optics Marved. And, you know, I mean, look, I have been a fan of Marved for such a long time now, Bren. And this guy, at one point in Challengers, he was like the clutch king. He was like one of the most reliable hands. We were saying he was one of the best players in the world at one point.
Think of Marved as one of the best players in the world, one of the best players on Optic, but look at his recent performances as well. If you look at the Masters 1 and Masters 2, the combined performance, he's had a huge levels where he's set for himself. And if you look at the Masters 2 playoffs, that's Copenhagen, and now Champions itself as well, heading into the groups, his numbers have dropped off a little bit. He hasn't been playing up to the same standard that he set for himself, especially when they took that title and that championship crown, I suppose, at Reykjavik as well. It is a bit of a weakness point for them, because when you think of the dynamic duo, I think on Optic, you think of players like Ye and Marv together as those players who are going to be sailing them over the edge when the going gets rough in a lot of these matches. But the numbers have been slipping ever so slightly. So what I want to see moving forwards in this playoffs, actually, is a return to form before Marv, honestly. Being ice cold, being, without a doubt in anyone's mind, the world's best controller player, because he was living up to that standard for a long time.
Yeah, he absolutely was. It has been slipping. We haven't been seeing him find the same amount of impact. It's been really a lot of pressure on the rest of the team to carry that weight when he is lacking. But we did see shades of old Marv coming back up in the most recent matchup, so maybe he can start the day off right.
Now, well, look, for more on this matchup, let's go ahead and send it over to Mitch, a.k.a. the fancy Telestrator man for a Telestrator. I don't know, knock us out of the park.
Do a segment.
Do a segment.
Well, listen, that's a hard act to follow. Let's dive right into this segment. Optic Marved. I heard a lot of that on the desk, and I want to praise this guy for a little bit of a different aspect to his gameplay than what we're normally used to seeing. I mean, he came through into the series we're going to look at, Optic versus Loud, and Pearl in particular. Whether that comes up in the series today or not, I think I want to look at the fundamentals of Optic and how they handled some of the map control. Let's dive straight into it. Now, when we look at Optic in this position, I want to right away highlight, I'm going to hit play, we'll let the round play out a little bit. There's no trap, right? So they've already had to, after a little bit of control is feigned out by Loud, they've already had to try and go for this prowler through, make sure there's no one coming into this part of the map. There's also a poison orb out here. Now that's from the attackers. That's Les who's put this down. And what this does is it just means you never, you never have this information for free, right? They could be crossed, they could be hiding behind and on the verge of taking the B hit. Keeps this player here in position. Now as we go through the round, you're going to see that Loud haven't really got the intention to hit A, but they definitely want to take that control out of Optic's hands. They've already moved towards Art, but then got smoked out. With a knife going down, they start to think, okay, there's a gap of information there. Let's set up for the A hold, but they'll give themselves options to go back. In particular, keep an eye on Viper, who's making his way. That's Les from earlier, had been controlling B information, and will now be looking to catch these players off. He'll be coming for a flank play. This is being watched by Marv, and this is where Marv's discipline comes into play. He doesn't give any advantage away. I'm sure there's plenty of players who would go sprinting up to rotate already, but he is staying in position and will even continue with some very smart gameplay. I'll maybe even leave it zoomed in like that as we continue to see this attempted control. Loud have seized some of the map. They've smoked out, and if we zoom in with this one, we can see the map up nice and close. Right now, Crashies can't do anything, right? He's completely stuck behind this smoke. He's countered out of the play. So you've got a player on side here who's FNS taking some duels, and he does a fantastic job of it. The counter here as well is Victor's going to flash out of the smoke on A long and take the duel. But the entire time, Marv is tucked in this corner, waiting. And the time he eventually goes for the peek, instead of shoulder peeking in and grabbing the information as he was, they'll swing in and take this duel together, eliminating Les, countering out the flank, keeping Crashy safe, and allowing the players on side to continue their focus on the push that was coming through Art. That was a fantastic round, but I want to look at the next one where we're actually at the end of the half, and the trap is now in play. Loud are going to go through and destroy it, and from here on out, there's a really interesting adaptation. If this happens, if players are actually going for that, obviously there's a nade there to slow them down, but you expect B long control will be taken. There's also a Viper wall right here, again, blocking the information to an even greater degree, because now you can't see anywhere. They could be just about to plant, and you'd only get the information as they emerge from the wall. So they decide instead, haunt up and over. That goes through. Now keep an eye on Marv. He's got an operator right here. This is a double op setup that maybe you won't see every time, but it's the last round. Few extra credits, why not? And what just happened there was a flash that popped right here and allowed Marv to take this duel all the way down. He sees nobody is there, so the call is made. They've faked out B. That was the intention of the play. Now they're looking at the A side, so the gamble is made. Optic will leave a player who has the ability to escape on the B side, and everybody else shifts their way over to this A side of the map. That read that they got off, that small bit of utility that they put out on B long, allows Marv, who just moments ago was holding down B long, to get the opening duel here on the A side. You see that with the operator. Now they've seen him. He's normally playing towards B or con, so they know there's a different setup here. But Loud have no idea how strong this setup is. I mean, just take a look at this. You've got a player spotted with an op further back. You know Crashies is normally going to be playing around the connector or Ard, and then they've even seen Victor. You've got 3 players, so nobody thinks to check this corner. They're so tunnel visioned on the fights that really they should be tunnel visioned on, just not knowing that they had been read this well. And with a matter of seconds left in the round, I mean, they're not going to save. They went for it, but the result was as expected. Marv able to keep picking them off with Victor, and they close it out. Optic were playing a fantastic game, but many teams would lose some of these advantages they gain and some of these fantastic reads without Marv. Whether he's putting up the statistics, on this map he was, but whether he is or not, he's always contributing, and it's why I just love watching this guy play. I'm sure he's going to be a treat today. Let's toss it back over to the desk so we can get the game started.
Thank you so much, Mitch, for that excellent breakdown. And I do agree, right? Like, you know, when Marv is there and he's able to contribute, like, the guy is just lights out so good. And he's going to be one of the players that his opponent are going to be watching out for today, because it's time to shift our focus over to Team Liquid. Now, they have had a bit of an up and down year, right? But, you know, they're pretty hot here in Istanbul, Bren. They're doing pretty well. You know, they knocked out EDG. They beat Paper Rex. You know, they are contenders.
Yeah, you never really know what to expect with Team Liquid when they're coming into these big global events. And I was concerned, honestly, that they wouldn't be able to keep up the continued format of the Last Chance Qualifier into this event as well. I had expectations where they might actually be dropping off. But I think that they've had good additions with the form of, like, Emil coming in as a coaching staff, as well as being adding those extra layers of strategy towards it. And the Liquid players have said it themselves. They think that individually they can go pound to pound with any team. And I think I would agree with that, because they're all so talented from top to bottom. They will be able to take duels. They love taking duels against teams, and they love to, you know, essentially just really flex into that star power that they've got on the roster all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much raw, just aim, just raw skill that these players have, and, you know, the coaching staff is now just really starting to bring it all together, fill in the cracks with, you know, strategy, set plays, that kind of thing that they can execute on, and then really just fully take advantage of their raw mechanical aim.
Yeah, and you can see there, Team Liquid, Bren, not the best when it comes to the pistol. It feels like, I told Screamers, it feels like you're allergic to it.
This is crazy, right? This is crazy. They have won so many little pistol rounds in terms of the total that they've got. I think it's 3 out of 14 pistol rounds have been won for them, but that's not where they catch their edge. It comes down to the eco wins, these thrifty wins time and time again, and a half-fire rounds. They're a team that's where they make their mark as well, especially in the gun rounds in particular. But it's amazing to me that they've even made it to playoffs in the first place when they have lost. They've only won 3 out of 14 pistol rounds. You are setting yourself up for such a disadvantage if you are not winning pistol rounds at all. And somehow they are still beating teams, and they are still making it all the way to this playoff scenario.
I mean, but now is the time for change. Now is when they really need to level up and start winning these pistol rounds, because you're going into the top 8. You're there right now. Yeah. It's going to be so much more difficult for you compared to the series that you won to get yourself to this point. Every team here is a threat. No one is a pushover. There are no easy games whatsoever. You get one more loss, and then if you find a second, you're out of the tournament. Win some pistol rounds. It's time to get it together.
Can you imagine, though, how, like, boomed Optic would be, though, if Liquid won the first pistol?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine the height of this team. Imagine the actual ceiling of this team if they start winning pistol rounds as well. Because they're already winning gun rounds. They're winning ecos. They're winning thrifties.
That's right.
They've got everything else under their belt. They just don't have the pistol rounds
And
yet.
you know what else they got? They have Scream on Phoenix. Because despite the medical advice of the desk, Scream said no to the jet pill and played Phoenix, and he was just handing his teammates the Phoenix pill, and it worked, kind of. It worked in one map. It didn't work in the other map, but, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, Bren, he's still rolling with the Phoenix.
Scream is good enough that he will make suboptimal, but I'm not going to say suboptimal. Listen, Phoenix can work in some circumstances, but there's not many layers and strategy to it. It's just Scream flexing on individuals, man. I mean, he is just really leaning into that prowess that he's known for. The one taps, the raw aim. He's got it all, and he makes weird stuff work. I mean, he could come into these maps. He could be playing Viper for them, and I still think he'd be doing the same thing. I'm not going to lie. The guy is that good.
I fully agree. I mean, his mechanical ability is just crazy. He's not really playing off the Phoenix itself. He is just so good with guns in hands that he's going to find value no matter what. But maybe it's time to stray away from that, especially if Breeze comes back up again.
Yeah, well, look, earlier Mimi and I had an opportunity to sit down with Team Liquid, Scream, and Soulcast to talk about their road to champions, of course, playing in front of a crowd and what they really think about Optic. Let's check it out. Hey, what's going on, everyone? GB alongside my co-pilot Mimi over here. Fist bumping for posterity. All right, well, we are joined by Team Liquid, Scream, and Soulcast. Yes, that's right. We all do the fist bumps here. That's how we roll. Because y'all just do fist bump there, cross fist bump there, down the line. All right, guys, congratulations, obviously, you know, on making it this far. And this is a big opportunity for you guys because as a team, you're going to take the stage and play in front of a crowd for the first time. And it seems like an obvious question, but I do kind of want to get your guys' thoughts. You've lived this life before, but you know, being a veteran for this team, how is it going to be?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for the first time on Valorant, you know. It's a totally new experience, I think, you know. Riot is a totally new, like, different developer, you know, like, everything is just so different and nicer, I would say, you know. So I'm super excited to be a part of this, honestly, and especially with these guys, you know. Like, we've been around together for a while, and I feel like we deserve to be there, you know.
Yeah, for sure. What about you?
Yeah, for me, it's just like it's a big stage. Like, it's gonna be the first time I'm playing against like a really big crowd. I've played against some like smaller crowds back in my time in UK CS, but you know, this is gonna be definitely different, and I'm super pumped for it.
Yeah. It's gonna be exciting. Like you guys were saying, you're the only two remaining members of that original 2020 Liquid roster so long ago, but there's been a lot of iterations of this team. You guys have seen the ups and downs. You've been right there. I just want to ask straight up, is this the best that Liquid has ever been?
I think so.
For sure.
I think so, for sure.
What makes it so much better? What's different than those older iterations, those older versions of yourself?
I guess I'm the last standing Brit. That's for that's one thing.
It's about identity as well. We evolved as a team, you know. Even if me and Dom, you know, we are the only standing from 2020, sorry. But you know, Jumpy, he's been there for a while. My brother as well, you know, for a year now. I think we built something. We found ourselves, you know. We found ourselves, and I took over the in-game leading role as well. Yeah. I think the identity right now it just makes sense to us right now.
How would you describe that? What is the identity of Team Liquid as when you compare yourself to a lot of the other teams in this competition? What sets Liquid apart from everyone else?
I think we have the best individual players in this team, you know. Like, I think Jumpy is shining with his chamber. I'm finding myself on the in-game meeting, you know, having players that respect me in the team, you know, it matters a lot to me. And I think Dom is, you know, grinding the game, you know, he's gonna show people what he's capable of, you know. Like, I think it's just an individual thing where everybody just feels good, the atmosphere. Like, there's no team that has this atmosphere as well, you know?
Yeah, you talk a lot about that atmosphere and how comfortable you guys are, but in your first round of the playoffs, you guys are going to be facing up against Optic, and a lot of people have looked at this team and said that they are the absolute best squad of this year, of the 2022 season. They have won a tournament, they've found a good placement at every other tournament that they have been a part of. Back at Champions, they're again looking like possibly one of the favorites. How do you feel heading into that matchup against such a experienced and quality team?
Yeah, I feel pretty good, because like, we've scrimmed them quite a lot, like over the past like year or two. Like every time they come to EU to play these events, we always scrim them. We have like pretty good results, and it's always very like back and forth. So I think it's going to be really exciting to play on stage, because I don't know, I feel like we just have this thing with like NA teams. We just want to like show like that we're the kings, you know, this rivalry back and forth. So it's like there's a lot on the line, but I think it's going to be like super exciting. Like we've got like, they've got great aimers, we've got great aimers, so I think it's just going to be like a brawl.
All right, I'm going to get a little spicy. You guys knew it was coming. I told you it was coming. Do you feel like maybe Optic could be a little overhyped at this event?
A little predictable.
A little predictable. Okay.
I think we have to put respect on their name. As you said, like they have been so consistent. Like, they're a great team. I think they have a great in-game leader as well, FNS. So, you know, I'm really looking forward to face them for the first time. You know, it's gonna be the first time we face them, so really exciting.
I've hit a few clips and scrims against them, so I guess it's time to do it on stage.
Hey, I like that, brother. Hey, well, I want to thank you guys so much for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Really appreciate it. Always a pleasure. Best of luck in your matchup, obviously, against Optic Gaming, and have fun with it, you know?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much. Back over to you. Listen, I'm only here to cause disruption.
You throw them back to yourself.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're so talented, you can throw it to yourself.
I'm a multi-talented just craftsman, but also I'm here to just cause carnage. Yeah. All right, you know, I told Scream, I was like, hey, you know, give me a little something about Optic, and he was like, don't worry, I got you.
I like it though. It's respectful, you know.
It was.
Listen, I've seen Scream. You know, he's been hanging out with the Optic boys. You know,
He has
on the
been.
patio every now and then. I've been seeing him. You know, and there's a mutual respect between them because they know that these guys are competitors. But I love the confidence that Liquid showcase. They know if they go head to head in those aim duels, if they play into that style like Liquid won, you know, there's a serious chance of them taking it.
I mean, I'd say that they're predictable as well. Like,
I know.
They have such a strong read on how Optic's going to play. I mean, if they're that predictable, they can maybe force them into those aim duels. So they can go get them right where they want them.
All right, well, look, guys, we asked you which region will reign supreme today, and the results are in. Let's see if my promo helped. And NA. Barely NA. Brand, your reaction as a turncoat.
Yeah, we're winning again. USA, blah, blah, blah.
He's trying to get back into Texas.
That chant.
It would have been pretty funny if we
The crowd's loving it.
Since I was in the graphic as a neutral party, if we just put DRX at the bottom just to see how many people voted for that. But I mean, I think this is predictable.
That poll was just a lesson in who has the most clout. Which region has the most clout?
Yeah, and you know what? Pretty close.
Sentinels is an NA. So.
Yeah, it was pretty close. But all right, guys. This is it. I am so excited for this. It's time to bring this pre-show to a close and get right to it. We've got NA, we've got EMEA, we've got some of the best teams in the world. You don't want to miss a round of the action because Day 10 of VALORANT Champions starts right now.
Champions. It's the most important tournament of the year. If you want to make it to playoffs somewhere, it's here, right? The hardest part is going through the group stage. All that pressure now is gone. The excitement is getting bigger.
Optic get themselves in the playoffs. Absolutely clinical.
This is one of the few times we made it through groups cleanly. We're not going to take that for granted. We're going to see a different Optic in playoffs.
We know we are capable of winning against Optic, against everybody.
Be what the opening gets to.
We want to rectify our performance in Copenhagen. We're not satisfied with third.
We never played against them on LAN. I think it's going to be a good matchup.
Of course, we can take it to the finish line. We're going to be there. Count on it.
Olmak ve Türkiye'de oynanacak bir turnuvada oynamak ve umarım şampiyon olursak şampiyon olmak çok gurur verici bir şey olur benim için.
The Copenhagen losses we really took to heart. We knew that champs was the big one, so we kind of used like Copenhagen as a stepping stone. We're just excited to show people why we deserve to be here.
XSET de bir Amerika takımı olduğu için bence biz çalıştığımız için biraz NA takımlarının oyunu okunabildiğini düşündüğüm için o yüzden rahat bir oyun geçecek diye düşünüyorum.
I kind of have a quite good feeling about how they play. Just means the matchup is kind of simple for us.
Zekken ve Syro'nun güçlü olduğunu düşünüyorum. Yani ikisinin iyi oynadığını düşünüyorum ama Derke ve benden iyi değil ikisi de. O yüzden rahatça yenebileceğimizi düşünüyorum.
We're here to play, and we're going to come out shooting.
Second is trying to launch it. Just pulled that out of FBX's clutches.
Hazır olun. Ve şanslı olmanız gerekecek.
I hope you feel that energy at home. It is electric inside of this arena. We are all set for Optic Gaming facing off against Team Liquid. So let's go ahead and activate the stage and let's get this competition started.
Optic. Team Liquid. XSET. Fnatic.
And it's in front of this partisan crowd here in Istanbul, where we set the stage for our first NA EMEA clash. Optic Gaming versus Team Liquid. The first bans are coming through. Team Liquid, they're going to get rid of Fracture Brent.
Yeah, that's an interesting one as well, because it does leave the possibility of Pearl kind of being opened up, I believe, as well. And, you know, the NA teams, I think, have had a better read on Pearl so far over the course of this tournament.
Oh, Optic's flowing it.
Yeah, they're going to let this one flow as
yeah,
well.
They're
so.
just leaving it open. I mean, I think this could very much be a dare, saying like, oh, you want to try to pick that one, but it looks like Breeze just going to be coming through it. I mean, this makes perfect sense for Liquid. They have some victories on this one, even when they're running the Phoenix. You know, they've been managing to look quite strong on the map, whereas Optic have had struggles. They had that 16-18 loss to Boom Esports in that first series, dropping the map. So TL say, okay, we see this as a weakness of yours, we're going to attack it.
Yeah, it definitely looks weaker this tournament around as well. And I'm curious where Optic will actually decide to send things for their map pick. There's a couple of good options. I think Bind is a pretty obvious one, honestly, because that has slipped through. I mean, Team Liquid, they've struggled on it in the past. It's not a map that they like to play too much. And it's a great one for Optic. They, at times, look like one of the best teams in the world when they play on Bind. So, yeah, an obvious choice for them, I think, to be able to take this one. It will mean that we probably won't see Pearl. I imagine it's just going to go down in the second round of bans. Because Liquid, zero chance, I think, they'll want to let that one get through and be played. But we'll see. We could be surprised. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, given just they had a pretty devastating loss on Pearl when they went up against PRX.
Yeah.
It was they only were able to pick up 4 rounds. So it was a really, really rough one. And given that Optic were able to take down Loud on that map, I think it's just the safest bet for Team Liquid to just go ahead and take that one off the field. But whether you want to try to drive this for a last map is kind of the bigger question, I think. Obviously, Ascent would also be very good for TL in that regard because they love to run that Phoenix.
Yeah, but Optic, I think, have been kind of staying away from Icebox as well in recent times, so I imagine we'll see the Icebox ban, and yeah, so it's going to be Ascent as a decider. And overall, I got to say, the map pool, I mean, listen, this might be
like it for Liquid.
The NA green card bias in my brain, speaking GB, but I'm leaning towards this map pool suiting Optic a little bit better.
Interesting.
I mean, as well, I'm still thinking, you know, Breeze as well has been a bit of a weaker map for them in this tournament, but recently they have looked really good at it, especially when Victor is playing a top performance at a top level. That looks like a really good map for them. Bind should be a really good map for them, and Ascent's a really good map for them as well. So I think it is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Liquid, but I am not going to be doubting this team in the slightest, because I think Liquid have shown a lot of maturing, I think, over the course of this tournament, especially with the layers of strategy they've been including, with Emil as their coach coming in, and of course, I mean, the skill's never in doubt with the Liquid players as well.
Yeah, I mean, I widely agree. I think that Optic do have a slight little upper hand here if they can fix their issues on Breeze. I think if Optic walk away taking Breeze, this could just end up being I think it's done. I think it could be a 2-0.
I look at the series and I feel because of what's happening here, sometimes you kind of have those like event metas, you know, or like the event situations. And I don't know, I feel like Liquid have a little bit of an... I think Bind is going to be Optic through and through. I think they got that one controlled.
It has to be a must-win, I think, on map 1 for Liquid.
Yeah, very true, very true. All right, guys, well, look, the map picks are in. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to bring out our 2 teams, so you don't want to go anywhere. This is VALORANT Champions. Welcome back to Champions Istanbul. It's time to meet the first two teams in our NA EMEA Battle for Supremacy. Let's hear it for Optic Gaming and Team Liquid.
Domestic. Yay. Soulcast. Marved. Scream. Finesse. Rivera. Victor. Yampy. Crash cheese. Emil. Checked.
Oh man, Seth. The crowd. I think I know who they're cheering for.
It's very evident, and that's to be expected. Now, I think for Optic, they knew coming into this that the crowd was not going to be championing them whatsoever. You know, they're going to be backing the EMEA teams here. And one of the things that, while on the patio, I had the pleasure of talking to...
Business happens on the patio, people.
I was talking to Marv, and he was really expressing to Ken Yang, the CEO of DRX, that... Because Ken was egging him on, he said, yo, when we are angry, we play so much better. And I think having the audience against them is going to kind of lead into that as well. He has full confidence that when they get pissed off, they focus up even more and they play even cleaner.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, they don't call Ye El Diablo for no reason, all right?
Guys, I mean, a lot of Optic guys, they remain cool, calm, and collected, ice cold under that kind of pressure. They've got the experience under their belts. And yeah, I think you're right in that kind of mentality. They're not going to let the crowd get to them as much, but it definitely plays a part, I think. Whether or not, you know, you can tell yourself one thing, but when you actually hear the vibrations, the rumble of the audience, when you get 1v2, whatever, a bad situation happens in the game, that affects everybody. I don't care how cool, calm, and collected you are. I mean, it can be hard to tune that out sometimes. And the crowd is definitely on the side of the EMEA teams, as we kind of expected.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we see the mental fortitude, you know, of both teams. Because I think for Liquid, they could probably get ahead of themselves here, right? You
Potentially.
know, like I talked to Solkis, and he was saying, like, this is the biggest stage he's ever played on.
Yeah, I mean, this could go both ways. If TL are getting too jazzed up, maybe they start over-peaking, which seems weird to say about TL because they're always happy to swing. But, you know, this could lead to some overheating if they get too overzealous from the crowd fueling them. And then for the side of Optic, I mean, maybe it could just be enough of a driving force, enough of a motivation to say, you know what, we want that crowd to be silent at the end of this.
Yeah, sometimes that's also like the benefit. I mean, to bring in a basketball reference, you know, when Trae Young silenced all the Knicks fans in Madison Square Garden. You know what I mean? Like, but it was like a very demoralizing experience. Yes, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about.
100%.
Oh man, one day. Anyway, I'm gonna nail one of those references.
I often go and shoot some hoops.
Here we go. Prime Gaming Agent Select. No, we're doing Vandals.
Okay. Yo, hold up. Hold the phone, because we are seeing, Liquid are playing the same wacky comp that they were prior, but Optic are going for something completely different. This is the Fnatic comp. When they unveiled this, with the Breach and the Neon play, it's a comp that I think had a lot of good looks actually when I was watching Fnatic play this on Breeze, and it kind of makes sense that Optic would be leaning into this a little bit more. I have no idea how much practice they have on this comp, but it definitely plays into a lot of their strengths, and there were some good looks that Fnatic showcased on this map prior.
Now, one of my biggest questions about this is going to be, is this going to fully catch TL off guard? Did they have any whispers on the wind that Optic was trying this comp, that they were taking it from Fnatic? Because they said, you know, we think that they're predictable. We think we have a good read on this squad. This could be the curveball coming through from Optic that really just shuts down all of that preparation.
Hey, what's the respect over here, man? I'm walking over here. Anyway.
Liquid's comp is the same Phoenix comp that they've been playing. When I was watching them play this on Breeze, it had severe weaknesses on their attack side. They were really, really lacking that jet to just initiate into sight and cut up the crosshair placement. They were really struggling on that, but they are starting on defense side because Optic ended up picking, I believe, the attack side for this comp. Their comp is a bit more attack sided. This one, I think, for Team Liquid also suits it. So they're kind of lucky in that regard that they get to start on the better side for them.
I mean, we'll have to see how they play this one out because I think the numbers are skewed a little bit. It's probably a little bit more 50-50 after the series last night from DRX, but before that, this map was trending towards the defender-sided map. So if TL can start off really strongly and then still somehow manage to engineer a strong attack once they swap sides, they could be in with a pinch, but I got to be worried about this.
All right, well, let's do this, bad boy. Let's send it over to our casters who are ringside for this regional brawl across the Atlantic. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, GB and the analyst desk. Tom, I am thrilled to kick this one off with Breeze. We've got Scream coming in on a Phoenix. I mean, this game's going to be something else.
Well, yeah, you got Marved on a Breach. You've got Victor switching back up to his Neon. The thing is, I agree with the desk. This map has become very defensive-sided, and then we've got two teams coming in with some of the most aggressive attack-sided comps we've ever had. I think we're in for a real show, and I don't know which way this is going. I'll be brutally honest with you.
EU versus NA. What a day set up in front of us, and we start this battle, regional fight on Breeze. Team Liquid for the defense. Now, Tom, you rightly pointed out both of these teams on paper seems like they're looking for those attacking rounds, so we're expecting Optic to come out swinging.
But that was the one problem with the sort of defensive side, because we saw Fnatic run basically exactly the same comp earlier in the tournament. It worked amazingly well on the attack. When it came to the defense, much more shaky. And that's the thing, it's setting up that Neon to still do it. Now Optic are going to be kicking things off on the attack, so you can almost expect them to try and blitz into the sites.
Well, that's exactly what they're doing right away, attempting to split in towards the A site. Victor was quick, but now the shift key's being hit, trying to sneak his way over the wall, giving them space to fight in middle, not going their way, and Team Liquid, they're coming ahead in almost all of the duels. Victor, though, has he managed to thread the needle? It looks like they're aware of a mid-push. Or do they expect him to already be here, wrapped around behind them, coming from the bridge? Oh, he's being caught off guard. That angle for Navarra, not expected. So one man is left with a pistol round in his hands. It's FNS. He hasn't even got the spike to play with, though.
Yeah, this is worrying. One thing you can say so far about this Team Liquid side this tournament, yeah, they made it through to the playoffs. I think they have the worst pistol record in the entirety of the tournament. Like, you look at that first game versus Leviathan, they managed none of them. I think they only managed a couple of the 6 that came through in the PaperX game, to already getting off to a flying start here, and an aggressive one at that. They know that their opponent's composition revolves around speed, setting up Victor to really take that space. Well, he did take the space. His whole team were dead by the time he'd done it.
Such a strong initial push, and you have to ask yourself, maybe some of the players that go down initially, that it seems to be the reason for the change of pace, losing some extra utility that must have had a plan. Now, coming into this round, Optic will need a plan. Only classics to work with. They'll attempt some early aggression, but ultimately, they are at a disadvantage in every fight they walk into.
Yeah, he's almost dead already. Like, he's just been owned within the first, like, 10 seconds of the round. I'm not sure if that was the shock darts that were being fired out, or if he just took a battle early in the round that we missed, but nonetheless, not the greatest look, especially when he's the main danger man. You look at the rest of the investments, there's basically nothing here on the side of Optic. They are keeping it as basically as cheap as they possibly can.
Yeah, the benefit of having Ye in those early fights, the headhunter range can obviously help out, but now at 24 HP, he doesn't have a range advantage against anyone. One shot left in the headhunter as they move to the site. The nade catches Victor, and Team Liquid concede no space.
I'll give no quarter to Optic to start this out. It's an absolute slaughter. Question is, can Optic find any damage? Can they make it costly? The man they're fighting is a ghost, so they need to look elsewhere to drop some weapons if it's going to have any impact on the next round. And by the looks of it, Tom, there is nothing that Optic can do. Team Liquid 2-0 with a Prime Gaming flawless.
I think it is really interesting as well, though, to bring the crowd into this, is that Optic have played on an international stage before where there is a crowd from EMEA. But we were in Copenhagen. Other than Fnatic, the crowd really wasn't that biased. They weren't that favored towards either team. In fact, there were a load of Yay fans sat at the back who were screaming louder than anyone.
Oh, yeah.
This time around, they get one kill on the Liquid side and the crowd loses their mind. So I think that's going to be something hard to play against, but I agree with the desk. If they can be silenced, if Liquid fall a little bit short, maybe Optic can steal this one away.
Well, this time they come in with the rifle, so risks are taken! Oh my! Yuppie! He connects barely anything. Damage done, sure, but that could have been a phenomenal start to the map. Instead, Optic get a chance to recover.
Yeah, he's left down to the Marshal now. Not a whole lot to play with for the remainder of this round because those Headhunter bullets are gone. The position of Navira, though, is interesting. He's got such deep control on B. They've actually been able to stack up somewhat towards this A site, although it seems like the read might be a little bit off, and Yay, well, a man who's been superb, the top performer in this tournament so far, is going to get the first.
Good answer back by Scream. They've spotted FNS. That'd be a big scalp to take, a Viper wall down, but no, he will survive and instead delete Navera on the other side, with Yumpy having the chance for an opening duel, first blood in the round instead. Optic now have the advantage well and truly in their court. The spike planted, and they will hold back in their post plants. The defuse being tapped baits them into a swing, but the duels are theirs, and the round is 2.
Yeah, clean enough. I think that's the way we'll put it, especially with Scream having a rifle in this round. There was some real danger, and especially with the aggression off of Yumpy. I think Liquid are already showing that they're very much willing to try and get up in the face of their opponents, try and get off to that solid early start.
Now look at that stat down the bottom. Undefeated on Breeze, our Team Liquid. Stage 2, LCQ, and Champions. It's been a strong map for them, and we've discussed this over on the desk. You know, there's ways to see this in both directions. But if Optic take this map, Team Liquid are in hot water coming onto Bind. This is definitely where they want to start strong, and we've seen their bonus round, a little bit of damage. This is where things are really decided, though.
Yeah, an operator already for Yumpy. And look at where Scream has already pushed. He is all the way down mid, spawning so deep within the round. The same can be said for Yumpy. So they're getting so much early information. Look at this full rotation. 3 players already on the A site once again, and they're throwing in utility just to try and slow them down.
And Yumpy has a great teleport to bring him back. I mean, currently catching any sort of lurks that could go into play, but if he needs to leave, if they desperately need some help on that A site, he can be there pretty quickly. It looks like Optic will be committing to this late, except 3 players now starting to shift back towards the spawn. And they didn't make any ground up, but with 55 seconds left, they have to clear so much of the map on the way back. And I think they're hoping that at some point, Team Liquid have pushed up and given them a duel that they can take.
Well, the danger as well is you have to bear in mind that on the other side of things, Navira still has pretty much all of his utility. He can throw those snake bites down, so the later you run in, the more vulnerable you're going to be going through. He's just placed the fires, and Yuppie's just lined him up with a double. That couldn't have gone any worse. 30 seconds left for Optic to try and find a way back in.
He waited to catch the lurk for so long. The patience pays off. Optic on their buy round here in a bit of hot water. 20 seconds on the clock. Spikes down in spawn, and they've got to save. There's no chance for them to get anywhere near a site. One shot. And that destroys and dismantles Optic's plans.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to throw in a faster round in the next, because what Team Liquid are currently doing, they're taking a lot of early map control. They're using the utility of their initiators to consistently get them information. But also, because they're finding that info early, you had Yumpy all the way deep in towards Elbow. You had Scream still close A. They didn't push any of those players back. They didn't clear any of the positions, and because of that, they didn't use any utility. So you still had both snake bites with 30 seconds left. You can't allow that to happen, and I think that FNS or Finesse is someone who's going to adapt very quickly into this game.
Absolutely. Well, he will need to. 3-1 down. As we said, Optic want to come out swinging on this attack side, and already they've been stalled. Still some credits in the bank with that save, so they can buy up right here and now. Looks like we're gonna have a push from both teams in towards middle. Right up in their face. Victor's got one. The trade though, it doesn't come through. Navarre is able to capitalize on another, and Optic again run head first into a brick wall. They've got to pump the brakes. And with a minute 20 on the clock, they've got the man disadvantage, plenty of time still to work with. But they need to make some sort of an advantage come from that early duel.
Well, that's the thing. Liquid's reads so far have been fantastic. They had 3 players stacked up at the beginning of the round, waiting for a fast-paced push. Marv, though, he might be able to turn things here. It's patient, and actually Demasik, even with the Guardian, is going to land the headshot. The remaining 2 doubling back in towards that B site. The trap will likely give away the information, while then, Yumpy is alone.
He's got that op in hand, though. It's won the round with a single shot already, one fired off, and target not found, and he rightly
might have tagged FNS.
Indeed, I think through the wall, perhaps. Either way, though, they concede the plant. A wise choice. He doesn't want to give his life for a little bit of extra damage and maybe give an operator over to them. FNS, though, he goes for his own little bit of control, finding his first. But that's where it ends. The clutch for Crashies, the 1v3. And the time really not on his side. There's still plenty left for Liquid to play with.
He needs to isolate a duel, and he needs to do. He's heard the initial steps. Nice shot on the first. A chance to isolate. Another is going to be the second, but he jumps up, and Yuppie just about fast enough. I think any other player, and he might have missed that shot, and it could have been all over. Crashies in clutch situations, ever dangerous, and Liquid from a commanding position, scrape through the round.
But it's enough, Tom. All they needed was the round win. Clean or dirty, it didn't matter. Love the target selection from this man, the jump peek for the information.
Oh, that's so nasty.
Let's go!
As I said, 9 out of 10 players, 99 out of 100, they're not hitting that shot. Nope. And the second you shoot, by the way, he swings and kills you. Like, you don't, well, actually, maybe Yumpy headhunters. Yeah. Anybody else, they swing and kill him.
Exactly. 4-1, and this is where we start to see the fallout from that previous round. Optic came so close, but they didn't get the reward, and now pistols in play, light weapons. They'll pace it up to the side. The screen is ready. He caught them last time in the double doors. He was the one to take the bullets from Victor. This time he returns to sender, with Optic losing their main man to entry. A little wall bang through the smoke, I'll take it.
But the thing as well, this is always the problem with running a Neon comp. The follow-up is normally quite far behind. It's something that I also think Fnatic had troubles with. It was just that Alfio was getting double entries every single time. Like, that's not something that's repeatable. And as of right now, there was nobody able to get into the site quick enough behind Victor. Now, bear in mind as well, he was the only person with a gun.
Oh, wow, look at that for Solkis. Well handled, the pistol now taken down as Finesse won't even get near a rifle in this round. Last man alive, he had 5 bullets to start this, now 4 in the chamber. And it's the chamber of the other side to close it. Only 2 losses for Team Liquid, a 5-1 start on the defense. This is looking scary for North America.
Yeah, and they're going to take a timeout. 5 ultimates online, so much to play with going into the next round. There is, of course, a few on the other side. Tour de Force unlikely to be used, but I'm more looking at that null command, maybe the run it back to try and just basically discombobulate this next purchase. Because that's the thing you want to do in these sort of rounds. You know that Optic are going to be talking this over. Probably trying to calm things down, because I think a lot of these last rounds, they've been blitzed by individual players, like a collapse shot coming out from Yumpy. There's not so much you can do about that. Screen peeking into the fast lane to just get that opener and ruin your take. You want to try and calm everything. Whereas on the other side, they have an ultimate which does the polar opposite. You have a plan, you want to try and do something, I'm going to run at you with no risk and I'm screwed.
Regardless of what the play has been, Victor's had no success on those early dashes. Whether it's taking the space, but the reality is you've got to follow up on it. And the only successful duel, not opening duel, I mean just duel in general, that he has had was onto Scream, which if you recall, ended up in a 2-1 trade anyway.
Well, yeah, it was traded in 0.5 of a second, so it wasn't... that's the thing, again, I think people have to realize with this composition, the focus isn't necessarily Victor in terms of kills.
For sure.
Like, he is taking a huge risk. There has to be something to follow up, and that's the issue I've had so far. Is
hasn't been there.
The follow up hasn't been there.
I would say
that's really difficult to do with this sort of composition.
I would say pretty much every duel, every space taking has been perfectly countered by Team Liquid. Every step of the way.
They've had
the
good
fact
reads.
that Scream's waiting on B in the previous round for them even.
Well, look at Yumpy now. Look at where he's going. Deep B control already taken. the knife going to clear a little bit further. He can just go walkabouts. Look how confident Team Liquid are in this space taking. And while the build-up begins on the other side of the map, he can lock down all the way in towards the spawn. This is already such a terrifying prospect for Optic, who don't know how much ground they've lost.
Yeah, this is tough. You still have Scream waiting around here to watch for the mid push. It means Doors is maybe a little bit weakened, but Optic don't know this. They don't know that that's the lighter part of the map, that mid is where the space is free to be taken.
I think that drone might have actually seen 3 people. That was so much information garnered on the side of Optic. It's whether or not they can actually capitalize off it. Yay with that tour de force ready and waiting, but a 4th player has already rotated in just because of Yumpy's position.
Yay was waiting. And now that wall goes up and it's blocking him out. Time wasting away. Victor needs to make a move, and as he does, he's going to be so vulnerable. Scream with the first. They reset to the back of sight. Hunter's Fury looking for them, trying to take them down, but it's canceled out. There's nothing to be seen here for Optic. No advantages to be gained. Scream, he'll go down in the ult and be caught by Marv. But a 4v2, Crashies on 10 HP. It seems impossible for Optic. They need a hero. Crashies does well to find the first, but Marv has to find a way out. The Rolling Thunder comes in, the swing, and Crashies has 3. The spike can be retrieved, and the round might still be up for grabs.
Oh, he's got the timing right, lands the first shot. Last player incredibly low. It's on to Crashies again. He should get the little bit of information, knowing exactly where his opponent will be. But can he finish off the round? He started, no, he cannot. Once again, an incredible attempt from Crashies, but Yumpy puts him down.
They can keep throwing themselves at these sites. They make the rounds competitive, but at the end of the day, nothing to show for it on the side of Optic. They had the one round that they should have won on paper, but
Crashies is in form right now, and that's probably the worrying thing for Optic, is there's a couple of rounds he could have won for them solo. Where are the rest of the team? Like, Yay has been, as said, the best player in the tournament so far.
By far.
We've had barely any impact from him just yet. Now, I'm never going to sit here and say I don't believe that he will turn it around, but it has to happen fairly soon.
I believe it was Run It Back showed us a stat, which was kills per round by weapon, and Yay with the Operator was just leagues above everybody. Now he's got that rifle to play with this time around, the scope ready to be used, but he still needs to find a victim, and with his tour de force last round, he couldn't before it got taken away from him.
I will say, I think second place was Yumpy.
You might be right.
So it's definitely a battle of the Operator players. Yeah, this buy's a bit stinky, but with a Viper's Pit, you've also got the overdrive being brought through from Victor, so there is still a lot of potential in this round. Again, though, looking at screen, actually, there you go. Yay has managed to find the space, and now they go into the B site, and it's actually just going to be the trade out. It's on to Yumpy again.
Scream was stunned up, gunned up, taken down. Yumpy's got to leave. The site is theirs. Optic come in with disadvantages, but with this Viper's Pit coming into play, the round may just be favored to them. In fact, I think it quite clearly is. Team Liquid committed their own pit on the A site, and what a mistake that now appears to be. Such a tough spot to fight back into, and that's exactly why even the weakest of weapons becomes so strong inside this pit. They're starting to carve a way back in, but the Viper's still to be dealt with. Finesse tucked in the corner with a stinger. He hopes they'll be decayed by the time a fight comes through. Oh, and they've got it! That is disgusting! Absolutely no right to take this round, and for Optic, that has got to be devastating!
He moved him with the snake bite. That was what Navira did. He fired it in, and Finesse made the right play, but he just spams the spot in front of where he put the snake bite, and then just owns Yay on the way back through. That is a round that shouldn't have even been particularly close after they got into that afterplant. But Solkaz, top of the board right now, 10-4, having a fantastic game.
You can see it in their faces, Tom. Optic, that was not a round they should have won coming in. They had weaker weapons.
Yeah,
they can write it off, whatever, but that was a winnable position. That was a hard-to-lose position, and they lost it to spams in smoke, spams through walls. Demotivating, but they won't let it get to them. Up on mid, and hold on, he's still fighting. Yumpy's down. He's gone. The opening duel for Victor, the space claim. This is what we've been missing for Optic. Now they've got the rifles, but look at the counter push. Team Liquid are up through mid. Screams, whiffed, and FNS, he punishes. They're ahead, and they're keeping their lead for a moment.
Mere
and
moments.
then Demasic comes through with one, with two. Not again, Optic. Not like this!
Well, that's the thing. Ye has at least turned it back into a comprehensible position. The problem is where the spots are of their opponents. One down the back of mid. Timing for Devere is not bad. He's going to peek out, and Solkas gets the other one! And it seems like there is no round at the moment that Optic can win. Even if they put themselves into huge advantages, they catch the aggression. There's just more of it and more of it. And Liquid is steamrolling them.
Optic have got to be feeling shut down. Coming out of this replay, you'll see the timeout graphic pop up on your screen. And I don't think anybody's going to be surprised with that. Optic, I don't know if they'd call this a cringe comp, but I'm sure they won't have too much good to say about it.
Yeah, it's also funny because you go into these games and you highlight Scream, you highlight the obvious focal point, but the fact is, I think Solkas has been truly fantastic. Like, a lot of his utility has found out the pushes before they've even happened, but also just on an individual level. And that's been the thing with this Liquid squad, is there is not a member of this team that can't take over a game. Like, you focus on Scream, you focus on Yompi because they're the players that do it more consistently. But when Solkas hits a peak, when he's in form, they're terrifying. And that's been the case in every iteration of this roster, by the way. This is not just this current one. 8-1. We spoke about this composition for Optic being much stronger, should be much stronger on the attack. Well, the best they can hope for is 4.
Tom, Optic right now, you're playing against so many disadvantages. The scoreline already miserable, and irrespective of how well rounds have started, they've always been snatched out of their grasp. And then we look over at the crowd. The signs are showing it, but we can hear it loud and clear. And I imagine the bass from the crowd alone can be felt by Optic every time these devastating round losses come through. They hear their opponents, they hear the crowd celebrating their loss. 7 behind coming into round number 10. An unprecedented scoreline. Here's an opening without even needing to see him. Crashy's on 1, clearing some space for his teammates. They know no one's on stairs now. They've destroyed the trap. As good a start as you could wish for if you're Optic. And then Finesse goes down.
Okay, the trade back from Ye, it gives them so much space. In fact, it's opened up the B site for business. There's only one defender at this point. Now, Demasic hasn't really been around this spot. In most rounds, he's been playing towards mid, and Scream hasn't caught the timing. I don't know if they'll check this, and well, it's a little bit whiffy. The trade, though, from Crashies is going to give them another position, and they're actually planting away from the rest of the team. They're almost hoping the rotations come through in another direction, but it does give them a very good plant towards the spawn. And you can see from Scream's perspective, it's like, okay, chances are they're going to be planting elsewhere. He's not spotted anyone.
At this point, you're 100% certain this is a back plant. They're coming up and seeing it now, and Optic, the positions alone seem to be enough to close this round, but I've made that mistake before. 1 kill already, but time is ticking. You can hear that spike taken away. It's a 2v1 with Ye to clutch, and he'll get nothing done.
How? How are they making it look so easy, Mitch? How are they making it look so easy? That was a 2 versus 3. I don't even think they took any damage.
It's funny to be in this position, Tom, where I'm almost not surprised. It's the story of the map. Optic keep on carving out these beautiful spots. It looks untouchable. And then
he just jumped again.
This.
Stop. Crashy, stop jumping.
This. And this. It's just insane. The time was even against them. Running the clock down would have won the round. But they peaked one after another. I don't even know what you tell yourself at this point. You don't have a pause to get Chet back in there. To
I know what you tell yourself.
DRX.
Bind is next. That's what you tell yourself, because Breeze is looking really rough. Victor, though, again, he's got the opener. Even with a Spectre, he's managed to do so much. You're going to see the counter ult come through. That Hunter's Fury, but it's garnered nothing. Again, space has been made towards this B side. They're pulling rotations in almost every single round. Vera, though, he's found the perfect timing, but he doesn't hit the shots. B side open for business once again. A plant as free as can be. And surely, Mitch.
Oh, no, don't.
Surely they convert this one.
Don't be... Look, somehow I'm like 90% sure Liquid win this round. But it does look, on paper, this is NA's, this is Optic's second, finally found. I don't think anybody's going to be jumping up to see where they are this time around. But the thing for Team Liquid, you know, there's no way they're going to save at this point. They have more than enough money going in here to see if they can steal another one away. And that duel starts it out well with Crashy's gone. But Ye's still here, still dueling.
Time as well.
And
The
now,
main thing is the time.
You can't get rid of 3 players, excuse me, this quickly.
Well, you'd hope not. Soulcast at least making things a little bit more costly and just looking to try and find this through. The headshots connected again! Then he's going to clear them all out. The time way too far gone at least, but again, there seems to be no clean and easy rounds for Optic. A second on the board though. They're looking for the curse. That's about all they can be hopeful for going into that second half. And as said, like, we were expecting a lot from them on the attack, but this has been Soulcast all the way through this game. 15-5. I think this is by far the best performance we've seen from him in a long time.
Surprises us again and again, going back to the first strike days to now, and everywhere along the way. This guy's reinvented himself more times than I can count. Look at this from Team Liquid right away. I see Numpy up close. I see him going in with an operator in hand, looking for a duel, and on the other side, Ye was contemplating the peak. Is Tour de Force ready? He's been spotted moving up. There's Ye's response, though. He was ready to trade it right off the bat. They were hoping for a push, maybe a little caught off by how aggressive it was. But now they might just get themselves to sight.
Yeah, they can get around the utility, but the counter flash actually does deny them just long enough. Soulcast looking to try and spam through, but he goes down because of it. Ye looking like he might have finally come online in this matchup, and every peak is punish. It has taken a long time for Optic to get into the rhythm of things, even losing rounds from such advantages, but this one is looking strong.
At long last, we're starting to see the Optic we expected today, but
oh, he's missed
that
him.
position is fantastic for Victor. Absolutely fantastic. This round surely already closed out. Scream faced with a 1v4. His ult online after that kill at least. But even then, use that ult, you don't have time to defuse.
Exactly. And just look at where Victor currently is. Like, he's so far in the back lines that there is absolutely no shot that Scream gets away with anything here. As said, it took a very long time for Optic to finally grind out a couple of rounds. They had their opportunities, they had their chances. And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, I may not be believing in the 9-3 curse, but there is one curse I'm believing in, and that's that GB finally believing in NA, doing his crazy speed. And then we get this. I think that's the biggest curse I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, look, can we blame this on Optic's game plan, their execution, or Team Liquid's counter strats? I don't know. I'd probably blame it on GB. Let's toss it over to him and see what he thinks.
That's usually how most of my relationships go. They just blame me. You know, so you know
That's sad. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. You know, it's okay. We lived through it, but unfortunately, Optic ain't living through this one. This has been a bit of a barn burner for Team Liquid here, boys. And I think let's just start out of the gate and talk about one of the players that we kind of have to put a spotlight on here because you know we're seeing him on the Neon. It's Victor and Bryn. This has not been playing out the way that they thought it would.
No, I think that this comp, the experiment of the Neon hasn't been working for them. And you know, we're highlighting Victor here as the player because you know, listen, the stats aren't the greatest in the world, but he has been trying to do his job. The missing element has been really him being traded properly because he's been creating space. But look at this, he gets an opening and there's no trade in play. The rest of his team just falling over behind him with not being able to capitalize off of this space. And this is happening in multiple occasions, multiple scenarios where Victor is running in and trying to get value out of the Neon, but the team just isn't quite coordinated enough to follow up on it.
Yeah, I mean, even from the outset in the pistol round, you know, okay, Marv gets picked first. He's playing the breach. You need that breach to set up for these entries. It's no big deal. It's just a pistol round. They'll get it together. They'll be able to play it out, you know, execute on these strategies. Nope, we're not seeing it. We were wondering how practiced is this comp? How much time did they have to prepare for this? Did TL have a read on it, etc.? Right now, it's looking like TL had all of the information because they are countering this with little to no effort.
Yeah, well, looking forward here, right? It's going to be Team Liquid on the attack, and let's see what they could do because, you know, this composition with the Phoenix can be beneficial to them because it's just Scream and Scream pulls it off. But also, it just feels like everyone on Team Liquid are just snapping heads.
I think it's going to be really difficult for Optic to come back into this one, especially when Team Liquid are now starting to pick up pistol rounds as well. If you look at the attack side win rate there, that's the important element as well. I don't want to get too in the weeds with it, but 46%, I think that's historic as well over the course of this tournament with their attack side. It's not great, but it's enough to carry them over the finish line when they've got a 9-3 scoreline currently at the half.
He's cosplaying as Viper's ult.
Oh, that does make sense. sense. That does make sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
This is looking really difficult, I think, for Optic to even bring back in this map, but I want to put in the back of people's heads as well. Listen, Optic are an incredibly experienced team. The next two maps coming up for them as well are also very good maps for them off the back of it. They're not really a team to get rassled by a loss in momentum.
All right, well, let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom to break it all down in the second half.
All time I saw the signs in the crowd, and one in particular caught my eye. It had Team Liquid as a normal character, and of course, Optic. They were looking like some imposters. They were taken down. Right now, they're looking like imposters in this matchup, and you see that all-time record on maps against EMEA, against a Tier 1 region. They don't really stack up most of the time, and right here, this is miserable. They've stumbled through the first half. They've looked shaky. Victor's on his way. He's through.
Oh, they're stacked. Oh, he actually gets 2 kills from that. That's absurd. And the peek back through, they've pinched them completely. It doesn't look like the pistol record of Liquid is about to get any better. Left all onto Soulcast. He's been sublime, but he would need much more than just his individual skill to take that one home. A 4th round, a lifeline for Optic, and I would also like to agree with what Bren said. I think you're looking at the fact Optic are a team, one of the most experienced IGLs we have in the entirety of Valorant right now.
Yep.
They also have an incredibly experienced coach. So I do think there are aspects that Liquid have to try not to let this one slip away from them. They are a team that sometimes it pays for them to overdo it and over-aggress and just try and close out the game quickly, because sometimes that's enough to pump their players up. But it also has the counterpoint to let teams back into the game. So they just have to be a little bit careful here that they don't overdo it.
Now, look, I don't want to say the wind is an Optic sail after a pistol. It's more of a gentle breeze right now.
Yeah, you know, the sail's at least up now.
Yeah, well, down. If it's up, you're not going to catch any wind with it. I played Sea of Thieves, Tom, like I told you on that boat.
Sorry.
I know how it works.
I didn't realize we had a sailing expert alongside.
Well, you should have after our fantastic trip around Copenhagen.
Yeah, we
didn't die.
A couple of times.
We didn't die, and we didn't sink, and that's all that matters. Tell you what, though, can't say the same for Yumpy. He's dead right at the start of this round. The Marshall for Ye putting in some work right off the bat, and I think Scopes on this man defensive side, that if anything's going to pull Optic out of it, it's him.
That's the thing. I think compositionally, it looked better for the attack, setting up Victor. He's going to be a demon when it comes to the defense. So you'll have a whole different set of problems coming through for Team Liquid to try and deal with. Now, in the early stages of this round, they've looked to try and farm up some extra ults onto Scream. Of course, that is going to be a big part of this attacking side. Try and get that run it back online as much as possible. Then he can just take absurd level risks. In this round, though, you're looking at Soulcast. Can he do any level of damage? Ramon Vera's actually got one with the classic.
Fantastic start. They know exactly where Finesse is. Dealing with it's another story. He's got the shields to work with, and the walled up was blocking out his opponent. But Marshall presents some danger. These players need to be careful, but with 10 seconds left, Soulcast needs to die. He's going to go running in, sprinting. Ye will be forced to drop the weapon, leaving him with a bit of cash for the next round at least. Team Liquid 9-5 as they pull out a bye round. This is where Optic face their biggest challenge yet.
Yeah, and this is where I want to see what the plan really is on the defensive side. Are they going to try and, again, put more into the setups between Marv and Victor? I feel like Marv in this sort of role, I think it's the trouble we have for them on both this map and on Icebox, is that you don't really have the conventional smoker, so he doesn't really have those better performances. He needs to be setting up players like Victor to try and do some damage, and in the early stages of the round, it does look like they're both watching in towards Cave. Look at Finesse.
We're going for a little bit of aggression here, and it's a great bait. I mean, we saw this, the breakdown earlier on Pearl. Round relied on very much the same thing, where Finesse was just tucked in a corner while the rest of his teammates were baiting out for him. Victor tagged up in his corner.
Okay.
He, though, delivers with the headhunter, and now their sights will be set on this man. Oh, they've spotted Scream. He was a second away from sneaking behind and ripping this round apart, separating Optic. But instead, Finesse might just get the reward he's been waiting for. Trigger discipline, not quite there. You can understand why, but he still comes out with a double.
Yeah, that's huge. So much done, and already a tag connected onto Scream. This round is looking incredibly good for Optic. He gets another one before going down as well. A small amount of health healed up. Victor is low. Still some potential here, but already massive success in this round for Optic. They just don't want to let it slip away from them.
Yeah, and as they're focused forward, Victor comes behind, claims the frag on Solkas, drops the spike, and leaves a healed up Scream. Of course, he used his hot hands back to 67. That ain't gonna help too much. Rifles on the other side. Marved, the only man with a weaker weapon, and he is playing back indoors, just spotting, just holding control, containing. And the final 10, he will swing through, stop this plant from happening.
10 seconds left.
The round is done. Well handled by Optic. A beautiful round and finesse. The point man of that, the patience down below. And the lack of overextension elsewhere. If Victor falls, if Scream manages to sneak his way through, this round falls apart, but they had their bases covered.
No, a really nice setup from them. Obviously putting into position Ye to just find some of these crazy shots, but also using him to almost bait for FNS. Like, just have him more passive in a position where he can just catch players off guard. Now, those trap plays definitely going to be more difficult to recreate, but to win them in a bonus round has so much value. And the finances they've already gained, like, you're going to have a Ye on an operator already within this match, and that in itself is dangerous.
Well, the reality is right now, Tom, Team Liquid, who are in a commanding position, 9-1 up, now forced to call a timeout. That round lead reduced down to 3. And at this point, they're even coming into this on an eco.
Oh, Guild X are in the building. Okay. We got Ness.
We do.
One of the best Turkish players you're ever going to see play the role. So.
Oh, you know Ness? Have you done some videos on that? Have you some breakdowns?
No, I haven't done a video on Ness. No.
Oh.
No, I haven't.
Oh, why are you slacking? Can't be that good, in your opinion.
Wow.
I'm just saying,
wow.
Tom. Your actions speak louder than your words.
I'm
3
just
rounds.
too lazy to make videos.
I get it. Yeah, like I said, Team Liquid are forced to very light by this time around. This can easily be a 9-7, and from the position Optic were in, where they were looking like they hadn't got a hope in hell, all of a sudden, off those early rounds, they're right back into the rhythm. The question, you know, as the rounds go on, defensive side, this comp can be difficult to deal with, but for now, they're setting their sights one step at a time. They don't want to look too far ahead. This round has a massive amount of advantages for them.
Yeah, I think the main thing here for Liquid is just going to be try and get some ult orbs. Soulcast not far away from the null command. Run it back will be guaranteed as well for the next round. So maybe farming up for the Viper's Pit would be a decent idea. They are also one of the best teams with these pistols, though. So Optic still have to be a little bit careful. You can see already some early utility being expended just to try and make sure that none of that space is going to be garnered elsewhere. And actually, they're leaving mid very much open just because they can hold it from such passive positions. Now they have the operator.
You also had Navera put down that poison orb right down in mid, stopping anybody from taking that swing out, canceling out an angle. I like that Optic's adaptation was to concede the control. Give them middle, they still have to take a bunch of ranged fights to get to that site. The thing is, you can't miss. Luckily, it's Ye standing watching mid and up, and he should be able to help out on the speed push.
Well, that's the thing as well. Crash users, other than when he's jumped, he's been very, very good. And actually, that dart has missed. That's a pretty big problem. They've still taken quite a bit of space. Ye is going to be able to connect. Bear in mind, he can't escape at the moment, but maybe he doesn't need to. The trade's through, though. Actually, not too bad. And Victor's got to be careful. He's now stuck between 2 different players. Maybe a little bit of an oversight for him. Trying to be the hero might end up as the villain.
Oh, one step at a time, I said. Instead, it's one stumble for Optic. They're back into a 2v2. Dimasic on the back of the site, but he is just distracting. He's jumping around. He's trying to make some noise, so Scream can wait. Oh, wait, okay, that wasn't what I thought he was trying to do, but go for it! All right, go off, Dimasic. 2 kills with the Sheriff. The run it back not needed, and that guaranteed 7th round, as it seemed to be, is again snatched out of their hands. I mean, Optic, talk about being mentally boomed. I don't know how they can keep themselves even
this fight from Victor was
in it at this
silly.
point. God, look at
like everybody else on the team was just so far away. I think he was trying to catch them off guard and almost get back in while his teammates were fighting. But by the point of them going down, I don't know, just too much of a risk at a time that ended up handing over the
That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. That man has become a part of the game. As Team Liquid use up the Viper's ult, the pit down on A site. We've seen this, sorry, Optic, excuse me. We saw it from Team Liquid in the previous half, and Optic's response was to go into the B site quite quickly. Team Liquid seemed to have a similar idea. Whether it's the Viper's pit or not, you have a trap outside of the A site. and the entirety of TL is waiting to blitz onto B. This is a big challenge coming Victor's way, and a round that Optic so desperately need.
He's only got a single stun remaining as well, so delaying them is not going to be particularly easy. Quick rotation will be available from Crashies. Yay now actually pushing all the way back towards the tube. But I think they've got a bit of a misread on this scenario, and they're going to need him to almost pop off already, though. I think he actually managed to stun up Scream while using the run it back, so he's actually not going to get much ground whatsoever. Slowed to a halt. He jumping headshots him. Just absurd.
Good response by Crashies. Can he make it out? The spams are coming for him. They can't see, but they light him to 76 anyways, and his steps are heard. Nevera waiting just around the box, but he turns his back at the wrong moment, and that will cost him his life. A foothold for Optic, and they're looking for more, but that costs Ye his life. His teammates nowhere nearby to get the trade. The roaming op deleted, and what can Optic do from here? They can lose one man after another. Finesse, the final hope for Optic to take this buy round, to avoid their economy going into the dirt, and Team Liquid knocking on victory's door. 11-6, 2 more. They're looking untouchable on the Team Liquid side.
Yeah, Optic have had a shaky breeze throughout this tournament map that regionally was pretty strong for them. Even in the previous tournament looked pretty decent, but yeah, I honestly, like, there's been a lot of moments in this game where I just look at what has happened to Victor and I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah,
that is just unfortunate. They did so well to slow down that ult, and just with this last second, he gets domed.
Victor's playing well as well. He's 9-14. Remember, he started as like 1-6, and every duel he was just on his own, trying to create space, getting shut down, getting countered. Push up close, Scream ready for this. He'll grab the kill. A flash is ready. The space being contested by Optic, but no reward for their troubles.
Yeah, financially it's a weird one. Tour de force for Ye makes it look possible. I think that's one of the reasons they've actually invested into this round. And actually they're going to throw out the Rolling Thunder as well. But the Hunter's Fury on the other side is going to make sure that there can be nobody really pushing upon this. It has, however, bought a lot of time for rotation.
That was a scared Rolling Thunder, though. A man sat on site. Spectre in hand. That shock dart did damage. It almost took Solkas down, but he'll survive and go back into the plant. Easy to take him down with a spam, and he'll get him. At least one kill for the trouble. Still Optic. Man disadvantage. Viper's Pit to fight into, but the spike has not yet been planted. They need to get to work on that. 45 on the clock, and the spams from Scream. They find another kill. Optic on the back foot, and the odds ever increasing in Team Liquid's favor. A big push though, a chance for Finesse, but Scream comes out ahead. 4 kills, his ult almost online, and one last chance for Optic. 6 rounds in a row, or Team Liquid will be shutting them out of Breeze.
Yeah. It's a map that they look confident on. We looked at the Phoenix comp, and I'll be honest, we weren't particularly impressed with the last time we saw it. Now, Scream is definitely having an incredible game, but I don't think he's necessarily been the focal point. I think Solkas, again, is having one of the best performances we've seen from him, and maybe from anyone throughout this tournament so far, and a few people missing. Marv, someone we mentioned at the beginning of the day, still not really here. Oh, dear.
Been clear from the start. This crowd is on Team Liquid's side.
Wait, look.
And now they get loud. The push up close. Marv is good, and Finesse through the wall. A fantastic trade for Optic. A recovery on an early stumble, and look at the spot. Ye tucked in, ready for one, TPing out, keeping the advantage into NA's court. That peak from Finesse, though, has come at a heavy cost.
Shock darts might actually be able to do a lot of damage. He's forced him into the open. Yeah, he's surviving on his last legs, and once again, Solkas left in a solid position. He's avoided this Hunter's Fury completely. In fact, he's sneaking up on Ye, who might not have any idea of where he's going to be. The first kill is free, and now Solkas knows where he is, but Crashies this time will be able to close the clutch. Just about clinging to life at 12-7, but there's still plenty more to face off against.
Might seem odd looking at the scoreboard. I think some of their setups are fantastic to get Finesse into positions where he can catch players off guard. I think Ye's been doing well in some of these duels, but honestly, Crashy seems almost like the focal point for me. He's been in so many of these clutch scenarios and delivered or come so close, and I think represents a large number of the rounds on the board for Optic.
Yeah, and to be honest, if they were closer in this game, it probably would have been from him winning like a 1v2 or something.
Yes.
Look at the pace, though. Straight through.
Joke's over.
He's down actually. Yeah, we're going to get the run it back through mid. Never mind, he's actually changed his mind. He wants to go hunting for Ye instead, forcing him back. The overdrive gets nothing. It can be a cruel mistress at times, and Yumpy already dropping another. Wow. This is looking like the beginning of the end. Just 2 players remaining, Ye and Marv, both on the same side, and already Marv is gone. It's left down to El Diablo, who has managed to find 2. But a 5 HP clutch would be one for the ages. A 1v5 ace needed. He's going to get himself a 3rd already. Tagged up, but one for Ye. He actually has a chance in this. Just one more needed, and he can't quite do it. An incredibly nice try from the man himself. But this time, nothing Optic did was enough.
That was an incredible performance from Team Liquid, start to finish. They've earned the respect of the crowd now for sure. We know the next map up is one that Optic can feel confident on. They can feel good, but the reality is, come out of a map like that, now the reverse sweep is needed, and hell, I don't even know that Team Liquid are that much of a back foot on bind.
In that case, I would disagree. Like, I just think that their bind is so ridiculously strong that this was the win condition for Liquid. They had to come in. They had to come in strong on Breeze as well, and that's exactly what they've done. And the reason for that is because bind is heavily in favor of Optic. Now, sure, maybe there's a world where they get into the form we just saw in that map and they steal it away. But I think that against this Optic team, that's still going to be very, very difficult. Ascent, on the other hand, though, I think if we get there, will be incredibly exciting.
I think so. Chances are we end up there, as we've heard, bind a strong map for Optic.
Yeah.
After a 13-7 loss, I'm sure the mental reset should be easy to reach. The thing is, the win, I don't care about their mental, if I'm being honest. This form shown by Liquid, to hell with your stats. These guys are looking good, and map 2 is going to require everything that Optic have got in the tank. If they're going to take it across the line, bring us to Ascent, and then win it there. I heard from Scream in the interview beforehand, the pressure's off, but that's not true for Optic.
I don't believe him on that.
I'll listen to Scream.
Scream always wants to win. Scream always wants to win, but no, one hell of a start. An amazing first map, and we're going to be throwing this one off to a break and then back with the Des to see if they believe if Optic can turn this one around.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Register now for your national qualifier.
Oh, doggy. We got a party now.
What?
I love it. This is good stuff right here. Team Liquid get the win on Breeze, and they look beautiful as Scream's hair doing it. And boy, oh boy, Optic Gaming, they have to figure out something, Seth, because this is that was not the way that they thought that would go.
Yeah, well, maybe it kind of was. I don't know.
I don't know.
Like I said, the Breeze has not been going their way so far at this event too much.
This
so
is fair.
I think this is not the most unexpected result. We ourselves said that this was a must-win map for TL for the most part, because if they drop this going into bind, just given Optic's proficiency there, it would be very concerning. So TL, they get over the first hurdle in pretty damn convincing fashion.
Yeah, no, I agree. And as we take a look at the MVP breakdown, Bren, you know, and see all the stats for everyone, I feel like everyone at Team Liquid had contributed quite a bit in this game. And I got to say, though, hats off to Ye at the end there, because he had 10 HP in a dream. I believed he was going to do it. But really, I mean, Soulcast, when's the last time you get to see him up here shining like a star when Yappy and Scream are playing the way that they were?
Yeah, Liquid, I think, were playing a really good overall game. The whole team was trading each other out really well. On the defense side, they were playing amazing defensive protocols, but this was the big round as well. You can see just as we're watching this, there were lots of moments where it started to slip away from them. In particular, this was the bonus round that ended up being one for them. But then it also came about where, you know, the same kind of strengths that we've been seeing from Team Liquid. They're one of the better teams at winning the Thrifties over the course of Champ so far. That was the thing that did get them over the head.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, you know, Seth, when you think about, you know, like how Team Liquid were able to put those rounds together and the way that the line kind of went, this really was a battle of that first half. If you see the timeline there, the first half, Liquid's domination was just a big lead that Optic had to fight out of.
Yeah, I mean, we continue to see this map trend right now here at Champions to being very defender-sided heavy. But I still have some concern for TL as they go deeper into this tournament. They're going to continue to run this comp. I'm wondering if they're just going to keep doing this and getting away with it as long as they possibly can. And then when they go into a really tough, you know, maybe like a semifinal or something, if they can make it there, they suddenly change it up and try to catch their opponents off guard, because against some stronger teams on Breeze, they are going to have struggles running this.
Well, I think they are going to be running into some obstacles as well as we head deeper into this series on Bind in particular.
For sure.
Because we've been kind of talking about, you know, Optic are a really good team at Bind in particular, but Liquid have also been chopping and changing their compositions, and you start to see Scream play that Raze, which he's been playing a lot more of recently. And the numbers he puts up, this guy, he has been a demon on this role. I mean, in terms of just, you know, first blood percentages, not high, and it's usually because he plays the role of the sacrificial lamb. He's like going in, he's creating space for the rest of the team to really capitalize off of, but his Raze has been really good. And I really kind of just want to piggyback this point of talking about their Bind in general, because it's a map that Team Liquid historically have been absolutely dog at. They have not been good at Bind in the past. They have been really atrocious at it. So it's all kind of like setting it up for the Optic comeback. You know, they should win Bind and take it to that map 3. But Emil, with the addition of him, I've noticed a lot of good work has been put in by Liquid in that map. They have a lot of cool set plays on their attack side to try and punish a lot of aggression outside showers, things like that. I'd love to pull examples for you, but I didn't think ahead because I'm an idiot. But I tell you, they have been putting work into that map. So there is a possibility of Liquid carrying it forwards onto this in a 2-0 fashion, which would be crazy.
I mean, they might be able to do it. And like you said, the first blood percentage, it might not be that high for him playing Raze, but with the way that TL are playing right now, the way that they're trading off of one another, they don't need him to find that entry. He just needs to go in, identify where everybody is at, and then the rest of the team comes, floods the sites, bing, bang, boom, everybody's dead.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is true, especially if this guy keeps playing like this, because it's time for our Verizon High-Speed moment of the match. And for this one, we got to recognize my boy Soulcast here, who popped off in this one. This was just absurd. This was like his brain, Seth, had expanded, and he knew where everyone was. He was a 4D map in real time.
I mean, in the interview, he said, we think that they're predictable. We think we have the read on them, and he just goes for the most obvious post-plant positions that Optic could possibly be in, and he just keeps hitting shots over and over again. It was just wonderfully played, because a lot of people, you might get into that situation and you're just like constantly shifting back and forth. Where are they? Where are they? And he's just like, let me check here. Let me check B.
He looks icy.
Yeah, it's just stone cold.
Yeah, he looks soulless, dare I say. Right?
I'm not giving you credit for that.
Soulcast. Anyway,
moving
before we move on to map 2, though, let's head on over to the shoulder of one of our players for an aim lab shoot around. You know how we do. And you're going to be watching Victor from Optic Gaming here. Victor had a rough game, to say the least. He, as you said, Raze Scream is the sacrificial lamb for Raze on Bind. Unfortunately, Victor was the sacrificial lamb for Optic Gaming.
The
on Breeze.
sacrificial lime.
The sacrificial lime. Someone make a Photoshop. But anyway, it's very clear. Hey, green, it all works out. But, Seth, you know, it goes without saying, Victor is definitely going to be one of the players we're checking out and keeping an eye on in this one.
I mean, it's pretty much everybody, but yeah, you need to have Victor have a good game. He has just was absolutely struggling there on Breeze. Like, just the support, it wasn't as fleshed out. The set plays coming through to try to really combo and set up for that Neon. The timings were off. You'd see the barriers go down. 6 seconds has gone by. Now they try to rush out into shop, but it's like, well, Scream is just already there. He's already pushed up into shop, so he just headshots you as you come sliding around the corner. It's just was made way too easy for him.
Just a gap in practice with the comp, I think, as well, in terms of what they were doing. But, you know, as we've been mentioning, we've kind of been teasing it, Bind is going to be the next map, and for Optic, it's one that they are really, really good at. It's one of their best maps in their pool for them, and for Liquid historically, as we've already mentioned, it's something that they haven't been too great at. In fact, they won recently, Liquid, against Edward Gaming, but they were playing, you know, they were stuck in 2006 running a double duelist comp, so it was kind of handed to them on a platter. But this is going to be an interesting test for Team Liquid because it's pretty clear from me watching, they have been putting a lot of preparation into this map in general, but is it going to be enough to take a win against a heavy hitter in the form of Optic?
Well, I think it goes without saying. I'm going to read you some score lines here. 13-5, 13-6, 13-9, 13-11, 13-6. That's all of Optic's previous results against Boom, FPX, PaperX, DRX, and XSET in that order. These are phenomenal squads, and that's not to take anything away, Seth, from Team Liquid here, who I think are more than game plan and prepared. But when, you know, I think we referenced this as kind of like a home ground map for Fnatic. This is definitely a home ground map as well for Optic Gaming.
Oh, for sure. And that Boom one that you mentioned, it was coming off the back of a loss on Breeze. Granted, that one went to overtime. It was a hell of a lot closer. Temple Toll went absolutely nuclear in that series, dropping over 30 kills. But they made it close on there, but then they were able to come back into Bind, get onto a comfortable map pick, and absolutely start dismantling Boom Esports with that 13-5 victory. We know that Optic are not a team that's going to get shaken up after dropping a single map, but I don't know what is that? I don't know what that means.
He's got the document out, man.
He's got the doc.
Am
I missing something?
He's got the strats. Wait,
trying to hide it?
Keep it on him. Okay, I was about to say, like, keep it on him. I want to know, but yeah, man, I mean, look.
That derailed everything I was saying.
But I think that honestly plays into the point that I was making about Emil is putting in a ton of prep work for this team on a lot of maps that historically Liquid have been absolutely awful at. And I think it does showcase. We're going to see if they change anything up here with a Prime Gaming Agent select.
There it is. Thank you so much for catching that.
No problem.
What am I up here for? I provide nothing else. All right. Let's see what we get here composition-wise for both of these teams. It's obviously you're not really expecting all that much in deviation. Actually, we got no deviation whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple, minor differences here. I'm sorry.
No, not you, them.
Oh.
I was like, oh, are we going to see a deviation? No deviation.
Nope. No, it's done. I mean, they're going to be playing the same comps that they have before. Optic is super well drilled with this. Liquid have clearly been putting in that time with their own comp as well. But you're going to start to see, I think, Optic kind of flex their muscles a little bit on the maps that they are really good at. This is where moments where they've just looked like an absolute championship team. And I think that they're coming off the back as well, grabbing a couple of rounds on Breeze when it was just looking hopeless for them. It's going to be doing, pretty good things, I think, for the mental as well. I know they're a championship caliber team, and they're going to be able to bounce back from stuff like that, even if they ended up getting flattered on Breeze, which they didn't. Made it a little bit closer, but I think they're going to be feeling pretty good heading into this next map with their chances and odds of bringing it to that third map of percent.
Yeah, man, but in the back of my mind, though, I can't help but think that Liquid are coming out to this one with this arena behind them.
Oh, yeah.
With the hype. Yumpy, I think, is playing I think he might just be the best opera in this tournament right now. I mean,
and he will still run it. While playing Sage.
Yeah. The role has changed a few times. So it was like we were gassing up Laz and Yay, and but dude, Yumpy boy looks like he's just playing Duck Hunt.
I mean, yeah, he was utterly incredible in that first map. And while I think, yes, obviously TL, they slowed down a little bit. They struggled a bit when they swapped over to the attacking side. I don't think that was overheating due to the audience whatsoever. That was just a product of their composition. They are riding this wave of momentum. They are riding the hype of the crowd.
Yeah, there are some definite holes, though, in the Team Liquid composition. They're not running a chamber. They don't have a trademark to watch those flanks and extremities. There are holes that can be exploited there by Optic if they've done the necessary prep work ahead of time, which, listen, they have. Chet's there. He's leading back. The guy's looking cool, calm, and collected.
All right, well, this This is it, folks. Game 2. Let's see what Bind brings us. And let's send it over to our casters, NA super fans, they told me, Mitch and Tom.
Hey guys, what's up? I wanted to just ditch after that one because you know what? I can back out of any statement if I want to. I'm always willing to throw my hands up and say that I'm wrong. So if Optic come around, that'd be great. But GB, I've never seen a man after one map abandon an entire region. We had a beautiful WWE style hype up for NA, and now I don't know, guys. I can't help but feel like Team Liquid might take it across the line.
Yeah, you know, and it's funny because I've actually switched almost in the other direction. I think that going into Bind, this will be the statement map for Liquid. If Liquid win this map, I think they're a contender in the entire tournament. That's when they've proved it to me that they are truly unstoppable, and that even in maps where they shouldn't win, even where they're massive underdogs, they can pull it through.
Let me ask you a question, Tom. Who's the best Bind team in the world right now?
In my opinion, Optic.
Exactly. This map looks like it could be where Optic take it across the line. They've got the map on their side, the crowd against them, and the scoreline for now sitting 1-0 for Team Liquid. They need to win Bind or Ascent. They've got a buffer. And as we come into this, Optic on the attack to start. Keep an eye on Ye in this map. I think he's going to be looking to take some vengeance on Team Liquid and on Yumpy in particular, who won't have the Headhunter. Of course, they've swapped around and played the Sage. We saw this in the previous time they played it here in this tournament, and they looked fantastic. That was against EDG, though.
Yeah, this is a map as well where I think Marvd is going to be a lot more comfortable. I don't think the Breach really hit in the same way when you see him on those controllers. Still, though, a slow start, some deep control taken. They're going to have to use the Sky utility early, the Tiger, to try and clear some of this control. But for now, at least, Liquid is still sticking around, but they have taken a tag.
They have, but they spotted the information for it. Still, as the smokes come down, I think it's apparent where the push is coming through. Scream, the first man to fall, information on the site. I don't know that they saw Solkas, but they'll deal with him anyways! And a great headshot from Victor. That damage should make it so easy. And indeed, the wall bangs take Dimasic down. Team Liquid locked out of the site. And a fantastic start to this map for Optic.
Rivera and Yumpy getting back in here is not going to be easy whatsoever. No utility to play with, just relying on individual skill. They don't even have any upgraded pistols. The only thing they have online is a heal, which I don't know if that's something they're going to get to use. And you can just see the afterplant position so incredibly strong from Optic. Pistol round on the board for them again, as they will be kicking things off strong on Bind.
A very well-rounded performance. I believe that was a team ace. You see the #1 beside everyone on Optic. A fantastic way to kick this one off. And of course, as you see the stats below, they are 5-0 on Bind across M2 and Champions. This team looks untouchable on the map, and Team Liquid are keeping with their same trajectory of being terrible in pistols.
That's the thing as well. You're talking about teams like XSET, DRX, PaperX, FPX. 2 of those were the last finalists. The other 2 are also in this playoff stage, and the last one in this tournament was Boom. Now, that's just an absurd record to have. I would love to see them face off against Fnatic on this map at some point to maybe have the final showdown, but
it's a missed lineup. Right off the bat, Finesse goes up on top, onto the lamp. We're able to keep the control up close, but ultimately no real impact. They weren't peaking in a position that would have netted any sort of result. 2 players spotted towards lamps. It looks like Finesse wants to take the space up against pistols. 2 in lamps, and they push in. That's a brave play.
I think he expected them to just stay back after the utility went through, and instead just re-aggress back into position. Now this needs to be some miracle shots coming out from Yumpy. Oh! Marv had to be very quick on the trigger. He could have lost 2 teammates in a split second. Instead, the rotation coming through, and actually Dimasic can go down to the Molotov.
They placed a little trap for him there. He goes to run through the smoke, and instead he's met with the flames. They do say where there's smoke, there's fire, but not always.
Dimasic hasn't heard that one before.
Yeah, no, he might. He'll be coining that phrase from here on out.
He does love running through smokes. That's something that we've seen quite a bit in previous times. I'm very happy we don't have Haven today, because he gave me nightmares watching that map prior, but in this one at least, relatively clean. Rivera has managed to at least get himself an SMG, but Marv, I'm going to be honest, he already looks much stronger on this map than the last.
I'll even say on the send, actually, just on the point of running through smokes. I remember seeing Dimasic with some shrouded steps that were questionable. He never died to them, which is a funny thing, but it's like a point where they were pushing aside.
Bold.
bad.
Okay.
I thought.
Okay. Slightly different word.
Yeah,
Begins
yeah.
with V and ends in D.
But here we go. Team Liquid full buy up. They get the rifles into play. Light shields, though, a few disadvantages here, and a few pieces of missing utility. I mean, you already see a boom bot, snake bites. Like, this definitely isn't a comfortable buy all round. They wanted to have more impact even in the previous round. And Optic, well, they've set themselves up fantastically coming into this bonus. The opportunity right away to see space, grab an orb, and, well, that's a fantastic early round. Hey, you're on this round, you'll take every little advantage you can get.
Yeah. Marv not far away from that orbital strike as well, so it's definitely the right place to be putting them. They've still held on to control elsewhere. Again, these deep smokes being thrown down by Dimasic. Playing quite an aggressive position for your Brimmy. He has the support, of course, of Yumpy, who's going to be able to wall off in towards Hookah if they need it. And the other stack of players elsewhere on the map. You can even see still looking for information outside of A. And actually the wall, yeah, placed down now just to try and delay if they were to push in that direction.
Okay, scroll wheel finger had to be getting sore after that, but he's finally finished jump peeking. Now they take the space after the smoke is faded. Another comes down to stop them on their way through to the site. This does drag rotations from Team Liquid. You can see that Scream has made his way from the A site, but he doesn't last long. Starts to move back, just lobbing the nade, giving away that he's actually towards this part of the map, and, well, maybe thought they'd run back from it. Instead, they've gone speeding forward, spotted a player in the corner, taken Dimasic down, and Yumpy doesn't last much longer. Scream needs to go nuclear on the site, and only 2. It's not enough. Upgraded weapons a plan, and what was that?
I think Navira just thought he had some sort of timing, hearing the footsteps and wanting to get ahead of it. Instead, now the majority of players healed back up, and Solkas, the star of the last map, he's in between a crossfire that he should never be getting out of, and in fact, Mars is just going to ego peek him completely. Takes his head off, 3-0 to Optic, bonus round 1, and anybody who doubted this team coming into map number 2, silent.
Yeah, Team Liquid immediately calling a timeout. That was a statement round from Optic. Fantastic start. As we said, they went in the bathroom, they took space, they grabbed an orb, they run it back, slowly chip away at the map control on B long. And when that blitz comes through, those duels are phenomenally successful. Third round, now Team Liquid have to go back to the drawing board. I mean, again, they'll be coming in with an eco right off the bat. Optic are closer to having more of their ultimates online. They've got rifles, they've got credits to fall back on. Definitely not the foot in the door they wanted.
And that's the thing. I think we noted a lot of rounds in the previous map where Liquid were able to get away with a lot of aggression on that defensive side, catch players off guard, and basically just dismantle any plan that Optic had. You can see in this map, they're looking a lot more comfortable, able to slow the pace down, very happy to be patient for that utility to run out, and any of these cheeky plays that are being attempted, these individual plays out from Liquid are just failing miserably. And we're only going into the first few rounds. Of course, there's a lot of time to still adapt and try and do something differently. The fact is, though, Optic are just a different beast on this map. And again, Marv just individually has started off much stronger. Again, I'm a little bit worried already for Liquid, and I think they are too. They know how difficult this map is going to be. Early pause makes sense.
Again, we set it up right at the start of the day. Win condition for Liquid was breeze when it came to bind. It feels a little bit too convincing for Optic. The wind in their sails from the previous map. We thought maybe there'd be hope for Liquid, but they certainly haven't started this one out with a strong stride.
The thing is, though, this map pool is still very good for Liquid, especially with them taking home Breeze. Like, Ascent is probably their best map. Maybe Icebox, it's arguable, but to end there, they'll be very happy with it. It's more so just the same that we said about Optic in the last map. If Liquid just get boomed here, they do have some players that work very poorly if the mental goes bad.
You heard it in the interview that Team Liquid said there's no team that has that kind of team atmosphere that they do. But that can still be hard to pick yourself back up when things do start to fall apart. Somewhere Team Liquid, I think, have had minimal testing in the past. It's opening strong. Yumpy, of course, just with a pistol, as are most of his teammates. This is a risky push from Finesse. He's been going for these fights a lot. Successfully this time.
Yeah, he's going to drop both players on the lurk. Timing sublime and already going to clear out this A site without much trouble at all. Rotation coming through from Scream, but he is being watched for. Finesse is more than aware of every position they could possibly be coming from, and Spike going to go down without any trouble whatsoever. Optic looking instantly.
Yeah, and there's nothing really for Team Liquid to fight with getting back into this. They've got a blast pack, but 3 HP on screen. And Dimasic, chance to do some damage maybe on that Spectre. I don't know where we'll end on this one. I mean, it seems that Team Liquid will want to lose their lives, almost without a doubt. Scream, though, is on the other side of the map. He is rotating all the way around. I mean, they'll assume that he's towards the spawn, maybe intending to die to the spike instead. He's going to try to wrap all the way up on them. And this could be huge, but they have got players watching it. There's just too many Optic players alive right now.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know what the plan is here. Like what he's hoping to achieve from this position. He's going to have to just run all the way around and try and die to the spike, and I don't think he's going to do it in time. So yeah, he's kind of just trounced his own economy and found absolutely nothing for it. A bit of a weird one, and because of that, he's going to have to play the Guardian in the next round.
That's one of the strangest things I've seen. I mean, I'm always willing to give him the faith that, you know, there's some sort of plan there that I'm not seeing, but the writing wasn't on the walls this time. I'm really not sure.
The thing is, unless he was trying to get like 2 kills and like die and then get enough for his ult, but that is just odd.
Oh, he went the long way around through the spawn and everything, which again, you know, not a bad idea to catch them off guard, but the time was the issue there. A very strange start, and now, wow, right off the bat, Yumpy has lost his life. Optic giving absolutely no room to Team Liquid, no space granted. Finesse again up here on mid, he's been spotted, and this time he'll pay with his life, but look at the trade from Marv. They haven't cleared the box, and now they do. A blast pack play from Victor, and the site seems to be theirs. Scream trying to sneak his way around. Might not expect him to be here this quickly.
Oh, he's got to hope for a decent time here, and nobody missing on the side of Optic. These rounds are looking devastating. Nothing Liquid is attempting in these early stages is working out. Afterplant already guaranteed, and now Dimasic. You've got to try and pull off a 1v3.
Yeah, look what he's up against too. Victor's got his ult online, but a nade to play with as well. There's just so much time drain in play for Optic. Short of them just swinging out and giving duels, which you can see they are not looking to do, Dimasic doesn't have a chance.
You could just see the confidence. Victor decimating. Again, we're talking about players who in the last map were struggling to get anything done. Now it almost seems like any one of them can just individually win a round. Liquid's attempt at aggression just bullied by Ye, and then just this pincer play. Like, you send out this initial push from Finesse, but his teammates are so ready to just try and swing onto things, and just look at the difference. 30 minutes ago, these players were hyping each other up, screaming along with the crowd. Now, rather than the Turkish casters, you could hear a pin drop.
Absolutely. Now, on the Optic side, the wind is definitely in their sails now. They've got everything going their way. 5-0 start. Ulti's coming online. Victor on a tear. Oh, we've got a crazy attempt here. A push coming through the teleporters. A pinch from the bathroom as well. Using their weaker weapons, their numbers, but Marv was waiting. Orbital strike in hand. He's got a kill. They've cleaned up some, but Solkas, that could be the chance they needed. Team Liquid 5-0 down. They come in with pistols. I wasn't even going to consider this round, but they've caught Optic off guard.
I wonder, did Navira catch Ye? I think he spotted him all the way down the bottom. This fight could be everything. I think Navira realizing this is not one that he's willing to take. Versus El Diablo, you got to be very careful to not let this round slip away. The swing from Scream at least going to damage him up, and eventually they will close out the Thrifty round. Something at least for Liquid, but it is not necessarily recreatable. A very aggressive attempt with the pistols, almost getting caught off by the orbital strike, but they do manage to convert the round.
Look, that's a niche round, though. That's the problem. You know, for Optic, they got caught off guard by that. You'll struggle to repeat it. Whether it's that play or another, it's rare to see this team on the back foot. They've got plenty of credits to dig deep, get their buy, and now look to play.
I feel like Emil has 2 jobs. He's the coach of Team Liquid, pretty important job. Yeah, and then the crowd hype man is what his secondary employment. And honestly, if he keeps up like this, he might actually have to switch and have that as his primary job.
Could be his new main gig. Who knows? We'll see what we can do. He wants to play across the stage from his brother first.
my god, these openings from Ye. It's happened in most rounds. Whether or not Liquid push, you're just so solid at finding these initial frags. All gonna go down. No res available for Yumpy, so it's not even like he rotate back in. And Finesse is looking to almost battle and brawl at this stage. He's been forced back.
Yeah, it was going to take a couple low-risk battles there. Just a few bullets and then fading away. Look at the pressure. It's on its way into that Viper's pit. It's looking for a victim, and it didn't find it. It looked like he was dead to rights, but barely any damage done, and Scream shuts Victor down. Now we're in a bit of trouble. The sprays, the snake bites, doing damage, but not taking Crashies out. The decay now starts to fade away, and his health recovers. Optic, they've walked into a pretty tough position, but they've come out now with the advantage time on their side. And the Viper's Pit is now countered completely.
Well, yeah, in fact, it's just going to be dropped. It would have almost played as a favorable piece of utility for the other side if he'd kept it up. This rotation is being watched as well. The timing is going to be the only issue. Ye has looked away, and now you start to see the pounce of Yumpy. Scream has found another as well. Finesse has been able to trade it, but now it's all up to him, and the Vera will close. Back-to-back rounds for Liquid, starting to finally see them turn up into this map. But, Mitch, they have not even made a dent in the economy of Optic.
Yeah, that's the hard thing. You know, 2 very good rounds from Liquid, but such a long road to go, and it might not be as stacked against them as Optic had on the previous map, but it's still another round where you have these incredible advantages garnered coming back into those fights, despite the fact that, again, the more powerful pieces of utility were countered out completely. Nevera's Viper's Pit, they just bypassed it. They went a completely different direction, and despite the orb up, the snake bite down, the sprays, they barely did any damage to Crashies, about half health, which, in the position he was in, he should have been dead immediately. The timeout now called. This is Optic who need a moment of discussion before we dive back into the game.
I think they know as well as we do that if they let Liquid build up to the same sort of level of confidence they had on the previous map with just players like Scream, Soulcast in particular, just hitting every single shot that was put in front of them, this game could go back out of their control. Whereas thus far, it's been fairly calm and collected. A pistol victory coming through for Liquid, it's not even a rarity for the CBA team. They do this all the time. It's more so that they managed to convert the next round. And now coming up with the ult economy, Ye already having that tour de force available. Finesse can even try and come up with a strat that revolves around that Viper's Pit. There's a lot of opportunities to play with. They've just got to make sure they're being careful not to give too much away, not only to the res, but more importantly, that orbital strike.
That's exactly it. The impact was found by Optic's orbital strike. Recall Marv getting that kill with it, and of course he'd already shot one of the players inside the teleport just before. That man has been having a fantastic game. I think he was 6-0 at one point. Tapered off in the rounds they've lost, but now rifles back in their hands, as we were saying. A comfortable round for Optic, 5-2. They've been spotted outside a bathroom. The utility will be traded out to just claim that control back, which altogether, decent trade for Team Liquid. They'll be happy to remove that.
The thing is, though, it does get Seekers online. So that's going to be the ult to just try and clear out some of these corners, reduce the risk of walking into a stack, and getting ready to be popped again. One of these executions out in the shower doors has been so tough for them to play against, but the nade actually drops Victor. A decent start.
Stuck in the fight, couldn't get back. The rest of the team, though, now emerging from bathrooms as Ye sneaks his way in. They've got some good control. They might even be able to plant safely from here. They want a little more. And it's Ye following the volley right in. That's perfect. A great bait to push them out of position. The crowd control now coming back as Ye is forced into his teammate's Molotov. It giveth and it taketh away, but in the end, Optic, they're in a 3v3 with a Viper's Pit post plant and Marved undetected on middle.
That's the thing. This fight with Marved is going to be the ending factor, and he's already managed to take down Demasik. A nasty surprise of him still lurking around this corner, and they need to clear him out before they can get anywhere near that Viper's Pit. He just did a fair amount of damage onto the Vera, and now the aggression from Crashies, but Soulcast is more than ready for it, turning things into an advantageous position for Liquid.
Just slid the clip back in. That was so unfortunate. The sprays for Soulcast delivering another with Marv down, and the defuse is underway. Finesse! He thought they'd fake it. They tried to bait him through the doors, but no! Soulcast, he looked dead to rights at a point, and he comes out with almost every scalp under his belt. 3 rounds now for Liquid, and they have come alive.
the orbital strike was nice, but just the audacity to just stick this within. And I think it's just the fact that the spray comes through from Soulcast from the exact position that the spike was being diffused from. So the assumption there, and not a wrong one from Finesse, is that, okay, he must have let go and shot back. Unfortunately, it was slightly to the left of him where that diffuse comes through. A 5-0, but 3 in a row now for Liquid. Starting to really build back into this first half.
I hope the boys have Emil turned down on whatever communication app they're using, or their eardrums might have just been burst.
They might have that problem anyway, I'll be honest. He's not that far away.
Yeah, he's still a little too close. Ooh. Scream with a double! The first is something, but Marv going down, smokes removed, and Optic on the back foot again. This is the start of the round, and well, it feels close to the end as well.
But that's the thing, a lot of success was coming for Optic in those early rounds. Think about the amount of times that Ye was getting them the opening draw every time somebody aggressed. Now, well, it's starting to feel a little bit more like the first map, with those opening fights always going in the other direction. Ye, though, has been sublime, but this is just Scream's round. He has taken over completely, 3 kills already, and you know what? I'd run away from him too.
Trailblazer to lead the way and hopefully find something. No information on the back of it, at least the space for Finesse to push up, but this is accounted for on the defensive side. He needs some great timing, and he's got it. Whoa, but he's caught with a snake bite in hand. His life spared for now. The plant to try to bait them forward, but nobody will make a move. Screams on the flank. The rest of the team wants to hold the spawn, and Finesse trying to push through and catch them off. Has caught himself with the plant down. Crashies needs another phenomenal clutch. The odds definitely stacked up against him.
Oh, that's unlucky.
The tension building for him, his teammates nowhere to be found, and enemies absolutely everywhere. A 4th for Team Liquid. And Optic, they started this out so well, Tom. Yeah. They controlled it from start to finish, and now I wouldn't be surprised if they even take a timeout pretty soon to gather themselves.
Well, that's the thing, they already did. The second they lost 2 rounds.
The second, did they?
No,
the first,
the
right?
first
okay.
one, but it was only 5-2, and they made the realization, okay, Liquid managed to win a round with pistols. In my mind, I was like, okay, they'll just reset and go straight back into things, but it seems like Liquid have just hit another gear. Scream now moving up to the top of the board with his multi-frag. The round before was Soulcast having a multi-frag. It just seems like every single player on Liquid has just gone up another gear from the first few rounds. Tour de force in for Ye. Now this is where you really don't want to be taking too many aggressive peaks if you're on that Liquid side, although a lot of them are set up towards bathrooms and then the wall on this side. The flash up, it's actually Crashies going over. That's a spike! That's a spike!
That's the smartest play I've ever seen. They had a second man to take contact, to take sprays on them. The wall up, and the cover allows them to take them down. The spike on the floor, isolating one player completely. Optic have been baited into a trap, and now, what's the response? Well, they've smoked it out. They've taken the control back, or at least they slowly will, and elsewhere Ye was trying to find some space. Optic are on the back foot, but at least the spike is now recovered. Yeah. They still have no openings to get in here. They're going to be running in blind, if anything, and at this point, I think 45 seconds left, they commit to B, and here come the Seekers to confirm that.
Yeah, just straight away, look at the rotation from Scream. He's looking to try and join up with the teammates, and Optic know that means they have to go.
Molly still keeping them out. They can't get through long, or they can actually. It bounced off, but well, then the gun comes through on Demasic. Trades are good, but not good enough. As the reinforcements arrive to B, Team Liquid equalize 5-5. A map that Optic are hailed as one of, if not the best on Tom. And right now, they're looking clueless.
I'd almost be tempted to take that second pause. Like, just some of the rounds that have been happening, like, this is maybe one of the most cursed things I've ever seen. Like, I don't believe for a second that Yumpy's plan was to wait until he got flashed and then roll it. Like, unless he is a psycho, which there's arguments for and against, I'll put it that way. But just the fact that it was Crashies with the spike as well. Like, that, it's just not the start you're looking for, and that shakes up the entire round. You lose your flashes at the start. Ye over the last few has been a little bit quiet. Look at the confidence the team is facing with, and you know what? You deserve that.
Maybe. Demasic down, Smoker gone, but presence on the A side as Optic look to push forward, forcing Soulcast out with the nade. He might be about to be peeked from sight, but look who else is sneaking around, pushing up on Lamps. Nevera doesn't want to swing wide, doesn't want to risk it on mid. They're just now spotting Finesse. Good look on the way out. The orb up, and he'll make it into the TP. There's no way that he hunts him down. The snake bite through, but he's caught by Victor in the meantime. Great baits from Optic. They're finally finding their stride here. The Team Liquid are left in a 2 versus 5. And of course, Tom, again, it's the weaker buy that gives them this advantage. The chaos that spawns from it. They had a flash. A flash went over on B, right?
Yeah.
Optic then think, okay, they're B, let's go A. But the rotations have come through.
It's not a bad read. Scream has managed to drop one. The peek out from Soulcast finds another. They've also managed to deny the plant with the nade, and he also has his showstopper online. The spike has started running in the other direction. They will make their way onto the other side of the map, and again, Victor just being able to hold from behind. It put Scream alone. Trying to fight this one back. The timing's not bad through the snake bite. He's just frying within it, but he has turned it into a 1v2, Mitch.
There's no way he uses a showstopper here, not with 56 HP, but if he can find a kill, then it could come through, and it was close. The bullets whizzed by Finesse's heads, but he delivers them in return. 6 found for Optic. They finally found another round, but I didn't think that a 2-round lead would be the best they could walk away with. I didn't even know Team Liquid would reach 2 rounds in this half.
Well, that's probably the one round that Liquid really shouldn't have lost.
Yeah.
So you look at some of those early battles, Demasic, a little bit silly. Then you had the attempt to put a snake bite through the TP, and they get caught by a player lurking behind. That was the kill there from Victor. So we are seeing a few of those elements from Liquid, but maybe they just get that little bit overconfident. And that was a couple of weak weapons. That was a Stinger, that was a Headhunter. So they have given Optic their sig. Yumpy, though, we haven't seen much of this operator, and this time, yeah, you know what, though? I think we should put the ball down a little earlier. There we go.
Yeah, it's a good idea. But it has been broken wide open. Still, that opening duel, all they needed. Victor, the space taker for the team, the Neon on the previous map, and now your Raze blast packing in to take the crosshairs off the angles. Well, now he's being dealt with immediately. Scream still has a showstopper in his back pocket. They're close to having a res on Yumpy, just one more op shot needed, and I think Optic are going to be all too aware of that.
Patient stuff. Passive hold coming through from Liquid on the edge of the lamps as well.
I think Finesse is about to have the worst day ever. Op was spotted B long, and now it's rotated to A as he tries to come out and put his ult down, but luckily that shot didn't land. That could have ended Optic's chances in this half of going out with a lead, but now they're in a 4v5, but with Pit down and Plant, this could still be their round.
And the thing is, with the afterplant potential of Marv, this is going to become devastating. Liquid need to move very fast. Look how far back he's playing, just making sure that he can't be caught and can use that orbital strike whenever he needs it. We'll also have the Molotov to rotate him through. There's so much time that can be bought on the other side, and Crashies is going to drop the ult of Scream. This is looking less likely as the seconds go by, and every single duel going the way of El Diablo once again. Demasic, Nevera, desperation on the cards as there is nothing to be found. One extra kill, but as said, they are ready for these afterplant positions, forcing him back into the corner. The time is already gone, and although there was a fantastic resurgence from Liquid, the half will go to Optic.
The lead as they close this out was looking inevitable when we started this map, but that comeback from Team Liquid, that streak of rounds, it's given them a chance, a lifeline over on their attack. Still, though, Optic seem to have found their identity again. There's been a couple of spanners in the works, but they didn't disappoint in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was an exciting half, and well, although it slipped a little bit, let's see what the desk thought of that one.
Thank you so much, fellas. And yes, very exciting half. 5 rounds, 1 straight for Optic. 5 rounds, 1 straight for Liquid. These guys are boxing each other in the ring. You love to see it. But Bren, just starting off with you, man, there is a lot of interactions that are happening here, especially between Scream and Victor, or Yumpy at the end there with the op, like Ye getting a lot of value as well. Feels like everyone has been contributing big in this game.
I think you see these big heroic moments from Scream pretty often as well, but this is the thing that's carrying them over the finish line a lot of the time, especially in this half as well, because Liquid did not get off to a hot start at all. They lost the pistol round, they lost the bonus round as well, where they should have been favored, and it really did set off Optic on this incredible pace, and it looked like they were going to be able to just roll over Liquid entirely on the first half, but Liquid did manage to wrangle their way back into this one, and it came down to the gunplay. In these gun rounds, they had a huge advantage actually over the course of this entire series. It's something along the lines of about 75% of the time where Liquid have guns, they've got the full buy in their hands, they end up winning these rounds compared to Optic where they are losing a ton of them in the head-to-heads. So it's been a massive element for them moving forwards in this series as well, and so far what we've seen, and the reason why Liquid have actually managed to make this incredibly close.
I mean, Scream has just been incredible right now, swapping over to the Raze. He's been playing a hell of a lot of it as of late, as well as that Phoenix, but he's coming up big in these defensive holds for the side of Team Liquid. Victor, while it's an improved performance compared to what we were seeing on the Neon on Breeze, it wasn't nearly as explosive as we have come to know from him on this map.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but when you look at the score line, like Marv right now kind of come back online. He was a player that we were putting the spotlight on earlier on. We wanted to see his contributions to the team really come to fruition here, Brandon, and it did. But yeah, you're really hoping that in this next half that it's going to be, it's going to be this Victor revival, if you will. But I don't know, man. Liquid look phenomenal, and they look confident, even with the 5 loss straight.
I think if Liquid end up winning this pistol round as well that's upcoming, that's going to be a big difference maker for them, because it's the same story. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's the same story of them being unable to really claw out a lot of those pistol rounds to get them into the good lead. They've been great in a lot of the full by the gun rounds for them, but that has been the missing element. But this map looks entirely winnable for Liquid if they're able to take off that early head start by winning that pistol round out and carrying that forwards with the better weaponry.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that attack win percentage right there. That's absolutely through the roof. Granted, it's only from one series. It's versus EDG. It was very one-sided for Team Liquid to be able to take Bind, but on the attack, they can be fierce.
All right, let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom to call the action.
Well, Tom, we're about to see Optic mount the defense on their map, a map that we know to be one of the strongest. In fact, they are one of the strongest teams. And just look at that down the bottom, 67% defensive win rate on Bind across Stage 2 and Champions. Team Liquid not too hot on the attack either. This is the half you fear if you're an EMEA fan, but the one that should put Optic right back onto the map in this series.
But that's the thing, versus Edward Gaming, they were 5-1 in the attack, but that was after an 8-4 defensive half. So they were in a much stronger position and against a weaker team than Optic, at least. So I think this is going to be a tough one and definitely in need of a pistol, which they've not been the best at throughout this tournament. They got 1 in this series and I think only about 3 in the tournament.
Yeah, so odds are not going to be doubling up this time around, but we'll see. The attack has Team Liquid look to the A site. Victor is waiting here, Marv right behind him, and even some utility from Finesse that can come in to help. The Snakebite still up and online. A strong presence from Optic in this middle part of the map, and Team Liquid, they've sensed it. They've slowed it down with a minute left on the clock. And the key thing here being they don't have the information for anyone pushing behind, right? Normally you're comfortable they're not behind you, but they have to almost gamble on the timing this time around. And when they put that second bout of utility up, then utility comes back their way to slow them down.
Very patient stuff from Liquid. They're going to try and make a move once the toxins have gone down, and it's an entry for Soulcast. The pop flash giving them so much space, and the wall will garner them a plant. They've also caught Ye on the rotation. An incredible start from them in this second half. Can they convert?
Demasik just had himself lurking for the teleport. Not a common position to be holding in a pistol, but one that has given them a massive advantage here. 5 versus 3. Finesse down, Crashies, the clutch player for Optic on the previous map. Himself and Marv have been playing well, but not this well. That's a little too much to ask. 3 more kills, an ace clutch for Crashies, and time against him. The spike ticking away. He's got to run into a triple crossfire. He isolates 1 at least, but in the oh! Crashies! That 4th kill, unbelievable, but the clock is against him, and Soulcast will drop it. 6 on the board for Team Liquid, and they have got their second pistol of the series.
It's never easy, is it? It's never easy.
Crashies did something else there, man. I mean, caught reloading, jumping up. I thought, 0, I think he got flashed, did he? No, yeah, well, he did, but well, the timing was maybe a little shaky, but still. Unbelievable work from this guy. You put him in a 1vx, he's just a different beast.
And it means that there's a very high chance that going into their buy round, he's going to have Seekers online, which on the defensive side, the amount of free information you get, the amount, or basically just how passive you can be, a lot of value. And well, we talk about this man a lot. There's a very good reason for that. That's going to be the rifle actually dropped to the deck. This is quite a heavy investment coming through. I think that might be another one on the floor. This is starting to get very, very shaky for Liquid. The fact that they've just lost one to El Diablo and one to Classics.
2 Classics on a swing-out bathroom, long-range duel. This is an abysmal start. And for the heavy investment Team Liquid put in there, so many rifles to work with. And I think they've even pinged. There is still a rifle on the body of Dimasic. And actually, yes, he's going to go and get it. Navera's rotating around. So he'll grab an upgrade. They'll still have their 3 rifles to play with, but they can't lose any. I mean, they've already lost too many. They can't lose anyone else from this point. And look what they're up against.
This is not like the buy we see from FPX, where they haven't invested into other weaponry. They have invested into other weaponry, and well, not the best dodge of a flash I've ever seen. I think maybe expecting contact from his teammate and instead just getting shot in the face. Yumpy though low, a Classic claiming another victim, and there's a player close, and they're running out of time. 25 seconds left for them to try and make a move. They're almost relying on Navera to get something here, hoping there's someone giving him a free kill within this smoke, but they're in a crossfire. Soulcast tagged within inches of his life as well, and they have no time left on the clock. It's going to be Crashies to close it. A huge thrifty victory coming out for Optic, and an 8th round now onto the board. Honestly, that could be the beginning of the end.
You win the pistol, something that Team Liquid struggled to do all throughout this tournament. Find 2 out of 4. But that is worth nothing if you come into a round like this. And the timing, yes, it was horrendous. That nade popped just perfectly, running through the wall as well. There were disadvantages there, but ultimately, this was just Team Liquid void of a game plan when things went wrong. And ultimately, they never should have went that wrong. I'll accept Ye's kill, but Bathroom losing to 2 Classics, that is the thorn in the side that I think ultimately drew blood.
Well, their conversion this tournament has actually been fantastic when they did win the pistol. Unfortunately, they're now in one of the worst situations they could be in. They've handed rifles over to their opponents. They've only got pistols to play with. Ults are going to start to build up for Optic as well, and they're going onto their stronger defensive side. Not feeling particularly good now for Liquid on this map. But they have had heroes. That's been what has been a huge part of this map so far. Well, Soulcast proving just that. Already managing to drop 1, although I will say, Mitch, the gun is not going to be in the greatest spot to retrieve.
Yeah, I mean, Dimasic was pretty close to grabbing it, but he decided to go through the TP instead, move over towards his teammates, and look for this push to site. Weaponry disadvantages stacked. The Seekers gain the information. Optic should be looking for a rotation, but the reality is that TP could come in any moment now. They keep on their 2-2 setup. You got to be careful of Solcus. He's already claimed a victim with the Marshal in hand. He's going to be looking for more. That wall up, though, this was the problem last time. They've already avoided the nade, but so much more that can come their way.
And they're running out of time. 20 seconds left. And you can see there's already the crossfire in play. Flash out. They are going to be able to isolate Finesse, but they actually trade relatively well. A plant looking fairly likely. Again, though, they still haven't retrieved any guns.
Yeah, so even with the plant down, now holding on is going to be so much more difficult. Victor's coming behind. He has a nade still to play with, and Solcus, last man alive, 60 health. He's about to be blitzed out as well by Victor. I imagine a blast pack peek, no, just a dry peek, but it should be enough. Okay. Gets there in the end.
Yeah.
And look, you couldn't really defend that spot with a Marshal from long anyways. The reality is they did some damage, but with the context of how this half has begun, Optic are well and truly ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing. Normally, that would have been enough damage to make this purchase awkward, but because you handed them half of the guns that they have,
yeah,
it hasn't actually done any damage to the purchase whatsoever. Still, though, in terms of ults, the only one online is going to be on the Liquid side. Seekers, of course, expended by Crashies in the last round. Orbital Strike equally as close, really. Dimasic slightly closer on the board. But this is where Liquid really need to show up. After letting that second round slip away, I think they need to break back soon, or this half could easily slip away from them completely.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we need to see something for them early. That was close.
Oh, he's screwed.
He's down to 10
screwed.
health. One bullet from Solkas, a straight shot, and he's gone. And there you go. Finally to be dropped. Finesse doesn't want anything to do with it. They'll accept it as an early disadvantage. This makes it so much more difficult, Tom, with Finesse all by his lonesome on B. The thing is, they still have that trap inside of Hookah. And until that gets destroyed, they're going to keep a much heavier presence around here, though. That orb stops any sort of off-peak early.
See, this is going to give them a bit of information of these positions. Victor, though, I think he just spammed straight through. Screamer's been able to trade him back. Molotov at least going to slow down the plant and potentially give a chance to El Diablo, but he's not going to get anything. Ye goes down, but Marved on the swing. It's now left on to Finesse. 1v2, he knows one's planting, going to try and isolate the other. He's spotted. Team is sick, the first is free! Can't get the transfer! Solkas just about finds him, and Liquid have their 7th.
An important round for Team Liquid. It came close, but they found the victory, and look what they've got to work with coming into this. Finally pushing Optic down to low credits, a showstopper and an orbital strike. Yumpy 1 away from the res as well. Now Optic are close to a couple of theirs, but it's 2 away at a minimum. And that's going to be a little harder to connect off the bat on the defensive side. Crowd behind Team Liquid's comeback, but still a long road ahead of them.
Again, slow build up into this round. Losing Crashies early in the last was not something you really want on that Optic side, just off the basis of his agent. So much information can be garnered, and he's already spotted the majority of the Liquid team. Look at the aggression as well on the other side. Much just leaving Ye in an aggro position, and then if he teleports back, you also have the switch to the bait, which is Victor in that corner with a stinger.
This really is just something that Optic are so fond of. Normally it would be Finesse that's in those spots. Of course, on this map, it makes a lot more sense when the positions to have Victor be the man with the stinger in the corner. Still, that stinger won't get an opportunity by the looks of things. It is going to be a full B play, but they're ready on the side of Optic. All these ultimates coming their way, though, surely going to cause some problems. A molly kill as Dima goes down, and a few of these players are low. The frag out from Navera buys them time, but they need to follow up, and Marv is denying it all. Yay in the smoke, and he's aware that they could be coming behind him. Both players on the other side, and they find the kill as it fades. Still, they have to fight back out. The spike is not theirs. The nade, they haven't seen it coming. It'll do damage, but not enough to grab a kill. 1 HP on Solkas. He'll scream back up. They need to deal with Victor. 12 seconds or so to get in there, grab the spike. They need the kill. They've got to drop this man. He's still alive. 6 seconds. Solkas needs to run, and he'll find nothing. A clutch for Victor keeps Optic alive at 10-7. The lead is thriving.
As a shaky round, a very shaky round from either side. So many players left blind in the corners, and a lot of it came down to Marv. Just being able to pull 3 kills while all of these ults went on. Even getting one with a Molotov again. I think that's the 2nd time it happened, but it was this kill that sort of turned the round firmly into Optic's favor. And even then, you still needed Victor to clutch things out within the last second. Double digits connected. Liquid will take themselves a pause, and now, Mitch, their economy's in the bin. Even though damage has been done to the other side, even though Optic are not in the craziest position themselves, what do Liquid do here? Do they even purchase?
I don't think so. There's just not enough there across the board to allow a full purchase. You can grab 1 or 2 slight upgrades, but past that, this seems to be conceding an 11. That said, it would have looked good in some of these lower buy rounds, some thrifties that have gone their way. But over on the side of Optic, it's the map they're known for, the side they're known for, and Team Liquid. You can see the issues, you can see the problems. So much was committed to that last round, and the reward just wasn't found.
Yeah, showstopper orbital strike. 2 of the most powerful ults they have on their side. I think the only thing that could really change this round is if they get into a Viper's Pit after plant.
Sure.
And maybe Scream. Scream having a hero rifle, it's always dangerous. The problem is on the other side, you've got ults starting to build up. So even though the economy's low for this round, the chances are tour de force in the next, juggle a rifle over to someone else, and you have a pretty strong buy going into round number 19.
That's going to be the Viper's Pit used up on B long. Containing the control. Not the common spot to see that one going down. The two-man B hold a trap inside of Hookah. It's a very powerful position to play from. They can stack up A, have these crossfires ready. I don't like that the shorty's out. He's ready for someone to come blitzing in. I respect that. But no one's making a move on Team Liquid. A minute left on the clock, and they are spread in a default, just looking for the control.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, you look at the map control that's claimed even just by the trap, you don't really need to be taking too many risks here. Yay, it's a nasty spot, and well, that's all he really needed. One kill off the back of the shorty. Tour de Force will be online for the next round as well when he needs it, but well, he's racking up the kills anyway. They're going to have to heal up onto Scream to at least give a little bit more in terms of that rifle, but with 30 seconds left, eventually they're going to have to just blitz in.
Yeah, Nevera going down. You don't have that Viper's Pit to fall back on anymore. Doubt they're going to be popping a res unless they flawlessly win these duels. That's a good start for Yumpy, but Optic have so many more players here. Now the hero rifle steps it up and Ye is gone. The res could come through with another. This round, it was looking clean for Optic, but Team Liquid have somehow stormed their way back in. That's not the right weapon for that range, and he hasn't cut the right pistol. He's had to go to a Marshall, and now down goes that Viper's Pit after the res. This is unbelievable for Liquid. They take hit after hit, and they look like they're out, but this team, they can always fight back into it. I am perplexed by what we have just witnessed here. 8 rounds for Team Liquid. Optic, they were knocking on the door of victory, but now the game is really on. What does this do to their economy as well, man? Look at this, nothing there for them.
No, that's the thing. This was meant to be the economy building round. Thankfully, Finesse will at least be able to get one rifle through into the next and remove everything on the other side. But yeah, this was the eco, and I was saying that if you get the Tour de Force, because they had some weak weapons in this round, they'll be able to juggle up better weapons. Instead, their economy has been obliterated. The question is now, do they invest the Tour de Force to try and sneak this round through? Or are Liquid just going to get to within one? Because that's what it's looking like right now. That is a huge blunder from Optic that have given a lifeline to Liquid.
Should never have happened. They have something to work with here at least, with even more ultimates online than when we started the previous. The chances really relying on someone like Ye finding this opening duel. They've heard the Tour de Force though, and just look across the map. Everybody is tucked into corners waiting. You know that with this weapon being the pinnacle of the round, he will go looking for victims. He will go looking for kills. Whether he finds them or not is yet to be seen. He'll get one for free. The timing could not be better. And no response from Team Liquid there. That's a duel for Optic, and they are happy to concede the control now.
They even try and throw in some util to slow him down on the way back out, but the fact is instead they're pushing into the rifle. Finesse needs to get something here. He's just been domed. The B site somewhat open for business, but the fact is the rotation's coming from Ye. And again, he's so good in these scenarios, they have to back away. The thing is, we've seen a showstopper expended, and look at this position, up close from Crashies. That's exactly where you want the frenzy.
He's even thinking about going in the smoke. The timing is so good. Another kill for Optic. Anything you can do, we can do better. Optic are on 11. A thrifty round in response to a thrifty round. Well, we heard from Solkus whenever they scrim, it's back and forth, and well, he's kept his word coming into this game.
Balance has been restored in the world.
Wow.
But that's the thing, it must be nice. It must be nice having Ye on your team, and I think Scream knows it. Like, that's a round that could have easily put them back into contention for the map. Instead, their economy has been obliterated. Bear in mind, even though they won a thrifty round, no one survived it. They were trying to kill Finesse and remove every single gun. Now, well, look at it. This is full investment from most of the players.
Yep. Putting it all on the line, and with the success they've had before, you can understand why, but a lot relied on Ultimate's quick play up through middle. Ye doesn't know whether he'll find a victim, and finally he does. The advantage is theirs. The spike is dropped. The rotations can start to come through, and that they will. Look at this flank. As quick as you like. Marv able to pick one. Victor steaming forward with him, and the blast pack to push the players back. lamps to be cleared out completely, and they are just trying to push these guys into ranged fights where they can succeed time and time again. Solkis, the last man versus 4. And I think we're looking at Optic on 12. They've lost a few clutches, but
no,
it's a bit too much.
I refuse to even give that one the time of day. Like, if he pulls this off, then I think we just give him the map. Like, not even play the last few rounds.
Yeah,
We just go,
that's
you know what, Soulcast, 1v4, that takes it. But yeah, I think he's going to get the plant, but that will really be all she wrote. And honestly, a plant's not bad. Like, that's how bad the credit situation is right now for Liquid, that a plant actually might help them out a little bit, because their finances are screwed for the next round. Any kills he can get would be nice, but realistically, he's already got his ult. Nice shot on the burst, but eventually the trade comes through for Marv. As said, he has had a real resurgence in this map, comparatively to what we saw on the last, which is, it sets this series up wonderfully, but Optic, have to bear in mind, it's never done until it's done, especially when Liquid are on the other side.
4 more rounds, though. They only need to pick up 1, and with performances like this coming out from players like Marv, it's hard to believe they don't find at least that single round. They don't just push it over the line just about. Now, whether they get it here or not, look, Liquid have got a bunch to work with. Again, the Seekers, the Orbital Strike, almost a showstopper. It's conceivable that they come out with a round, maybe 2. But this is Optic's map and it's Optic's side. For them to end up on an overtime, I think they really would be mentally boomed then.
Oh, they're not mentally boomed at all. Look at them. They're pushing all the way down. An aggressive finish to the game, it seems, as Victor is already going to drop down to a wonderful start and a surprise for Liquid. Not a particularly good one at that. Yeah, he's waiting patiently as well. He's even going to get the information off the back of his trap and quick enough to close down another 2v5.
Almost served as a bait, but he's just that little bit too quick, pulling off the kill.
Okay.
Good shot for Navera, but look how much more is against him.
He has retrieved an operator from that, though.
2v4, grab a kill with the op, maybe. They have to deal with this flank as well, and Marv coming up behind, currently watching for it, and the kill is found. Marv on a tear this game. He's looked great, and with 16
No
HP,
chance.
I think we can call it here and now. The defuse is underway, and Navera has no chance of denying it. He's got to sprint at them, and it's already done. 13-8. Optics map choice, a map that they're one of the best in the world at, predictably goes their way, and we will be closing this on a well-deserved map 3.
Yeah, I think it's exactly where we wanted to end up, an Ascent map where both teams are likely to feel pretty comfortable to close it out. A different idea in terms of their compositions, which will definitely make it a fun finish, but I don't think anybody's particularly surprised that Bind has gone in the direction of Optic. They are sublime when it comes to this map, and honestly, I'm glad we're getting the series I think this deserved. The fact that we see Marv come back into this crash, he continues his run of form. Yeah, he starts to be, well, that player that everybody fears. He ended that game with 8 first bloods. Like, that is just filth, just decimating everybody in the early round scenarios. And even though there were some blips, even though there were some mistakes, they came back into it almost instantly.
They absolutely did. For Optic, there were some good clutches in here as well to really get them pumped up coming into the next, and Team Liquid got a taste of what that previous map must have felt like if you were North American. We couldn't ask for a better conclusion to this going on to Ascent. We heard it starting it out. It's a good map for Team Liquid. After that performance, coming in close to neck and neck, Tom. I want a long map. I want an OT out of the next.
I want some Phoenix. That's what I want. I want to get a little bit more of the Phoenix. I want to get some more exciting comps coming through. And you know what? I want to see a little bit more of the desk before we do that. So let's throw this one off to the break and listen to the nerds sat just behind us.
Optic Gaming told Team Liquid, anything you can do, I can do better. And it turns out what they can do better is bind, because they walk away with that map 2 victory. And we're going to game 3. This honestly feels like the only way that this could end, Seth.
I mean, you've got the classic clash of NA versus EMEA. Now you've got these teams going up against each other. The bind gets the win for Optic. All the way to 3 maps. Finally, we get a 3-mapper, even though yesterday it felt like we certainly did. We did not. It was double 2-0s.
Yep.
But finally, we have a full
funny
series.
because you told me that. You were like, oh, we're getting our first 3-mapper. I was like, no, we didn't. We had 3 maps yesterday.
19-17, baby. Woo!
Turns out I was there watching VALORANT until the wee hours of the night. But, Bren, an exquisite game across the board here for Optic. I mean, you know, when you think about how this started and then how it potentially could have ended for Optic, it's good to see them bounce back, but Liquid did not make it easy.
No, they did not. In fact, they even started off on the right foot on the second half of winning that pistol round. Round 13 that you see went the way of Liquid, but Optic still ran with it back with the thrifty wins. There was multiple moments where they ended up winning with a thrifty, and they actually evened up as well and cleaned up their gun rounds against Liquid, which was an important element. For whatever reason, you know, Optic sometimes they take a while to come online, but it wasn't the case. It was the case here, at least on the second half, but they did finally come alive, I guess, at the right time and things. And one of the big stars has been Crashy. This guy has been an absolute key member of this team, especially as they were playing on bind. Great trading, great openings for them, right place, right time a lot of times.
I mean, in the first few rounds, he was 5-0-2, was just absolutely coming up clutch with multiple picks for his squad. And Crashy's, honestly, I've been so damn impressed by him this entire event through. Even when they were struggling on Breeze, when they were going up against Boom and whatnot, Crashy's was the guy who was finding clutches, trying to drag them across the finish line. And then here on Bind, he had one hell of a game. 229 on the sky, still is supporting his team all at the same time, is just dragging out of control.
Yeah. I think that, honestly, this guy's always been consistent. Every single global event, you're never going to get a bad performance out of Crashies, it feels like. You're always going to get a certain level, and then the times where he just raises above it, and he's playing on all cylinders, is the time that pulls Optic ahead. It matters like that with Bind, whereas looking, honestly, it was pretty rough for them at times, especially when
that 5-round stretch.
We're going on and on and on about these pistol round stats for Team Liquid, about how they're not good at it, and the one game that they start winning them, where it should just be like, oh my god, an overwhelming advantage.
Finally.
No, Optic just pulls some magic out of nowhere, winning the Thrifties.
Yeah, it's been beautiful to watch, really on both sides of the field here, right? You know, Liquid, I think, really finding themselves in this series, but also Optic really facing adversity here. One player that we highlighted as well was Marv. You know, just want to kind of touch on him real fast. Again, ended out that game 20-14, contributed quite a bit for the squad, and you could tell, like, when he's feeling confident, the rest of Optic kind of just like rally behind him, because you know Ye's always going to be good for 1 or 2 kills there, Seth.
Well, 1 or 2, maybe an ace. Why not? I mean, he was just going crazy. I mean, Ye just single-handedly shut down multiple rounds from like the very beginning of it all. But yeah, Marv's looking a hell of a lot better here. It seems like head's been cleared. Now they're fully focused in. Everybody on the side of Optic is stepping up. Yes, TL did make it look a little bit shakier. That 5-round stretch that they had in the first half was especially a cause for concern. I started thinking like, oh, it's just going to be a 2-0. TL are actually going to be able to win this. But no, Optic, they swap sides. They just managed to execute it beautifully. Yeah,
well, you know, there's been a lot of talk online about what's going on in this series. Obviously, everyone is just so kind in their discourse with NA, EU, EMEA conversation. But let's actually get another segment of bird watching. I'm just glad they got my dome on the graphic there. Look at this. Wow. we're talking about the economy.
Bro, just pull it from Twitch chat. Okay.
Oh, man.
I mean, I think this is quite funny, but listen,
Listen, the USD's strong right now.
Yeah, I get paid in USD, fam. Trust me, I'm living. I'm living. Trust, I'm living.
Oh, man, you got to love it. But, Seth, this rivalry is always there, but we go back into it again, and NA equals no armor. Hate to see it.
Well, it didn't really hurt Marv too much. Maybe in that round in particular.
I remember that.
I didn't even see this.
I saw it and I thought it was like something up with the UI, but no, he had no armor.
There's a couple of overheat moments.
It happens to the best of us.
It does, yeah. Listen.
What was that one game where someone forgot to buy a gun and we just?
Well, Fnatic forgot to buy full armor a lot of times.
Well, that's happened. But I mean, we had Scream forget to die to the spike earlier. He's just pulling a scary from Xerxia.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go to the attacker's spawn and chill with 3 HP and a sheriff.
Yeah.
Sure.
That was a weird play. I would say. Let's put it out there.
We'll just put a pin on that one. If you're just joining us, though, by the way, Optic Gaming walked away with the win on Bind. That was a 13-8 victory for them. Of course, Team Liquid picked up their win on Breeze with a interesting composition from Optic Gaming, but it really was just every single player on that team, Brent, on Breeze was snapping heads, and one has to wonder, the Phoenix is coming back here.
Sure.
Is that the confidence?
Dude, I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm still not even sold on the Phoenix on this map as well for Team Liquid. I don't really know what that's going to be looking like. But one of the dangerous things that Liquid are going to be dealing with now is the fact that hasn't just woken up. The guy has kind of been awake, I think, for most of the series. But on Bind in particular, he was 8-0 when it comes to first kills to first deaths. He was leading the charge for his team with a lot of those big kills. And if he carries that forwards as well, and you're dealing with Optic that are looking, rejuvenated, I suppose, to come off the back of the Breeze win, they seem unfazed by it. These guys have got the experience in their belts. They're not going to be worried about that. And now you're heading into an Ascent. It's another map that Optic, at times they look a little bit iffy, but actually recently I think they have been looking pretty good at. And I'm wondering, are they going to have enough in their back pocket to be punishing the Scream Phoenix? Because it's not necessarily anything that Scream on Phoenix has been doing. It's just been Scream clicking on heads a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, but he continues to find some form of value on Breeze.
Bro, sometimes it be like that. You want analysis? There ain't no analysis. Sometimes it really do be like that.
Yeah, I mean, Scream is a bit of an anomaly, I suppose is the best way we can say it. But you know what I would absolutely love to see going into this, just completely shifting away from the whole Scream conversation, because I think he's locked in place. We know exactly what's going to happen there.
Yeah.
But I would just lose my mind if Optic decides to take a leaf out of Fnatic's book, run Ye on Jet again.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Abandon the chamber.
Dude, I mean, we might see it. I can't... Here's the thing. I say this. I was about to say, Optic, I can't really see being a team to just, chop and change their strategies ahead of time, like with short notice. But they did that on Breeze at the beginning of this series.
Didn't go well.
They changed their compositions. It didn't go as well. It was clearly untested. But yeah, I think the return of Ye on Jet would be quite an interesting thing, because the guy, when he's got full freedom, he is unleashed right now, and he is frying for them.
I think that if he comes at the gate, if he locks in that Jet as soon as it pops up on the Jumbotron in the arena, I think the fans are going to start cheering a little bit more for Optic than they have been, because he's always such a treat to watch. I mean, he's a treat to watch no matter what he's playing, whether it's the Jet, whether it's the Chamber. But I would love to just see him just say, you know what? I don't care about your Phoenix. I don't care about Chamber anymore. I'm just going to play Jet.
Yeah. And I think early on in this series as well for Optic, it was looking a little bit shaky, a little bit iffy with the trades. The team play was just off. I mean, you could just see that. It was like
Victor just wasn't there.
Victor was going in. The kills weren't really being followed through as well. A lot of the space that Victor was gaining. But as this series has progressed, as we've gone onto the comfort picks in terms of the maps for Optic, they've started to get back into their comfort zone. And I think, we saw it as well from the players' mouths themselves, where they were talking about, well, this is the first time we've had a clean group stage in a big event. Normally they have a really shaky group stage. I know they had they had some ups and downs in the boom game at the beginning, but Optic managed to sail their way to the playoffs without too many casualties.
That's true.
I was only dropping one map aside from to boom, and it was to Loud.
Yeah.
So totally understandable to go ahead and drop that map, and then after they did, they came right back into that series, and they were able to close it out in a dominant fashion with the 13-3 on Pearl. So yeah, I mean, Optic have just been breezing by, and realistically, it's just only been Breeze that has caused troubles for them. They're 0-3 on that map so far in the event.
Breezing by, but not on Breeze.
Yeah, wasn't even thinking about it.
You knew it was coming.
I got like 5 hours of sleep. My brain is still waking up.
Yeah, no. Let me tell you, Kilios is really enjoying Istanbul. Okay, he's vibing out here.
No.
It's your birthday tomorrow,
I just stay up and talk to my wife because it's a holiday in Korea.
He's vibing with his familial conversation.
Just sitting in my hotel room.
Oh, man. Well, listen, guys. We are about to jump into this game. The players are locked in. This is going to be a pressure cooker, to say the least here. And it honestly could only have ended this way. Map 3. Prime Gaming Agent Select starting right now. Let's see it, Kilios. If we get that, if we get Ye on the Jet, would be wonderful.
He's the first one on there.
He's the first one?
Nope.
No. Oh, it's a shame.
Disappointed!
Yeah, it's just standard stuff, I think, just leaning towards it. So Optic's still going to be playing the triple initiator comp. and this is something that they were playing as well. They actually haven't played Ascent this tournament. I had to double check that because I was like, oh, really? But no, they haven't played that many matches in the first place.
No.
So it's kind of understandable. And honestly, recently as well, out of the times they have played it, ended up being losses, which, you know, might not bode well for a team like Optic, but you could often learn the most from those losses, especially against top-tier competition, of what you were doing wrong, what you were doing right. And the fact that they're continuing with this triple initiator comp, I think speaks to me that they actually have been probably working on it. They still have confidence in this composition. They haven't switched it up ahead of time for Champions, and they should hopefully have some new looks for us. And then Liquid, on the other hand, dude, I don't even want to, I don't know what to say about this one still. I still am not a fan of the Phoenix. I'm not a fan of the Phoenix. It is really cool that Scream makes it work, but I think it is just because Scream is just so damn good.
Yeah, it really is. But I mean, this is two teams that are, once again, not making really any changes to the comps that we've seen from the last time out. It hasn't been that long, obviously, since we saw TL play this one, but a little while longer for the side of Optic. But just both squads having faith in these lineups.
Who's winning? Seth?
I think it's going to be Optic. Honestly, I think they got the momentum back.
Dude, I'll go in with the NA bias. I think Optic will take this one. I think Liquid they put up a hell of a show so far, but yeah, I think it's going to be Optic.
All right, well, no pressure or anything for Optic, but the entire region is counting on Optic to pull this one out, and the same goes for Team Liquid. It could only end like this. Let's send it over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
We really expect nothing less than 3 maps when it comes to a series like this. We would have been robbed if we didn't make it to Ascent. But now that we're here, Tom, do you agree with the desk? Optic takes it across the line?
I agree with the desk in most cases. I don't know with this one. And I actually want to say, when it comes to Bren says he doesn't like the Phoenix, and this one's for GB. It doesn't matter if you like the Phoenix! Because nobody cares. Going into this one, it's going to be super exciting to see. I know GB enjoyed that. Probably nobody else at home did as well. They're like 4 wrestling fans having the best day of their life. But yeah, I genuinely think going into this one, this is probably his strongest agent at the moment on this map. Like, I think everywhere else, like Pearl has been a little bit shaky. I think on Breeze, I really don't know. But I think he makes so much space that even putting him onto the Jet wouldn't have that same level of value. On the other side, the thing I really want to highlight is Marv. I think Marv on that defensive side, when it comes down to his Astra usage, I think he's one of the best Astras in the world as well. It seems like the fans are very excited to be getting into this one as we head into the final map of Ascent.
The barrier's already up, and we've seen some utility as they contest the control of B main. Team Liquid have Solkis on the other side. A Prowler's detected some enemies. They know now that that space is being taken. Optic are raring to go on the B side, but as the smoke fades, they don't make a move. Instead, they're going to look elsewhere, try to spot out mid, make sure there's no aggression coming through, but here's the reset, and here's the push to come in right afterwards. The reveal still confirms there's players close. They might not know there's this many. Victor, where is this going now? Oh, he's got him!
Yeah, Solkas goes for the push into the smoke. Not expecting them to be that close, and sure, the fragment's going to do a little bit of damage on the way through, but just look at the amount of space that Victor has already taken. The site completely under the control of this attacking side. The flash has come through! Yumpy has just domed out Victor, and they've been able to reclaim this much faster than you might have expected. But look at the push from Finesse! He's going to try and fight it, but he's got nothing for it!
Oh, what a push by Crashies! Recovering the advantage! Keeping the numbers in play for Optic, and he's resetting. He might even do it again. There he comes, and well, the kill might not be his. But the round is Optic's, and that's all that matters. Another pistol under the North American's belt.
It's scrappy. I think that could be the story of this match, honestly. Like a little bit of over-aggression from Soulcast, expecting them to be a little bit further back. By the way, that is a ridiculous stat. That's actually ridiculous, especially when you consider how map number 1 went and how things were going for Team Liquid in the majority. The fact that he's still 13-1 in opening duels, I'm almost going to discredit anyone on the team that takes an opening duel instead of Ye at this point, because he barely loses.
This guy was doing a lot of that with the Headhunter as well. The value found on Bind on those long peaks, shutting down Demasik at times right off the rip. It's just looked so good. And Ye with a good game. We need to see someone on Team Liquid match that performance here. 1-0 as we start. And that puts Team Liquid down to pistols. It's not like they're doing anything massively special here. And over an Optic, a flash through the smoke, a Prowler, a drone, a lot committed. But just one piece of utility back in the other direction, and they slow it all down.
Okay, good luck out from Marv. the real danger man from this round gone. The Headhunter won't be showing anything for the rest of the round. And you can see because of that, there's had to be a little bit more aggression elsewhere. They've lost that mid control. Solcast goes looking into B but spots nothing, and now they're going to start lurking back in this direction. He might lose his life here, and instead he gets the info.
Yeah, but as he falls back, you know, these guys are hot on his tail. They've seen exactly where he went to. Shock darts on the way, pre-fires, looking to even get a shot off in that scenario. Optic have seized the site, gained the plant, and Team Liquid's retake, it doesn't see any utility. You don't have flashes on Nevera or Scream or even Dimasic. All three of these players capable of flashing you up, but not in this round. With two Sheriffs and a Frenzy, the best play here is probably to try and contain Optic. You can see that's what they're looking for. But right now, that's not going too well. Keeping these players there so they die to the spike ain't too possible when they just come sprinting at you. At least one kill, but that's all they'll get.
Yeah, a pretty clean round coming out from Optic, and he recovered the Spectre as well. The extra weapon retrieved. Already online as well for Victor, and the Cosmic Divide also not too far away, so that's why they were pushing so aggressively. Because especially going aggressively into some of these sites, so you don't have that classic anchor player. Sure, that means their utility can't be taken away, but it also means the aggression that you want from Scream and Nevera with the flashes will be gone. Like, you can't have those quick swinging peaks that you would normally get from those couple of players. So that could really close down the distance in this round in particular.
Crashians has gone in here for a Vandal. The one guy investing a little bit heavy, but it could change that win rate just enough. You're straight blitzing and flash around is perfect. And Scream, he ate that flash. The sight not theirs yet with Yumpy, but he can't disappear. 2 kills, and that's all he'll get with an immediate shutdown on Solcast. The trade is as good as you could wish for in a round where Optic came in mostly without Vandals, and now that's all they've got.
Yeah. Gonna get past the drone. That might be a bit of a surprise, but no, never mind. It's been spotted, and with the Cosmic Divide, okay, it locks them in, but it also means that Liquid, they would need to try and have something to get through. The Crossfire on the other side is going to make this a tough move to try and get back in. In fact, they might just even want to try and hold them out. The fight's awkward. Nevera will get one, but he's desperately low. Has to just look to fade away here and save the gun into the next round. And again, Optic are going to get off to a flyer of a start.
Really a fantastic round plan. I enjoy that Crashies buys the rifle, but that's not the key point of the round. It's Victor sprinting it into B, popping the old flashing Scream. That level of pace just wasn't expected. He barely had time to do anything. And if he was to do anything, it was to pop a curveball, one of his flashes around the corner, which he could not do. Completely countering out any sort of utility from Team Liquid, bringing it to close-range fights where the numbers are in your favor. Optic couldn't have set themselves up any better, and they just got those dominoes and gave them a little tip. Now 3-0, and Team Liquid are forced to an eco.
Yeah, they're still going to have the rifle saved, at least. But again, this early control being taken, farming up the orbs back towards that null command. Already, though, quite a bit of information garnered on the other side, but it's patient. And a peek back in, yay, again. Those opening duel numbers just seem to be increasing by the second. Now the response is going to be a tough one. I believe Scream, yeah, he's at least managed to retrieve the rifle. So that's something, that's some element of hope. But again, we saw this in the last map. It seems to take something to get Liquid back on track.
Look, even with him recovering the rifle, it's the patience of Optic. They started with a main control, they got paranoid, fell back and held for the aggression on B main and on middle. Getting those advantages. Now all that's left is to close out the round. The information game is strong. They've spotted both players. They know where the rifle is. They're going to fall back completely, avoid that rifle, and make use of the space being garnered by Ye and by Marv, who've pushed up on B main and mid. The rotations being heard. Ye knows he's got the spacing, and that's the rifle he's challenging and dropping right away.
And he's not going to overdo it either.
20 seconds, and these players are now moving back to mid. Where are we going with this? 3 kills for Ye, 15 on the clock. Dimasic is still sat on the A site. There is a 1% chance. 10 seconds. If he can drop the planter, the timing is right. He's not being revealed. 6 seconds, and he's caught. he's dealt with.
A Prime Gaming flawless in the end, but I can see your worry. If they plant anywhere else, if Ye doesn't come through from the flank at that last second, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance that he actually drops the spike, but in the end, fairly controlled for Optic. You're going to have the Tour de Force almost online on the other side, and this is where Liquid really need to make their stand, because this start from Optic has been sublime. They've been controlled all the way through. They've been pushing and pulling Liquid. The fact is, this composition from the Liquid side does revolve around a level of aggression, being able to challenge positions on the map. Now, I do think the operator coming into play for Yumpy will benefit them hugely with that, but at the same time, you look at the credits that are already there for Optic, they're going to have a lot of chances to adapt.
This isn't a case where you win a single round and get to even up the odds. Team Liquid are behind, and the recovery, the path to recovery, requires an insane amount of consistency to come out of this defensive side in a game that thus far they have seen countered out of from the get-go. Optic had Ye find 4 kills in the previous round, and that's important for a few reasons. Number one, the confidence of this guy being able to go out, take that mid control, and now put that in the back of Liquid's mind. You leave that map control unchecked for a moment, and Ye could be making that play. But further to that, those 4 kills put him 1 away from bringing up his tour de force and maybe being the thing that challenges Yumpy on the off. Maybe not this round, but all he needs is the 1 orb.
Yeah, and both him and Marv being 7-0 is a pretty terrifying prospect already for Liquid. Again, though, this is where the dynamic could change. We mentioned that operator battle. The fact that Ye is #1 in the stats, and I believe Yumpy is #2. Well, only one of them has the operator for this round and is looking to try and take an early challenge on towards shore.
And there it is. Yumpy winning it out. Navarro up close. He's gone for a risky peek with the man advantage as well. That's a costly loss. They at least trade it back. But this leaves Demasig for a while alone. Luckily, Yumpy's cleaning up those mid-fights, and as Victor emerges, there's 2 players ready to fight. They've dropped Demasig. They've got themselves into a safe corner, and they'll slip underneath the door, even throwing some utility to completely bait them. They might think maybe 1 guy can be here, but 2, it's never going to be expected. The numbers now equalized, and Finesse. Ow! They almost got collided! Victor on 50! But he's got the 1v1. The man he's up against is Scream. And he's getting the orb. Scream will get it just in time. And now he's got his ultimate to play with. Thing is, that's being called by the team. He's just got his ult online. Well, he sure isn't in B main.
It's now up to Victor to try and play a little unorthodox, knowing there's a high chance that Scream is going to be able to play with that ult to give him a chance to take him out for free. He's gone all the way back in towards the market, a smart position to hold from. A spot unlikely to be checked, and maybe even a free kill coming through on the other side. The ult through. This could actually be very dangerous. If Scream doesn't find him, he could just go back. He's going to wait for him. This is brilliant from Victor. He's waiting to get that final kill, and I think Scream has made the realization. He's going to knife him to get them their 5th round. Embarrassment for Scream and elation for Victor.
One of the smartest plays we'll see from that 2vx. The duels chipping away, the door closed, the utility up top, the sneak through, and even that op shot, 99-1. It connected onto Victor. With the body and the position of the shot, saving him so he could clutch it out at the end. That is one of the best plays that we're going to see for a while, and putting Optic on 5-0, crippling Liquid's economy. The impact is massive.
Oh, Yumpy's angry. Yumpy is angry, but it's only going to be the 1. For a trade out of a tour de force, not really worth it. That was the main threat they had in this round, although Mitch will tell you it's the Ares.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that Ares, man. The reveal comes up, you're going down, but no, obviously the Tour de Force was the point man in this, and this is what we talk about with teams that save that Tour de Force for one of these rounds. Obviously this one's more how it panned out, but we do see it at times where teams save it multiple rounds, play it on an eco, and if you go down, your teammates can't pick it up. But now they can look to pick up advantages elsewhere, and Scream has the perfect timing. These players are sneaking their way in. He'll get 1 for free. Damage done. And here could be the reward, the follow through. The Ares not landing the shots. Still some damage done by it. Ye left on a sliver of health.
He's wrong with the position, but it forces him out into the open. Finesse is able to turn the tide once more, and space being taken by Ye. This could actually be the death of him. He's only on 8 HP, but no gun. Currently out. And Demasig will go down once more to El Diablo. They're rotating to the other side of the map again. Just playing with the players of Liquid, and Monavera might be able to get one.
Oh, let's play. That hurts. At least they'll detect 2 here. He's even gotten the tour de force pop out of Ye. That's that. The round closed, and sure, they commit an ult towards the end of it, but I'm not too worried about that. This is a 6-0 scoreline, and Tom, unless I'm wrong, I think the crowd might be starting to get behind Optic a little bit, and it's hard not to with this scoreline.
The crowd is a fickle beast. If you watch,
got a crowd of GBs out there.
If you watched in Copenhagen, a lot of Fnatic fans, and then FPX started to win, and the Fnatic fans started to disappear. You know?
People took off their jackets, sat there in plain t-shirts. Yeah, dude, I came here for FPX.
Yeah, I think Meg had a few of the crowd switching as well on her own.
Did they just try to seize hot hands and then just miss the hot hands? Is it a little shallow? Not on the same spot either way. I mean, Optic, they're not committing to this fully. They're just making a lot of noise, making a lot of presence, getting Team Liquid to be a little bit itchy on the other sides of the map to go out for overextensions so they can find some kills. The trap caught Yumpy in A main, but the man that needs to be careful here is Dimasic. He's got practically half the team waiting for him on the other side, and now he's been spotted by the drone, but the one-way discourages them. A flash set up here. It's coming in from both of them. They trade flashes and trade kills. Scream will bail out of that, concede the control, and from this point, Optic can try to pincer into B. At least that's what Liquid are thinking. But they've still waited away on short this whole time. That's been spotted now, though.
Oh, Dimasic going back, and yay! It's just too good in those scenarios. The individual skill of this man, unmatched within the server. And while Yumpy, the last time he had an operator, he was ever so close to taking the round on his own, just a sliver of HP on the other side. Hunter's Fury going through, won't be able to find him. He's still here, but the shot not connected. Half HP or less, and it is easily countered by Ye. In fact, Finesse also holding those flanks. Liquid are being obliterated right now, and Scream, the only man that stands in their way from the half already being won.
Absolute masterclass from Optic on this attack side. 7-0 now confirmed as Scream falls. And they had the trade player there to take him down. Crashies was able to swing even if Marv lost that duel, as unlikely as it seemed. This is a game that just seems so difficult for Team Liquid to find any advantage in. And when they are put into these desperate scenarios, mistakes are being forced by Optic. And that's it. I don't think Liquid are making mistakes as much as Optic are forcing them into them. Like, the fact that you have such heavy control coming up on mid, the flash trade play, they start to make noise, they start to make the guys think, okay, we're coming B, and Dima swings, gets the info. It's the re-swing.
It's the recurring utility. That's what makes this triple initiator comp so powerful. It's just the fact that you're able to basically force your opponents into constantly looking for information while you almost have it for free.
Liquid have called a timeout here, Tom. Better late than never. Still a quarter left to play with here before we swap sides. But this needs to be close to flawless. They have ultis coming in, but no money. And I wonder what it's like to enter on a stage where the crowd cheers for you and they give a little golf clap for the others. You win rounds, you start comebacks, clutches, and they're on your side. But now, 7 rounds in a row, louder and louder, the cheers for Optic are ringing in as the rounds end. Team Liquid may even start to feel that they've not only lost favor in the series, but lost the favor of the crowd as well. And they have a while to go before they earn it back, at least as far as this map goes.
Yeah, they're attempting something here, but Victor, no trouble for him whatsoever. The aggression of Nivera once again finds nothing. Dimasic still waiting on the angle. It's almost a full rotation, just leaving Yumpy alone with the Headhunter deep in B main. Drone actually might allow him to get a kill, but there's other counter utility. Somehow he escapes. That's not bad for Dimasic. He hasn't had the most success, but bear in mind, every time something like that has happened, pressure from Optic comes out elsewhere.
The the key thing there is just Victor lobbing in the nade, the drone active. You only had finesse to cover. Gave Demasic the opportunity to quickly zip into the angle and grab one. But that was a mistake where two players are caught with utility out. Now the rifles in the same position for Ye, the same aggression that's won them so many rounds before. And the distraction coming in on the side. Well, it's not going too badly with the trades at least. But they've still got a completely unaccounted for player of Ye just having snuck into spawn. The off angle now, but expected or not, Yumpy was dealt with and the plant can now be found safely.
Yeah, again, it must be nice just having this man on your side. Being able to lurk through mid, do so much damage, and survive. At least in the majority of rounds. Looking to get close.
The majority of he's 13 and 1, Tom.
That's the majority.
It's just one. He died once.
That's the majority. It's not all.
Give him a break.
It's not all rounds.
Survived that round with like 3 kills on 8 HP. Like, that's the closest thing to a Terminator I've seen. Unless we've got a vat of lava, I don't think we're getting rid of this guy. See if they can at least grab an exit. The players waiting in the spawn. You can see Solkis has the angle with the rifle. He wants to save it. Wants to make it costly for Optic. Way, shape, or form.
Sit back down. Sit back down.
Yeah, go to the spike. It's not worth facing. Yeah, you're not getting that kill. You don't want to give him an orb. 8-0. Just an absolute desolation. North America have come in here to make a statement, and that statement is being made.
Defeated. Liquid come into this round with a lot of ults. They've got the run it back. No command. Nightfall as well. There's plenty to play with. You've even got Yumpy back on his operator. As said, the closest round they've had was based off that gun. The thing is, though, at the moment, they're up against an unstoppable force. C's down early will at least force Ye back, but look at them. So many players on that B site, and it seems like an instant response. Optic have the perfect read here. There is nobody on A, and they're just going to waltz in for free.
A perfect pace change from them. Now, with the ultis online, Liquid are obviously content to play the retake. We are already having the Nightmare coming through. The Nightfall, excuse me, as the Nightmare attempts to take them, but Scream got caught. Trades are good, but for the ulti that was committed, I think they want a bit more. Dealing with the players on site doesn't look too easy either. There's just no inch being given. Damage done again and again, and they fail to find anything. 9-0. Liquid have no credits left, and this half is already out of their control. How does this map look so much better for Optic than Bind? A map we were terrified for Liquid on. We said they didn't have a chance over there, but when it came to Ascent, Tom, they look so much better on this map. Well, not this time.
Yeah, that's the thing. I almost wonder if teams are going to have to start really questioning whether they play Ascent.
Just don't play Optic.
That's a good way.
Easy.
You just if you see them coming up on the bracket, you just lose before that happens. and then you can just try and avoid them completely. But yeah, a team who've been fantastic throughout this year. Once again, showing their dominance to the world, showing they're not going anywhere.
Well, they've shown their dominance to the world time and time again, but versus EMEA, less than 10% of the time they pull it across the line. 1-10 is their record.
Yeah, that's the map record as well. In terms of series, hasn't happened for them.
And now here they stand, already doubling up those numbers, and for the 9-0 lead versus Sheriffs, things are looking fantastic. And the last round was high pace, okay? That was quick. Forget that round. Think about the rest of the game. They had such a controlled pace. Like, yes, when they go for pushes, they can be all out aggressive. They can have Victor on a third round with a Sheriff rushing in with his ulti. But the reality is, in most rounds, this is how they play.
Yeah.
Slow, methodical, allowing you to make a mistake. And when you don't, they're going to force you to make one.
Smoke down, but on the other side, the Cosmic Divide in. Soulcast does manage to get himself. Whoa!
The pistol from Navira! How is this looking like the first round they'll win?
It is a Prime Gaming flawless out from Liquid as well. Maybe there's a little bit of life left in this team just yet.
3 rounds the best that they can get, but 1 better than it was looking like we'd see. This play right there, he seized but he still makes it. He has that little bit of room, and he just needs that small amount of space. 9-1 as Team Liquid find their first round, but Optic feel destined to answer back any moment now.
We saw the wind get into their sails last time after a slow start to bind, but this has been a different story. If that can get them going once again. Yumpy, though, already under pressure, some utility thrown through. And again, we're seeing Soulcast just looking to try and challenge into middle. Has a little bit of support from Scream, but because of the lurk that's been going through so regularly out of Ye, they've had to actually post players up. However, that Prowler is going to tell them there's at least one here, but they didn't know the other. And actually, it's still Scream to get the kill. The trade, though, is back so fast.
Yeah, fantastic reveal up and over by Soulcast, but the response from Optic, they trade kills, they do damage to Scream, and now they're stacked up to take a one-way smoke fading as they attempt to swing the corner. Navera meets them. Okay, tripling up in this round, 9-2. Team Liquid might just have a hope if they can push to 3, but they need that. They need the pistol. They need more than they've found in the past 30 rounds. This is a tough scenario, but the wind's starting to pick up now. The speed of this comeback yet to be determined.
By the looks of it, they need Navera. I think that's the piece of the puzzle that's been missing. 6 kills over the last couple of rounds, two before that entirely. Still, though, a chance for Optic to close this out strong. Still having the weaponry. Tour de force online as well. Okay, the null command has been built up for Navera, but again, they look to just pressure into this B site quickly as they have done before. Sick left blind in the corner, and this time Navera is almost dead within the first couple of seconds, but they have at least managed to force Optic back.
Oh, all the way back, in fact. Look, they're wrapping completely around. In the last round, we saw Soulcast and Scream in mid, a flash into the smoke, a reveal up and over, confirming mid control for them, guaranteed, and they found Finesse on the back of that. This time, he survives into the late round. Cycle out the utility and look for info on A. But Team Liquid, they're reading this. They're sensing. Ain't been enough noise outside of B. They haven't seen anything there. Just managed to catch FNS. They maintain just the 3 players on the site. Still a flash to play with for Scream, and Soulcast needed that fight. They'll hold on to control, and he'll go down. Victor with a phenomenal trade, but they're not going to A. They're faking it out. 3 players there. It means only Sick to hold, and Ye is seeking him out. 9 for Optic, and it could be double digits pretty soon. Look at this position. Surely not expected. They actually are. They clear it.
And the spike is only just making its way towards the site. Tour de force now activated. Yumpy gonna get caught. They know that he's coming from behind. Even still, them up. He's just burning. 2 HP. Almost goes down. And now looking to try and pressure through Scream. He knows that this spot is being homed in on. Not wanting to give Ye that peek, and he won't connect the shot this time. They have been able to garner some space, but do they even know Marth is here? He's lurking within the smoke. If he gets the timing right, he might be able to win them the round. He might not even be needed at all, though. The timing's spread through, and Ye is going to be the one alongside him to close it. We've heard of a 9-3 curse. We've heard of Optic's curse versus EMEA. Is there going to be a 10-2 curse and somehow a turnaround for Liquid?
In a game where Ye comes out of it 19-3 in the first half, it is hard to argue against the green wall sweeping over EMEA. NA looking fantastic. Is there any hope from the analyst desk?
Baby, sometimes you just gotta let a chef cook. You know what I'm saying? And Ye's out there cooking.
He is cooking.
He is cooking. He's making a filet mignon. All right, and it's flavored with Team Liquid's tears. This has just been rough for Liquid, Brent. Look, I'm just calling it what it is. That was just nuts. You couldn't have asked for a better play here, even at this one as well, Brent. How like Team Liquid, they thought they had the reads. Oh yeah, but here's Victor.
Yeah, I mean, this play was just iconic, wasn't it? Just a complete fundamental outplay. I mean, what a way to highlight, I think, the way that half was going. Because you saw improvements from Optic across the board with the way that they were playing. I think they've made great strides with this triple initiator composition and how they're playing it. But when Ye is putting up numbers like this, and Marvs is also right beside him, obviously putting up much more reasonable numbers of what you'd expect, it's just so hard to stand up against Optic.
Yeah, it's time to stop. It's time to stop the discourse around who is the best player in the world. Just accept it. It's Ye. He has been for a while now. The guy is absolutely cracked out of his mind. 19-3, up against Liquid here in map 3. The pressure, it just doesn't even exist to him.
No. The guy is just cool, calm, and collected. Ice cold, El Diablo on the stage. And this guy is just a casual reminder, I think, to everybody that he's still making a case for best player in the world. He's still here, by the way. As much as everybody likes to brush Optic under the carpet with their team, their overall players, this guy is still making statements.
Yes.
It has been clinical from Optic Gaming. Does Team Liquid have a chance? They're going to have to dig deep in this second half, or else Optic are sending them to the lower bracket. Mitch and Tom, over to you.
One of the better series we've seen out of Marv at this tournament. He has looked fantastic, but himself and Victor's performance, crashes on previous maps,
Slightly overshadowed.
It's just been overshadowed a little bit by Ye.
A little bit, just tad.
10-2. This is a tough spot to play from if you're Team Liquid, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Seems inevitable that Optic close this out.
Let's let them stew in it just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Just let them really stew in the fact that this is 10-2. Oh, God. That is not the timing we were looking for. I guess it gives them the chance to maybe reset the momentum a little bit, but I think we're really clutching at straws if we think this is going to do much to really benefit the side of Liquid. It has just been a decimation. Again, I think lest we forget that this Optic team always had their struggles early on. They come into the playoff stage and they have always been impossible to beat, it seems. Last time around, a top 3 finish, that was almost given question marks because of the performances of the likes of FPX, PaperX. PaperX are already gone. FPX in the lower bracket. Optic 10-2 up in a map that would finally have them beating an EMEA squad, and I think putting any doubt out the window.
I think it's one of the worst things to have to sit in this sort of scenario as Team Liquid. They obviously have a little bit of a technical issue. All that's being worked on. They're sat there, not discussing with their coach what's coming up next, and even then, it's the pistol that we're going to be kicking off on.
They're really good at those as well.
Yeah.
That's the scariest thing here.
We just need this pistol. And if you think about it, hey, they've actually won 2 out of 5 pistols so far. But one of the ones they won, they lost the follow-up round and then got shut out at the start. It definitely a new face of Liquid we need to see.
Yeah, they need someone to step up. And luckily in the last couple of rounds, it was at least like Navira being able to show that that stature of an incredible player is still there. Even still, though, it's not enough. It's not even close to enough.
Crowd diff, though. It certainly has been, man. I think comparing this to even going into like the last couple days of the previous event, I mean, we are only getting started here. Second day with the crowd. It's only going to get better. We're only going to get more packed out. And yet, it feels like it's got 3 times what we had last time already.
Yeah, he never misses a night. You know what? I agree with you. That is an 100% accurate sign. I will say, the one thing's exciting me most about the next series, like, there was an opportunity here for Optic to silence the crowd and even turn some of the crowd. In the next game, if XSET managed to turn the crowd, I think we will also start seeing Psycho walk on water and turn water into wine. Like that's the sort of miracle he would need.
He's got the hair for it, man. I wouldn't.
That's true.
I wouldn't deny it. But yeah, no, I think. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that we had the crowd turn to Optic so quickly on this third map. But
I think it's still mixed. I don't think they've gone. They're
not gone completely.
They're in hibernation.
Liquid went around. They're there for it, but you heard it on the walkouts, man. You saw Ye come out. I was expecting the same roar, and it was just,
yeah, for sure. But the thing is what, like, especially with. Firstly, we've got the Turkish region normally playing within EMEA, so they will have seen these stars week in, week out, especially if you are like a fan of like BBL, Footballist, you will have seen Scream do some pretty nasty things to your teams in the past. So he definitely has a fan base knowing how strong he is as an individual player. Not been here yet in this game. Now, I will say going into that attacking side, that is where you do normally see Scream shine. Farming up those orbs, taking the space, opening up rounds. The thing is, I do feel like just being humiliated like that early, firstly, it will have angered him and probably pump him up, but he has looked a little flat.
Yeah, look, the first half certainly didn't go according to plan. They were getting caught off at times. Moving into this, I can see the logic, Scream picking up orbs on the attack and so on, but one mistake, and it will slip out from under them. And we have to begin things on one of the weaker aspects of Team Liquid's play. I believe the players are getting amped up and ready to go, and well, these next couple seconds are going to decide everything for Team Liquid. If they don't win this pistol, they're already looking at that lower bracket run. This comeback's got to be one of the more difficult to make happen. If DRX can do it, anyone can.
Hey, what are you trying to say? There is a man that will come up and fight you, I will tell you that now, and he really isn't that far away. But yeah, we are going to be getting back into things. A crucial pistol needed for Liquid, something they haven't been able to pull off too many times throughout this tournament, but they are in desperation for one. And they are all building up outside of B. Now, they've avoided that Haunt, which might sell a bit of a nasty fake, but they're just sprinting it, running all the way through, looking to try and take these early fights, and they have been spotted making their move.
A pace. Right out the way that Optic, look, they seemed ready for. Nobody's caught off, no one's in no man's land, and they've got double stack up on the site. 2 players ready to take these duels now, a 4v2 as Optic win every single one. And the history of Team Liquid's pistols repeats itself here, 11-2. Surely that's the final straw for Liquid coming into this round. There's, I mean, you take the eco, 12-2, 10 rounds in a row is pretty tough. You don't take the eco, you probably already lost.
Yeah, it's pick your poison. What is the worst case scenario? Well, probably not having a buy at all.
Well, yeah.
So they're just going to have to take the pistols in this one, try and get something done with them. They are a team known for their pistol play. Even still, the percentage chance of them stealing this one is low.
Yeah, when it comes to thrifties, somehow the pistols are a little better in their hands. When it comes to pistol rounds, not so much. Round 14, and Optic already knocking on victory's door. Sheriffs all around for Team Liquid. They've spread out to look for these advantages, look for the duels. And I think a lot of this, you know, these early rounds, you're looking for information, you're looking for, okay, that Prowler walked by. That's a decent opportunity for Yumpy. Something unaccounted for, and Optic lose a man. Still, everybody else running with those fully automatic weapons. And Team Liquid will be diving, actually, so it's just Finesse on his own. The Spectre's going to have to put up some numbers, and the timing is so poor.
Yeah, he's been taken out by Yumpy. An opportunity here. Scream gets spotted, but actually it's Yumpy again. He's just taken over this round. 3 kills already. A lifeline may be possible. It's a little bit risky, but Navira gets the kill anyway. Marb now left alone, and he's going to be executed. If there was a hope in hell of this series turning, Liquid needed a round like that. And well, thankfully, Yumpy has given it to them.
11-3. Light at the end of the tunnel still pretty dim. But being able to catch some of these duels, the pace, catching them off guard and winning a round like this as well, might give you that mental reset. Still, the concern for me, trading rounds back and forth, we've seen it. I've seen it on previous maps, and now rolling into this at 11-3. Optic, they're going to take a nice light buy. They don't have to rush this to the finish line, conceding it essentially to Team Liquid. But based on what we saw on Bind, where the Classics were able to decimate a very similar buy.
He still has a headhunter as well, so let's not be silly. The man can still do damage, but Liquid have bought so much into this round. They've just gone straight for rifles. No point messing about here, and well, they're just going to slaughter the players within the B site. An easy take, some confidence built, but ultimately a long way from changing the outcome of this map.
Scream up close. It's a risk. One that pays off for the first, not for the second. Now a rifle can be retrieved with the door closed as well. There's not even a chance of sight lines, and you can see Marv's idea. I'll take that rifle into the next round, thank you very much.
That's a little bit of a bonus. Something they won't be able to save as well, which for Dimasic will be a little bit of extra frustration, considering he still only has a Spectre, although he is going to get a kill for absolutely nothing, and now they're going to go on the hunt. The thing is for Scream, although he loses the gun, it's still somewhat worthwhile just to get the orbs. To have that free opportunity to run into a site. As said, that's where the danger truly lies if you're up against Team Liquid, having that run it back. And actually, they are getting ever closer to stealing this away. Only a second or two left for them to try and kill off this player, and it looks like Marv will be allowed to hold onto the gun.
Yeah, Navera just had 20 HP. He was the closest man to it. If that's your Spectre, sure, he's going to be swinging around that corner just looking for you, W keying the rest of the round, but no point risking an extra rifle for a fight you're probably going to lose. 11-4. So many rounds needed for Team Liquid, but a run it back online immediately. They can use that coming into round 16. And remember, the ult was what got such a heavy success early on for Optic when they went for that blitz out to B. Victor had his ulti online early, and it was the deciding factor, essentially. For Team Liquid, though, I don't think they've gotten the value out of these run it backs. I mean, half the time they're getting knifed coming out of them.
Yeah, we didn't see too many of them. The one we remember wasn't pretty. Now again, double up in towards the market. Rifles finally on the board. Ults not really close, particularly for the side of Optic. They're already looking to go quite direct in towards this B site. You imagine the point of contact is going to be Scream. Just getting ready to go for the flash. Well, yeah, he's completely blind, but he hasn't seen him. He's missed him, just sat within the corner. The spam doing a decent amount of damage as well. And this is all the while Crashy's at the back of the site.
The shot from Ye connects. This guy shut down the run it back, shut down Navera as well. So much utility evaporating out of Team Liquid's hands. Grenade down, a star waiting, a flash to pop. The swing from Victor could grab information, but he goes into the smoke! Unexpected in the follow-up from Marv, trading it back and forth, keeping the advantage! What's lost now? Ye thought he could sneak his way in, but he's been caught. And now Liquid given another chance to take this across the line to keep themselves alive.
Dimasic is so lucky to be alive. He TP'd into the site and still managed to headshot Ye before he realized the danger man gone. But this wraparound could be everything. Are they even going to expect it? They will now with the steps, and Soulcast up close is going to drop another. Liquid, they come back to make it 5. Still desperately close and a little bit of luck along the way. I want to see that kill out from Dimasic again because he should have been dead. He TP'd into that site blind while in a smoke. Watch this. It's just madness. It's just madness.
11-5.
Nice!
Another round.
Let's go!
Baba made it after all.
The desk thought it was safe, but little did it know. As we said, still so much more to do. But this is where at least a reward will be found right away. Optic down to pistols, down to lighter weapons. One rifle in play for Marv. Everybody else going to be taking a bit of a back foot in these early fights. Now, the thing for Optic, they've had a lot of success with these rounds. They take risks, and this risk on the push into mid is going to allow them to have a very early flank. Already Marv, the man with the rifles, coming behind, but they've managed to root out FNS. Nobody is on the B site, but if Marv can find the value, if that flank timing can be as good as it looks like it will, he's only got the damage for now. The kill at least on the swing, but Ye gets traded. This is not as good as it could have been, but at least he finds another. This is keeping the hope alive, and Victor can get a rifle on his way back through.
He was inches away from dropping the spike. The next man around was actually Dimasic, but all in all, Liquid are not in too bad a spot. They'll remove some utility as well. Victor still has all of his flashes to play with, but he's going to have to wait for them to come back online. He's going to use the knife first. Flash over the top. It leaves Youngby completely blind, but it doesn't matter. They're going to connect both shots anyway. The distance down now to just 5 rounds, but still, the ult's starting to creep up for either side, and Ye, well, I feel like he's been out of the action in a lot of rounds so far, Mitch. All it takes is one, and they hit OT.
That's always going to be the problem. For Optic, they might start to feel the tension build bit by bit, but at the end of the day, they are still ahead by such a significant amount. This pause, I think it's the right time for it.
Yeah.
Like you said, with that gap down to 5 rounds, you're not that far away from Team Liquid catching up. They'll take their time now to hopefully close it out. Remember, they've got a ton to play with. We're going to see another round where Ye has the operator. He's even got his tour de force if he wants to pull that through. I see Yambi is going to be doing that.
Yeah, I think this is a time as well for Finesse. Like, he has said it many a time in interviews that he almost loves the haters. Like, he will almost relish the fact that the crowd is firmly in the favor of Liquid at this point, but they don't want to let it get too close.
Ye came out of the previous half smelling the roses. And it's funny to kind of say, you know, oh, he's been a bit quiet. It's like he's having a good half.
He still did well in the pistol. It's just the last couple, maybe not so much.
It's not a bad half. It's just a few rounds that have slipped away. Still 23-7. You know, it's a mediocre performance for sure. Something I'm sure anybody on Team Liquid would be after right now. We had Navera as the hero of some earlier rounds. Yumpy stepping it up here in his tour de force. What's going to be leading this round around the mid-peaks, looking for some duels. But obviously, if you're on Optic, you're fully aware that this is in play. You're not going to be jumping into angles. Just
well, you're also seeing Liquid use a fair amount of utility into mid just in case EA is there. If you're taking over this control, you don't want to risk this man finding a hell of a lot of value. And actually, I think that's both Prowlers already gone for Soulcast. So very worried about this push coming through. Instead, he's taken deep B control, and now they set up into A.
You also have Demasik, ult online, so he's lurking outside B, and with all this utility and the Prowlers going through, and now they look at an A push, that might just get the push to come out of Ye. If he swings a little wide, it could be massive, and never mind the possibility of going back, perhaps, but at this point, why? He just plants it down, and I don't think Optic will even want to contest for this. Demasik almost just becomes a hunter now. Instead of lurking on one side of the map, he's going out looking to draw blood.
I don't know how they're doing it, but they are avoiding Ye. I feel like he's cursed in this half so far. He's been on the wrong side every single time, and the faster pace pushes, giving away very little information from Liquid, are really causing issues now for Optic. As you said, Demasik, there's a lot of value if he can take these guns away, especially that operator. Even considering throwing in the paranoia, but waiting for some teammates to come through. He knows that they're going to be on this other side, but Ye is already going to connect one of the shots. It's still worth attempting to remove some of this weaponry for Liquid. Anybody they can kill off is a gun that's going to be gone for the next round, but Optic are holding strong, and this is why they've been quite lucky to avoid Ye. He's just wiped out 3 of them.
They found nothing on that hunt. Optic, well, breathing a sigh of relief, I imagine. With those weapons carried forward, they can mount a full buy here and still have a decent chance. That reveal going uncontested, costing heavily as the players swing in, knowing exactly where to look. 4 between them. If you asked me at halftime, I'm not sure I thought this was possible. The attack for Team Liquid looking stellar, but as we said, only 1 mistake needed. And so far, they've done a great job avoiding Ye. But 1 round, he's going to get his sights on a player, and that's where things can just take a turn for the worse.
5 in a row now for Liquid. Again, they've got this lurk. A different player this time, and they are looking to try and build in. Now, bear in mind, you do have Scream with that run it back, going straight through, but Ye almost avoiding him at this stage. Not trying to find him, he'll get him with the no-scope, and they are pushing into this man's crosshairs, but it's only a trade-out. It still gives the space back for a couple of players to peek in. However, the sight has gone the way of Liquid once again.
Look at Yumpy. He is so late getting around here. It's being spotted for, though. Finesse, wise to his tricks, has now caught the kill and main control. Team Liquid sectioned into the site. Nightfall on each side, thrown out. Soulcast in trouble. He had a Prowler on him, but the awful Scream on the backside is taking kill after kill. The clutch player of Crashies, he's been so damn good, but this time it's not happening. Team Liquid are on the way back, 11-8. And Optic have got to be sweating now. This game should never have been this close.
There's no way. There's no way. I still can't believe until we see an 11-11 scoreline. But I can tell you now, the crowd behind me definitely does. Scream just picked up an operator. That's already enough for me. A 2v3 clutch. Even with Ye being on the right side, even with Victor being able to push through and hit a timing, and that's the thing. That was their sort of riskier purchase. Now they come in with purely SMGs.
Here we go.
Well, a tour de force for Ye.
Great flash, follow through. He's got the control, the ability to TP out. Can't go too much further around that corner, but he's going to extend all the way. The shot out, no connection, and he almost gets traded. Ye sticking around, but as that timer ticks and players could come into Link, he's just going to have to fall back. It's understandable. Close to finding the opening duel, but ultimately, Tom, when you look elsewhere, if he goes down, this round's practically over. Got Stingers and Spectres, pistols. Sure, there's a chance for them, but you want Ye to stay alive and to keep having these opportunities to take duels.
So Cass is trying to throw in a fake, but they're pushing him. They're pushing him. He's going to get the information and the spam through, but the flash leaves him blind. Even still there, they're going to make their move in towards the B site instead. The whole team going through. Finesse has been able to find one through the smoke, and Crashies at the back of the site has been hard to beat. Even still though, the IGL is stepping up! What is that from Finesse? He still has a teammate at the back of the site as well, and now the rotation's coming through. Finesse has done enough.
Bolt call even came in. You saw the shock dart trying to hunt Demasig down, now the last man alive, and not for much longer, 3 players peeking, and it's Ye, a headhunter wall bang to the head as well. 12 found at last. This was the round you feared as an EMEA fan. Optic finding success. And sure, Liquid have got the economy to fall back on, but the ult economy in favor of Optic. They need one of the next 4. We were in this scenario in the previous map, and they closed it out right away.
29 kills for Ye. Finesse having probably the 3 most impactful kills in this game so far, and by the looks of it, might be a little bit of aggression coming out from Yumpy, just looking for that initial fight. Ult in favor firmly with Optic. And already they're going to take down Demasig. This was not the start they were looking for. In fact, we're going to see the Hunter's Fury out. Solcast needs to survive this, and he won't. This is the beginning of the end. So much damage just done off that Hunter's Fury. And now Navira and Yumpy, 2v5 to keep them in the upper bracket.
Team Liquid put up one hell of a fight on the way back in, but Optic have looked so good on these last 2 maps. Sure, they maybe lost the rhythm for a little bit, but here and now, the man of Ye, he'll be caught, but Victor won't. Always ready to trade. Every advantage closed out on, and Optic win this one with back-to-back 13 8s. They're moving on and besting the EMEA team for the first time.
Yeah, and another curse broken. They're not very good at winning their first game. Well, screw that, they did it. They weren't very good at beating EMEA teams. Well, you know what? Screw that, they did it as well. A champion over in Iceland. They're on the podium as well over in Copenhagen, the most consistent team this year. And they're not going to be toppled by Liquid this time around. An impressive showing from a team that are gunning for another title. The fact is, though, Liquid have proven that you really don't want to match up against them in that lower bracket. They fought fiercely, especially in this second half. They started to make me believe, and I'll be honest, at the halftime I was saying this was done.
Ye finished this game with 30 kills, and the next closest on the server was 17. Victor was the one with that. I mean, this guy hit another level. That first half was phenomenal, and the second half was still better than most players could ever hope for. Some clutches like this from Victor, mind games being played. They didn't just beat them by coming in here and sending Ye to decimate on an individual level. They outclassed Liquid in so many of these rounds, showing us some of the tightest Valorant gameplay we've seen to date. What a pleasure it is to watch Optic Gaming in action.
We're not going to the desk just yet, but when we do, I do have a question for Achilles at least. Do you still want Ye to play Jet? That's the question I have, because after this performance, I don't know if I ever want to see him on Jet ever again.
It's a hard thing to argue. And in some of these rounds where he came around with that headhunter, he just didn't miss. 2-1. Optic Gaming putting out the fist bumps, and there'll be celebrations tonight as they have bested an EMEA in the series. Before, they had 1 map against this region and 10 losses. And now,
you know what's really funny? I'm sorry to cut you off, but going into their next matchup, they'll either finally play Fnatic, or they'll play XSET and we'll get a battle of NA. Like, the storylines are just writing themselves at this point. Like, either we get probably the big bosses of EMEA, at least in the hopes of many of EMEA fans, or we get them facing off against XSET once again. It'll be one hell of a game, but honestly, they deserve that victory today, showing they're a contender once more, and wow, who's ever going to doubt them at this point?
There's no way that you can. This team has proven themselves time and time again. Liquid on the stage there. They've done well. They've done better than I think most people have expected so far. But in this series up against Optic, they didn't compare. They didn't match up.
They made Phoenix work on Breeze. They made Phoenix work on Breeze. That's all you need to say about this series. They are bringing back an agent from the dead. Like, that is also one of his abilities, which works perfectly. So it didn't work on Ascent today, unfortunately, but I don't necessarily think that was just down to Scream. I think we just saw a fantastic game out of the side of Optic, and now we look at the in-zone MVP. Operator yay, rifle yay, or pistol yay? That's actually a tough one, because I feel like in that first half it was rifle yay that was up to the standard. Good luck picking that one, because I'm not going anywhere near it.
Had some good headhunter rounds, but with the op, he was just uncontested.
Why is Victor Knife not on there? That's my question.
Listen,
that would have been a good 4th edition. Just slacking.
Good showboating anyways. This is a vote for you guys to get involved in. The QR code you saw down below, make sure to get your vote in during this break. The analyst desk will tell you which yay is the ultimate victor of the in-zone MVP. Nice. What a fantastic game this was. Good luck following that, XSET and Fnatic, but if anyone's going to, it's them.
I think the crowd might like these guys.
They might. We'll find out in a little bit. See you soon.
message for all of these fancy tea-drinking European teams and people who look like bread. NA is ready for today. All right, brother, we've been preparing, we've been training, we've got the intestinal fortitude and the grapefruits to take this all the way to the championship, brother. And I've only got one thing to say to you. What you're gonna do, EMEA, what you're gonna do in NA runs wild on you.
Tucked in the corner with a stinger. He hopes they'll be decayed by the time a fight comes through. Oh, and they've got it! That is disgusting! Absolutely no right to take this round! And the odds ever increasing in Team Liquid's favor. A big push though, a chance for Finesse, but Screen comes out ahead.
Nothing Optic did was enough.
That was an incredible performance from Team Liquid, start to finish.
Which region will reign supreme today? Is it going to be North America or is it going to be EMEA?
Look at this. You cannot dress me up like this. Bro, I'm out here trying to get a green card. You're putting me in the red coat.
Hey guys, what's up? I wanted to just ditch after that one. This is a risky push from Finesse. He's been going for these fights a lot. Successfully this time. Optic giving absolutely no room to Team Liquid. No space granted.
Side the flash up. It's actually crashing going over. That's a spike. That's a spike.
Down.
That's the smartest play I've ever seen.
One enemy remaining.
Go. 6 seconds. Solkas needs to run, and he'll find nothing. 13-8. Optic's map choice predictably goes their way, and we will be closing this on a well-deserved map 3.
This could actually be very dangerous. If Cream doesn't find him, he's gonna knife him to get them their 5th round. Embarrassment for Scream and elation for Victor.
Just an absolute desolation. North America have come in here to make a statement.
Enemy down. One enemy remaining.
And Optic win this one with back-to-back 13-8s. They're moving on and besting the EMEA team for the first time.
Those are your Prime Gaming post-match highlights, and what a series we just witnessed between two Goliaths in their respective regions. Optic Gaming will walk away with the win 2-1, and boys, that one was for the books. I mean, it feels like every game has been for the books, Bren, especially after yesterday. But it just keeps getting better.
It's the most competitive champs that we've had yet. It's the most competitive, I think, global tournament that we've had as well. And the culmination, you get the top 8 teams coming together in this fashion. I mean, 2 heavy hitters going at it, man. I mean, this was a fantastic series from beginning to end.
I mean, like we said, it's undeniable. There are no slouches in this top 8. Nobody got a free ride here, and no one is getting to that finals on a free ride. You have to fight tooth and nail. TL, they did their damnedest, but just wasn't quite enough. It was a good effort to try to have that run back on a set. I mean, I thought they were out of it forever ago.
Yeah.
And they managed to string together so many more rounds than we could have comprehended, but the damage had been done.
Yeah, I mean, here you can see the timeline of events, Brent. It was an attempted comeback for Team Liquid, but that deficit was just too great for them to have to overcome.
Yeah, and Team Liquid are still just, I think, just barely there in terms of being like able to hold a candle to the very, very top teams at this event. But the trouble is when you're up against the talent of the caliber of this dude, I mean, he was on one this game, man. He was absolutely frying. He ended up dropping 30 at the end of it. He dropped 30 in the final map of this.
It felt like he dropped more, honestly. Like watching it, if you told me he dropped the 45, I would have been, oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Sounds about right.
But he was just frying, and I think he's been playing like this all tournament long as well. He has been so consistent. He had the one slip-up at the beginning of Copenhagen, by the way, the last
that everyone turned into like this drama storyline.
Everybody turned it saying like, oh, is this the downfall of Optic? Is this the downfall of Ye?
Oh
No, the guy has been so consistent since then.
You guys, I think Ye's a washed-up player. Like, no.
I'm going to give you my Reddit analysis and say the Ye's washed up.
Because you have never had a bad day on solo queue, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, I have bad days.
Look at his opening duels. Immediately just put your eyes right.
43-11.
That is for this entire tournament so far.
And he's just smiling at me.
It's disgusting.
I feel like he's smiling at me sarcastically.
It's disgusting. Someone check his mouse.
He's getting 43 opening duels across 3 series. And that's all he played.
Yeah.
It's only been 3 series so far. God knows what that's going to look like by the end of the run.
But seriously, he's making a case for potential best player, the MVP of the event so far. They're going on that upper trajectory across the upper bracket, and so far just on an absolute tear. I mean, I really do think this could be just his tournament to just showcase that and stand above everybody else.
Yeah, you know, we gas up a lot of players. You know, to be fair, big performances deserve to be gassed up. Sure. But Ye is the gas, okay? That's it. And before the break, we asked you guys to vote for which version of Ye you thought was the best today. And you decided to go for Operator Ye.
I don't think this is too much of a shock. Some of the flicks that he was hitting, especially when he had the Tour de Force out, were just utterly incredible.
Yep.
But most of the damage that was dealt on that Ascent map was done by Rifle Ye.
Yep.
Rifle Ye with a Vandal in hand is a terrifying thing.
You combine it all, Ye's still MVP. Without
It's
a doubt,
true.
100% of the people agree. He's the MVP. We didn't give any other options, but he's still the MVP. I think if we did throw in the Victor Knife, that would have also potentially...
It would have gotten some votes.
Regrettably, we didn't get there.
It would have gotten some votes. I'm not going to lie, we kind of threw there. But in any case, though, guys, for more on that incredible win, and the first win for Optic Gaming against an EMEA team, let's actually send it over to Chrissy, who's actually going to be standing by with the Captain FNS for our Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, GB. I am standing here with Optic Finesse after their massive win over Team Liquid. How are you feeling right now?
Feels good to break the curse finally, for sure.
The curse. So today was obviously your first day in the arena with a crowd, and at first it really seemed like they were heavily favoring Team Liquid.
Heavily.
How does that affect the mental, even in map 3, when you guys are steamrolling them and we're hearing TL, TL, TL? How do you keep up that mental game?
Oh, it makes me angry. As you could clearly see, I was getting up a lot because it just triggered me right from the start when I saw that many people supporting not us and the other team. I know they have a lot of supporters, as they should. They have Scream, so obviously he has half the fan base. Can't really beat them in that battle, but hopefully, or luckily, we were able to beat them in the game.
Absolutely, and today you did.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And speaking more about the mental game, you guys have had a long time off. It's over a week, maybe 8 days off. Do you think that was an advantage or a disadvantage?
I think an advantage. We don't get much time off, and especially at tournaments, we usually have to play over and over again because we're always in the lower bracket. So it felt nice kind of coming up from the upper bracket. Feels nice, obviously, winning the playoffs. It was nice, kind of refreshing, and kind of redoing our playbook a little bit.
Absolutely. So coming into the first map of the game, Team Liquid obviously looked extremely dominant on Breeze. What adjustments did you make, besides just saying, hey guys, first map, not our map, we're going to make these adjustments that we know we're comfortable with? What other adjustments did you make coming into map 2?
I mean, we knew we were in it because Bind was next. It's it's literally our staple map. We kind of just hoped that we'd be better on Breeze. We changed our comp for it as well, and we just can't figure out Breeze. But yeah, luckily for us, everyone was on point on Bind. Like I said, this team's very resilient. I think at this point, everybody knows that. We all know that. So we've been down 1-0 like a lot in our careers. So kind of just went with the momentum, won the pistol, I'm pretty sure. We were up 5-0 at one point on attack side and kind of just took that momentum to win the game on map 2. And then obviously map 3, we just reset.
Totally, and you looked dominant on map 3, but at the end it did get a little dicey for just a second.
I made a mistake.
They were really creeping up. What were you thinking in that moment, especially, like I said, crowd is cheering TLTL. How did you finally close it out?
I mean, honestly, first of all, that energy was incredible. Even if they were supporting the other team, it was kind of nice seeing the crowd get lifted up, thinking they were going to make that comeback. It's kind of cute, but I'm happy that we were able to close it out. I made a really big mistake at 11-3, and then luckily I was able to have that Spectre round to kind of make up for it, and then yeah, we just closed it out.
And then finally, if you are to make it all the way through to the finals, who is your dream matchup?
FPX.
FPX?
They beat us last time, so.
So you're coming back for more?
Yeah.
And who do you have winning later today, XSET or Fnatic?
I hope Fnatic, as much as NA people are going to hate me. I'm just over playing NA teams, so I'd like to play a European team in the upper bracket.
All right, so we're going to be seeing a Fnatic Optic Monday match.
I hope so.
All right, well, that is it. Optic have taken it over Team Liquid. This is Finesse here, and then we are throwing to a quick break, but when we come back, do not go anywhere. We have another NA EMEA matchup. It's XSET and Fnatic.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions Istanbul and our second match of the day. It's another NA-EMEA matchup, XSET and Fnatic. I'm Chrissy, and here on the desk joining me to break it all down for you is Bren and Achilleos.
Yeah, this game is going to be absolutely fire. I'm not going to lie, I am so excited for this entire game as well. It's got all the elements of it. We get to see, you know, Alfie, this Turkish player as well, for the first time playing in front of his home crowd.
Absolutely.
And they're going to go, wow, this crowd was going crazy for the prior match. They're going to be going even crazy, I think, for this one.
I mean, we got blessed with just how this whole group forms. The fact that, I mean, you know, if 100 Thieves got made it in, it could have been all 3 North American teams in one group, but now we get the even split of EMEA and NA. The first series was already wild. Can't wait to get into this one.
All right, so first, let's talk about XSET, who did not have a great trip to Copenhagen for Masters, losing 2 straight matches. However, they have clearly turned things around here in Istanbul so far, don't you think?
Yes, for sure. I mean, it was a little bit of a soft start for them. They got a 2-0 over Xerxia, but the games were close, and that was maybe not as inspiring as we wanted to see. But then they take down FPX, the tournament, you know, the previous tournament champions over at Copenhagen, and they did it fairly convincingly. 13-7 on Pearl to close things out with a 13-5 on Breeze. They got bullied around by FPX a bit on that fracture map in between, but XSET showed that they are the real deal. And that guy right there on your screen, well, the previous one, BCJ was absolutely crazy in that series.
And as well, I mean, these are the reactions as well off of the back of, you know, what we just saw them when they were losing at Copenhagen, and now it is night and day. And this team has never looked better, partly because you've got players like VCJ having an unbelievable step up in his own performance as well, playing kind of like back to his online form that we've seen glimpses of in the past. But yeah, I mean, I'm so excited to see this XSET squad, and I'm wondering how they're going to be doing as well now that we finally got the crowd in the arena as well, because that's like going to be a first for these. Yeah, it's going to be another layer, another first for a lot of these inexperienced guys on that team.
Totally. Well, moving on to Fnatic, who also had a rough start to Champions, but they've seen significant improvements. In fact, yesterday they looked the other day they looked extremely calm, poised, confident, ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as like the teams that made it into the top 8, Fnatic have had the roughest road of it. They dropped their first series to 100 Thieves, you know, a series that everyone kind of anticipated they'd be able to win. And then they played a really close series versus Furia. They were 2 rounds away from being eliminated and not being able to make it into playoffs, but they managed to persevere with that last map of Haven. Yeah. And then in the rematch, you can see the rebound. That rematch versus 100 Thieves was just peak Fnatic. But yeah, this is the barely scraping by a win Fnatic that we're seeing there.
And then this is the confident Fnatic. These are the guys who, you know, we've been waiting for and waiting for and waiting for that online performance where they can finally play on the big stage and live up to their own expectations. It's
smack talk.
Night and day with the reactions towards the end as well. They're throwing out the smack talk about justice for Eccles and all the rest of it. These guys are confident and they are primed and ready to play in front of this audience.
Yes.
And we can't be talking about them without talking about Alphayer. We're here. We're in front of a Turkish crowd, the first and only player that's going to be playing really in front of a home crowd here. So major home country buff that we're talking about. And he spoke with Nerd Street's Sage Datuin, and he said, "We have a lot of Turkish fans because I am the only Turkish player at Champions. They're going to be hyped because they're going to be screaming Fnatic because I am Fnatic. My family is here and they're going to boost me." What a strong quote. I am Fnatic.
I'm thinking of like the Emperor.
I know, right?
Yeah, Fnatic.
I am Fnatic.
But he's not wrong.
He's been playing lights out, man. This guy, and he's such a young player as well. And I did have my concerns heading into Copenhagen that he wouldn't be able to play up to his online numbers. But honestly, all those fears have just been completely dashed to the side because he is playing on top form right now, and it's only going to get better. He said it himself in the quote. You know, if he's putting up 300 ACS, well, he's going to be putting up 400 in front of the crowd. And look at the rankings of where he is in the rest of the tournament for Champions 2022. This is against every other player in this event.
Yes.
I mean, it's just absurd.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, a top 4 for his ACS overall. And mind you, they have played a lot more maps than some of the other teams here because they did have 2-2-1 victories, or a 2-1 loss rather, and then a 2-1 victory into a 2-0. So they played a hell of a lot of rounds, and he's still able to put up some significant numbers. Currently #1 in average damage per round. Alfie needs to be feared. And he's also not always playing dive. We see him play the Neon, we see him play the Raze, but he also shifts over to things like the Killjoy, which is a bit more passive of a role. But he's so flexible, but he is still finding value when he's not on those dive agents.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute standout player across the board. I mean, the crowd's cheering. And it's probably going to be for Alfie across the board. I think all of this. I cannot stress enough how amazing it's going to be feeling, I think, to finally get to see this crowd fully biased. I know that's a weird thing to say.
No, absolutely.
But it's been kind of a bit back and forth. They were cheering on Liquid earlier, but I want to know how loud it's going to get with Alfier finally playing down there.
Deafening.
All right, well, it's time to check out the maps. Let's head over to Map Select and see what we're going to be playing on.
We're starting things off here, and I'm wondering which direction either of these teams will want to go with it, because there's a lot of good bans, I think. If you're XSET going up against Fnatic, you need every advantage you're going to get with the kind of form that these guys are playing on, and taking away Bind is a very good beginning for them, because it's a map that Fnatic have looked extremely good at in the past. I think it's one of their comfort picks still to this day. Pretty smart moves by XSET as well. It puts the ball in the court of Fnatic as well to see if they want to remove Pearl, which they don't.
All right, well, Haven is going to be taken away here by Fnatic. I mean, some maps where you can see, you know, the really explosive entries coming through from the likes of Zekin as well as from the likes of Alfier.
Okay.
But okay, XSET are throwing down the gauntlet.
This makes so much sense.
Fnatic, you played this. You picked this versus 100 Thieves the first time out, and you got clocked in the mouth. We are looking to do the same thing to you that we did to FPX. They select Pearl.
But do we get the Turkish buff? We got the Alfier is here with the Turkish crowd on the Turkish map. Is that a buff here in this scenario? I feel like even just watching the last games, you know, the crowd was huge in TL, almost coming back there.
I mean, maybe that's going to be enough. I can expect that after that initial loss, Fnatic, they definitely had a lot of confidence on the map when they picked it versus 100 Thieves. If they didn't, it would be even more foolish. But you can expect that they will have gone back and tried to rectify the mistakes and shore up the weaknesses that they showed during that first series. They've also had now tape on XSET to watch and study how they like to approach Pearl. So maybe Fnatic can be the team to take down an NA squad on Pearl for the first time. In their follow-up pick, though, Fracture makes perfect sense. This is just yet another home ground here for Fnatic.
Yeah, I really like the Fracture pick as well, and I think it sets it up quite nicely. If Fnatic end up shoring up the weaknesses that they've already seen showcased, I think, when they played Pearl in the past, heading into Fracture as well for map number 2, it's a map that they have got a lot of good looks at, I think, as well. They have great ideas with post-plant lineups and how they want to play those post-plant setups. It's a comfortable map for them overall.
I mean, they've been playing it pretty much longer than everybody else. They were the team who was super willing to run it at Champs last year when everybody else was trying to avoid it. So they should feel rather comfortable over on that map. We'll have to just kind of wait and see how they look on it, how XSET's going to look as well, because you think about that series versus FPX. XSET, they looked weak. 4-13 was the scoreline when they lost that map to FPX. So they're going to have to as well have a hell of a lot of improvements if they want to win.
And then the Centaur Decider as well. So Fnatic had the option there of bringing it to either Breeze or Ascent, I believe, because they had the final ban in this. So they had the final say, and they chose not to bring it to Breeze after showcasing their Neon comp the other day. I think maybe they just want to keep that as a little bit of a pocket pick. But Ascent, listen, I got no issues with this whatsoever. I think a clash, if it goes to map 3 between XSET and Fnatic on Ascent, will be an absolute highlight banger of the entire tournament.
I fully agree. I mean, we just finished a great series on Ascent. Why not just go ahead and finish another one? It'll just be the new staging ground for NA versus EU. It must finish on Ascent.
Well, with the map picks locked in, we're going to be taking a quick break. But when we return, starting on Pearl, map number 1, XSET and Fnatic will be taking the stage. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you in just a second.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions Istanbul. We are ready for our second match of the day. It is XSET and Fnatic. Here we go.
VCT. Enzo. Second. Alpha A. Dab. First. Cryo. Mystic. Psycho. Mini.
Specifically, of course, for Alpha here.
I mean, listen to that chant just for him. The first time playing in front of a crowd here in Istanbul, and they are going absolutely crazy over this guy.
Just starting it off early with the chants as well. That is just a bone-rattling kind of stuff. And I mean, the XSET guys, they don't even have the luxury of having their noise-canceling headphones on if they have to hear it. They just have to sit here, get the team talk over with, and they have to just take in the energy right now, which is firmly on the side of the Fnatic players.
I can't imagine it's easy for them to walk out on stage, you know, and hear the roars on one side and then pretty much utter silence when they're taking the ramp. But definitely the home team buff is going to Fnatic, so we'll see if they can make this Turkish crowd proud today.
I mean, they're certainly going to be trying to do what Team Liquid could not. Granted, I think there's a hell of a lot more motivation behind the chance this time around. But, you know, for XSET, got Optic right there. They were able to shut down this energy. They were able to make the crowd a little bit quieter and also maybe even turn some people to their side.
Yeah, but this is going to be a huge test for this XSET squad, I think, because they've never come across like a kind of crowd against them in this kind of fashion before.
Sure.
It's definitely a first for them, and they do have inexperienced players on this roster. How are they going to be able to do in this matchup against, you know, probably one of the hardest matchups that they will ever face in their careers, at least definitely over the course of 2022, I think, on the other side of things, because this Fnatic squad as well, they are firing on all cylinders. If they are able to carry forwards the form that they had the other day, you're looking at a very, very scary squad.
Absolutely. All right, let's get into our prime game agent select. What are we picking here?
Honestly, I'd be a little bit shocked if we just change things up too much. Fnatic, I think they're going to basically say that, probably think the way that they approached the map of Pearl the first time out, they just didn't execute on their style.
Yeah.
So, yeah, looks like that is going to be the case here as we take a look, and Alfier is going to be bringing out the Neon once again. He has been pounding on this pick.
He has been frying on the Neon. He has been the absolute spearhead for this team, and Fnatic were not scared to really take space off of it as well and make sure that they could trade him out whenever they could catch up to it. But there's no changes in the composition. It's going to be the same stuff that's being ran on either side for Pearl. And so far, North America has had, statistically speaking, the better read on this map when they've been playing it. I think they've won every single time that it's come up in the matches in the series so far. And so Fnatic, that does give them a bit of an edge that they've got the tape to work off. They can learn what they did incorrectly last time around. But it's still going to be a bit of an uphill battle, I think.
Yeah, over on the other side, though, just the only difference really between the two compositions is going to be Depth running this KO compared to Mystic on the Sky. So you still have the flashes coming through. A little bit less info gathering since you don't have that audio confirmation from the guiding light to let you know that you've actually blinded somebody. But you've got some more tools to slow things up. You've got that 0 point to throw out. You've got that fragment grenade as well to just lock off an approach angle, such as those, those mid doors connect over into B. So honestly, I like both compositions. I think they both can be piloted well. It just comes down to who executes it.
Yeah, it's a similar approach from both teams as well with the Neon comps, but I'm expecting an absolute brawl.
Absolutely. Well, we are all set for the second playoff match of the day. Starting it off here on map 1 on Pearl. All we have left to do, send it over to our casters today. Doug and Bala, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. History being made before our very eyes. The first time we have a player in their hometown playing in front of a crowd. I mean, you guys heard it, Bala. It was electric.
It was so sick. I mean, Alpha Year chants right out the gate. And yeah, I know it feels like we're talking a lot about Fnatic right now. It feels like we're talking a lot about Alpha Year right now, but that really is it. I know they're going up against XSET. It's our second of 2 EMEA versus NA matches right here, and we are just getting started.
Man, that is a beautiful sound. We're going to be kicking this bad boy off on Pearl. Again, heavy favorites are Fnatic against North American representatives that honestly a lot of people still continue to doubt. Given the fact that they've gotten this far, there's still so much lack of confidence shrouding this team.
Absolutely. But I think XSET showed that they definitely can play with the top dogs in EMEA. They beat FPX to get here.
They did. It was all really heavily off the backs of Cryo and Zekin. You already got Cryo in an aggressive spot, but the Prowler's going to give him away.
Great patience from Fnatic so far.
Yeah.
Just to clear him out. But the follow-up here, they've got 3 players to receive this hit. It's going to be the same type of thing that Fnatic was trying to do in their opening game on Pearl.
Yeah, the same wall goes up. He's going to try to get backside, and Zekin decapitates him to start off the round. How much more can he find? Boaster on the trade. Zekin on the swing, trying to find it. No. Durka manages to clean him up. The spike gets planted. As Cryo dances around, waiting for reinforcements, waiting for help. It's numbers advantage in favor of Fnatic. Mystic, who is an absolute demon, on the flash, finds way too many targets to deal with. Durka not able to land the shot either.
Time ticking.
Has to back up. Goes through a 1v1. Cryo, Enzo! And Cryo's going to win it out.
What a shot from Cryo to close that out. But that round went topsy-turvy.
Yes,
I mean, right into the back of sight, you had both of the dive players, Zekin and Alpha Year, not getting too much. Obviously, Alpha Year falling to Zekin.
He got clotheslined. He didn't just fall, he hit the deck.
And it's important to see XSET start off and being able to shut that down, because that is the play that they're going to be using to get into this B site over and over.
Again, we mentioned the dynamic duo of Cryo and Zekin, both young guns on the side of XSET. And it's mainly been Cryo, yes, but for this XSET ship to go well, to navigate safe waters, they have to be at the top of the leaderboard.
And he is going to be alone over here against the eco of Fnatic. Same cross smoke, it's recalled this time.
And Cryo swings out and he's rewarded with a shot onto Durka, still holding on to that Marshall as well. In safe range of his rendezvous, and he gets a no-scope on Boaster and then gets away.
High ground too, almost able to peek over top at Alpha Year.
Oh, but the Buns betrayed him. Alpha Year creeping his way forward. I don't think Cryo knows he's lost that much space. He's gone that far up.
And really good of Aaron here to be refreshing these stars for Cryo to play with and escape if he needs to. Also look, Zekin's all the way up. Very close to flanking inside of Bar.
And you see Mystic waiting for it on the bottom of your minimap. Spike hasn't really made its way out very far at all.
I mean, they've took full control of the A side.
And I mean, Def is far up. You mentioned Zekin was far up. That crossfire is going to be brutal, but it may not matter. Yeah, Def cleans it up just in the nick of time, but not without Zekin falling. XSET up 2-0.
And it was just super controlled on the anti-eco. Cryo getting the openings. 5-0 for him so far. Fnatic with the same approach twice in a row as well. You saw them vary quite a lot, actually, in their game against 100 Thieves. But a lot of time it was focused on these full site executes. I would definitely like to see them go for a lot more splits and control based off of the default that they do run almost exclusively.
Well, it seems like they're going to try things out mid. Again, a Prowler to give Alfier some space to work with. Relay Bolt second, just on the other side. They're actually here by committee. You have 3 members of XSET playing an art right now. It looks like they want to swing. Oh, and XSET just getting everything they want against Fnatic right now. Remember, this is a bonus too.
Yeah. 3 Spectres on the board and a Ghost for BCJ even. Already taking down 2 rifles. Cryo! Another sick angle for him. And they've got full advantage now.
I mean, that Marshal's been so fruitful for him already. Definitely not the start Fnatic we're looking for on this map in this series.
And you already see XSET coming out with the same sort of fire that they came up against with FPX on this map. Not scared to play these EMEA teams on the map. And the EMEA has struggled on Pearl so far. Fnatic included.
They have a win on it. I don't know if they do.
No, I don't think so.
It's been tough trading over on Pearl, as you were just mentioning, and this round doesn't seem to be an exception. Mystic and Boaster are the only 2 that remain with not a lot of time to work with. I think best case scenario here, what, you keep rifles, maybe get the spike down if you're Fnatic.
Yeah, Mystic's not even going for it now. Yeah, they're just keeping rifles.
Yeah. Interesting
Development. I mean, that early switch up where they're just trading utility in mid went so favorably for XSET. It looked like Alpha was very sheepish and they didn't have an escape strategy.
Yeah,
Boaster's got to be careful.
There really was just commit. There was no escape strategy. But with money on the mind, Fnatic keep those 2 rifles, bring them into the next round.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder, have they ever even run up against that sort of re-pressure by XSET? Obviously set up with the traplet.
Yeah.
Seeing the replay, the Prowler coming out, second sliding too. Just super solid idea on the bonus. And that's 3-0 right now.
3-0 full steam ahead, but again, we have to mention Fnatic managing to keep those 2 weapons from the previous round gives them a little bit more to fight with here than they would otherwise. And that could be the difference maker in this round ball. Cryo once again spotted by the Prowler, still playing in the rendezvous, gets away.
It's actually interesting, Fnatic has nothing to really clear him out, even though they know he's there. So he could take a lot more time on that angle if he wants to.
Yeah, but a Prowler to the face and Alfier swinging around, I mean, could overwhelm him, but you're right, utility-wise, there's not much there. Speaking of utility and trying to get away, Turkey eats the Prowler.
They're peeking on both sides right now, really trying to find a pick, but XSET's just not giving it to them. The setup of Def and Aaron on the safe side is enough to deter them. Just that smoke popping up. And obviously the Sprite that they still have, they don't want to necessarily overcommit to anything. Up to Durka here against Cryo.
Yeah, and the rifles are now starting to rotate over towards B for Fnatic, so they should be able to fight back with a little bit of an extra punch.
35 seconds though. They still have this wall, the fast lane for Alfier, so they can still do that dive play. XSET are going to have to play retake here, for sure.
Which it seems like they're comfortable with. They're playing so far off, but you're right, all of Fnatic burning midnight oil here in this round. And yeah, they're going to get back sight. That was the one difference, is Alfier had not been able to get back sight, but this time he has, and he's swinging around Cryo weak. Alfier on the prowl, on the hunt, and it's actually Dev who falls first, and of course the crowd erupts, and then silences as soon as Alpha falls. Numbers once again in favor of XSET. Zekin with the ult, Cryo too.
Right now, I think you're got to be waiting for, yes, this fast lane to come up, maybe a smoke to come back up for Aaron. It's not planted for them. No. Oh, no.
He's just going to hold it the entire way.
It's just a full stick. What a blunder for Fnatic. You already actually saw Mystic falling all the way back, so they knew the situation was happening. But Alpha overcommitting there. We saw that a lot against the 100 Thieves. Yes, he gets the first kill, and yes, the crowd goes crazy for that first kill of the game for the Turkish sensation, but ultimately,
guys. Nice. Fist bumps, come on. Are we max there?
XSET is now up 4-0.
Oh, no. Oh, I thought he was going to get left hand. In 4K. Fist bumps, guys.
Come
Anyone? Please?
Back up on the guns for Fnatic. And it's a lot more presence. Look, this is the same type of thing, but much slower that they were trying to do on that anti-bonus for them.
And no resistance from XSET. Remember, they had 3 in art last time Fnatic tried hitting this.
Cryo wants to not show that it's him right there, but ultimately has to fall all the way back. He had a big opportunity to find some kills. Here comes the split.
Oh, but Dev gets a kill onto Alpha. And I want to say he was flashed. Flashed again. Damage taken. But he ultimately falls. Cryo holding the angle with the tour de force. About to get challenged, he does, and Mystic falls. Now the knife falls to swing back out as Cryo gets a second. The ult causing so many problems onto Fnatic right now. Boaster and Enzo once again left in tatters.
The entry strategy right now for Fnatic is falling completely flat.
They're just slamming their heads into a brick wall.
Important to keep these guns up. You saw how they actually had a chance last round.
Because of those, yeah.
Because they saved the rounds, or the guns in the bonus.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
30 seconds.
They have the chance here to actually get the spike down. It's only a 2v2.
Yeah, Boaster's just so weak. And Enzo has historically been very good for Fnatic, but has had a relatively quiet tournament thus far. But he is the healthy one. He is the one that can dance with the remaining members of XSET and perhaps live to tell the tale. Second with the ult, the dash right into his lap. And again, he was the healthy one. Can Boaster do this? Oh, he spotted one player. Other one just on the other side. Cryo still there. Hasn't taken a lick of damage now. You've got the Cosmic Divide. Surely he heard him tap it, right? Surely he heard him tap it. Cryo on the swing plays it masterfully. A 5-0 start for XSET.
And the 1v1s are just falling for them. Over and over now. Cryo 11-0. And this all started. Fnatic's gonna call a timeout. This all started because Cryo swapped over towards the other site.
Yeah.
And Fnatic had no response to it. No way to actually get in the site.
Hey, go behind you, man. Go behind you. Go behind
With the Spectre.
Shit.
Cryo won that out with the Spectre. So well played. Boaster had no choice but to face, to challenge, and see if the bluff was a real one or kind of what was going on, and very well played. You hear the crowd trying to will Fnatic back into this one as they're the ones who call the timeout. Perhaps find some hope, perhaps find some catalyst amongst the masses, because it's otherwise been dire.
So, Alfier outtried. It is ridiculous the amount of pressure that this 17-year-old kid is under coming into this game. To play for his home country in an international matchup to try to become a champion. And it is on the mind of Fnatic how to keep them in here. You actually saw Enzo pull him aside, Alfier, and talk to him a little bit before the game started, outside of the regular huddle that they were doing. And that's really important, because you could easily get in your head. It's not the greatest start for him. And when you add up the amount of pressure that he's been under leading into this match, it surely hinders him.
The weight of a country on the shoulders of a young kid who's currently donning a 1-in-5 stat line. And yeah, it's tough when your job is, as Neon, is to go. Yeah. Right? Like,
to int.
Right, exactly. It's a heavy weight to bear. Either way, he's got a classic here. He's got his ultimate to work with. And XSET with full momentum.
And one of the things I liked about the last time they hit this B-side was they were able to use the Trailblazer to get Alfier all the way into the back of sight rather than just dashing in. But they've already used it now.
Well, they had to try to clear Cryo out, and he still hasn't moved.
And that was because XSET did a great job actually getting a smoke up there.
To try to swing off of this, you got to be careful. Durka has the tour de force.
Head-to-head.
Cryo holding one angle, Durka holding the other.
Bait. This fight means so much. That might...
And they're so patient there from Def, not to swing off of that, to try to help.
And look, he's set up already for this dive. He's got the nade ready. Fnatic have to throw something else at him right now. Into the overdrive for Alfier.
The nade, and Alfier dashes right into it, and he gets a kill with the ult. Upgrades a weapon too. Now with the Vandal in tow, Zekin actually drops Boaster. Spike's still not planted. Oh, and Zekin tried making the play as well. Not able to find any space to work with. Prowler not going to reach Alpha as he still is healthy in the safe confines of backside. Now some smoke to work with. Cryo still holding the op. XSET patient as they mull over their approach. How do they find space? How do they move forward? You move forward right into Alpha. Aaron left in this 1v3 on the tap, the challenge, the dare to swing, and Fnatic gladly answer the call.
A strong round and a response finally from Fnatic. Even though things were going great for XSET in the early round. Look at this dive from Alfier. He just goes right through the nade that Def prepared for him. And it's almost irrelevant. The crowd getting behind Fnatic right now, certainly giving them energy.
That's also like a perfectly good indicator of what we were talking about, where Alfier's job is just to go. It doesn't matter if there's a nade at your feet. Your job is to go in and get a kill, and he delivers for Fnatic in that round.
And XSET just waited to set up Cryo here on this angle. It's going to be the head-to-head again.
He's gone further up than he has before.
Trailblazer out. He's going to swing with it.
And he lands a shot through the smoke.
Cryo with the win over Durka. He is certainly stepping up. Fnatic has to find an answer for this guy immediately.
The thing is, Paul, I think every team that goes up against XSET knows that. That's not a surprise. You have to deal with Cryo, but when you know what's coming and you still get hit in the mouth, what do? Alpha holding the op. The spike still all the way back. Right by Fnatic's spawn. And at this point here, Fnatic have some money, but not a lot.
Yeah, they've been ripped apart.
Yeah.
And Alfier has already picked up the op, so that's an indication. 40 seconds left. Cryo might peek into that. That might open up the round.
Feeling a little froggy, perhaps. Cryo on the crouch. It's like watching a game of chicken, you know? Who's going to peek first?
30
Where
seconds
they don't
left.
know they're there.
Yeah. Which really just kind of removes the chicken element from the game.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Pitch black.
We'll see how much longer
Come on, they have to fight. Come on, man.
Do it for the people. Do it for the crowd.
Cryo's going to swing after time ends. Watch.
5 seconds left in the round. Again, the spike was never picked up. Cryo.
Do it.
Nothing.
Wow. This is...
It's indiscipline out of the young buck.
So many rounds where Fnatic, I mean, they lose the advantage immediately. They get slapped back immediately.
Need a drop.
And they have to decide early to save. That's what, 3 rounds now?
Yeah, I think so.
It's ridiculous. 2 guns, they should be able to get some in this. Definitely have the firepower still to compete. Not getting fully reset, but a lot of light armor bought.
Paul, Cryo's 13-1.
Yeah. Like I said, they have to find a solution to him. And XSET's doing a great job moving him around the map. Look, he's going to peek Art this time.
And do you find a solution for Cryo, or do you just try to mitigate the damage?
What a good haunt there. They just cleared out all of middle. And they already started rotating preemptively towards A with the non-information. And that was actually the right read, even though they don't really have much over towards B. I think they're realizing Fnatic is going to have to just stop doing what they're doing up at the top of B lane.
I wonder if they fully commit to a flank or just check mid and then rotate back. It seems like they want to creep forward.
Wow, they're relying fully on that trademark over at B. With no information. The call from Def here is marvelous.
1 point away from having his ult online. Aaron and BCJ joining suit. As the spike's still over by A.
Boasters just joined Alfier. They're going to challenge Cryo again. He's always in the right spots. And he's moving away with the time as it is, knowing they have to commit soon. Here the stars down.
He has consistently delivered. Can Cryo do it again? Here tonight falls through. Cryo holds, the angle holds. The challenge. And Alfier falls.
There's no entry. There's just no entry. They're still stuck behind the main choke point here at A. There's no entry.
How do you go when your go button is gone?
Oh, the knife exploded.
Second, tempted, wanting to swing. But trust his teammates to hold the line at least for now.
It's another round.
Yeah.
The same situation. Fnatic out of time. And out of players. I mean, wow. XSET are destroying them. And again, the read from Def, so good. They made a call to stack B almost instantly at the beginning of this round. And then Cryo as well to hold his nerve and stay there while the execute was happening over through that choke point to take the 2v1. I mean, he's got to be thinking this is way too easy right now.
Hey, he might be one of 6 people smiling in this venue right now. For as much as the crowd erupted when Fnatic came out, right now, other than the sounds of the game and the commentators, you could hear a pin drop. As Fnatic just fell flat.
Right back to the same old. I mean, they're even running out of ideas here. And Poster's leading the charge.
Ooh. It's a different idea. Zekin tried getting something done there. Gets tagged up pretty heavily. Op back in the hands.
No, he goes actually to the lower HP player.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you're right.
Cryo gives it up.
Little sleight of hand. Juke me out. Dirk a second longer and he would have had that angle. Yeah, using the ult. Once again, the go button is neutered, but this time Cryo not able to find anything. Alpha, knob shot buzzing right by his head. Still patient. You see how meticulously they try to move forward as they deal with the incessant crash and whine and soar of every bit of utility. And Fnatic find an opening.
Finally, a clean round here from Fnatic. Doesn't go down to the wire. And you can see, I mean, the light armor strat still being invested here. And the fact that they're getting these weapons round after round, they still have staying power. I know XSET is destroying them on the scoreline right now. But every single one of these rounds, XSET has to not let up off the gas.
And oddly enough, it almost feels like Fnatic have to let off the gas, right? Like, think about this round in relation to all the other ones. It was Alphair go. Alphair go fast. Yeah. This time it was a bit more cautious, and yes, they were trying to deal with Def's ult, but it was a bit more metered, and perhaps so instead he does win the race for this composition.
Yeah.
Because the truth is, go fast hasn't worked.
2 on the board now. I do think there was an element there of XSET. You know, the Bogdan's Law that occurred, a bunch of different things where Cryo's peeking with the Vandal instead. They gave up their main advantage, right?
Yeah. And Zekin was very weak, yeah.
They're going to push back up that B lane. Same idea here from Boaster, calling this B push once again.
This might be a little different from XSET, though. Look at Zekin. He's far up with Cryo, and they want to challenge aggressively. They want to deny the space! And this time the duel goes in favor of Alphair.
It really has been Cryo leading the charge instead of Zekin, and that hasn't been the case in the group stage. Zekin was the guy who was leading the charge, actually had the highest kills per round in this tournament so far. And Alphair is actually doing good against him. The battle of the 2 17-year-olds going well for the Turk. What a shot from Def.
I mean, fully blind. And now the Nightfall that they have to navigate. Once again, looking for any semblance of sunshine in an otherwise brutal half.
It feels like every time they push these sites, it's a cacophony of utility. And this time, their information goes silent once again.
Careful here.
See the pings through XSET still healthy here. They still have Cryo with the operator. Hasn't taken a lick of damage yet. And that's normally, yeah, that's normally the cue. It's seldom a bluff! And XSET read it well.
Down B. 30 seconds left.
XSET, or excuse me, Enzo with the spike out of reach. Not able to find anything. XSET get to 8.
Dude, you have to be wondering right now, where's the follow-up utility there for Alphair, right? Because so often, he's going in ultimately dry. Yes, he's going through his fast lane, but there's no flash for him.
There's no gravity wall to pull Cryo off of that angle.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just not all the way thought out, and wow. We're at an 8-2 scoreline, and Fnatic is using their second timeout. Only 2 in regulation, and it's already gone. You've got to calm the nerves here.
And yes, this is XSET's map pick, but man, they look good on it. while, as we've been saying, the Fnatic have really had no answers to the defenses of XSET. You mentioned how well the North American representatives are using their utility to stifle all of what Fnatic want to do, and man, it's just kept them in fits. A 16-3 performance out of Cryo so far. We're not even at halftime.
Love to the Turkish teams, the Turkish orgs out here, obviously. Thank goodness we have Alpha here at least for them to support.
You wonder, burning that second time out in the first half, what the conversations, what the comms are like for Mini as he tries to gather his team and settle the situation. Not a single member on the side of Fnatic positive.
That's hurting, for sure. Dirk as well. I mean, we've seen him have success a little bit against Cryo, but for the most part, he's not able to find anything on these attack sides.
This was a really cool idea off the flash from Mystic to try to get Alfir some space to challenge Dart with Dirk, but again, nothing there. And now Cryo can reassess on the angle.
Dude, again, the read from Def. Look, they're stacked mostly over towards A, just playing full retake, but they don't even have the trademark this time.
BCJ was so good when we saw him play last.
Against FPX, a monster he was.
And he's in a position to deliver for XSET yet again. This time the gravity well used, and Durka has to give this face up. Zekin actually falls. Alfir is going to get traded back out. It's a 4v4 here. The spike just now making its way into Art. You see XSET rotating through spawn.
This taunt not going to be too impactful here with the smoke going down.
And Def's knife there just yanked the rotations back from XSET towards A. And that's exactly where Fnatic are headed. Yeah, they found some space to work, but they've worked their way forward. And they're going to manage to get the spike down the Prowler to try to find a little bit of something. But nothing doing yet. No ultimates on side of XSET either.
Got a good setup here. Mystic still has his flash. Double swing here with Enzo.
Oh, Aaron finds gorgeous timing. Yeah, Enzo trades him out, but Durka's done. Def now starting to work his way forward. Finds one onto Mystic. As Enzo still huddled back.
Got to save time here for Boaster on the Art flank.
Are they expecting him? Yeah, they are. It's Cryo with the op. You mentioned the flank, and that finds nothing either. XSET can do no wrong right now.
And the call again to just fully stack. They've downloaded the playbook from Fnatic, and it doesn't look very long.
Def is having himself a masterclass performance right now. And that's, again, one of those performances, you may not see it on the stats, right? That doesn't reflect there, but the way he is reading Fnatic right now is gorgeous. Speaking of which, he has that ultimate online. Cryo's his too. Last round of the half.
Boaster with his Cosmic Divide. Usually you want to end up towards B because it just gives you so much value in getting that spike down and playing for the post plant. But XSET's been comfortable with that. Again, Trailblazer used to get them in the position. Cryo almost used that angle.
He almost hit the shot too.
To cut off Dirka's hair.
Because he's balling, I get it.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
You're using his ult, using his wall, using his relay bolts, and everything else at his disposal. And the truth is, yeah, they've gotten into long, but only halfway there.
You want to fight it?
Oh, a fake down from Boaster.
And do they bite?
They don't have information on the other side of this wall, so Zekin is getting there.
And it's just Zekin. Cryo falls. Durka finding space.
He's the push down alley, and Def is here alone.
And does Def dare challenge? Does Def dare peek? Alpha this time finding a different approach. The shots were a little messy at first, but they land onto the leader from XSET. Enzo getting the spike down. 2v4 here in favor of Fnatic, as they have finally been able to convert some traction into action, into an advantage here in this 12th round, and it's just gone from bad to worse for XSET. Can Zekin pull off some sort of miracle? No, he cannot. Durka with 3, along with Fnatic.
XSET might have taken the energy out of this room, but Fnatic need to find a way to challenge to channel the passion of this home crowd advantage, because it's a long way back. Down 9-3.
What a shot from Durka.
And Cryo wanted that pixel peek too.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. A little pop off too.
Yeah, he's angry.
Again, the 9-3 half in favor of XSET. Fnatic have tried to make something work, and they've just run into a wall time and time again. Let's throw it down to the desk, see what they think. Chrissy?
It's been a massive first half for XSET. Looking a little shaky so far from Fnatic, but is there cause for concern just yet?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying yes immediately. I mean, part of the reason you should be concerned is because Cryo is just cool, calm, and collected under pressure. This guy seems just unaffected by the global stage, unaffected by the crowd as well that's out here cheering against his team. He's putting up absolute monster numbers currently, and you can see the crowd was all ears, right? All ears whatsoever, but every single time XSET had a pivotal round in the bonus round, in the round 5 retake as well, XSET are not letting it affect them at all. These guys are playing like they're, you know, they're playing out of their kitchen in Austin. You know, like we were watching from these guys that are playing in the online tournaments.
And it's just with every single round victory going through for the side of XSET, it's a silenced audience.
Yeah.
They're doing their damnedest to try to really encourage the Fnatic players to find some victories. They did manage to scrape by 3, but I mean, look how rock and roll Adam Driver's just chilling. Like he is just chilling out behind the desk. He's like, I don't even need to do anything because Cryo is taking over the game. This guy, we just watched Ye put on an absolute clinic in that last map in our first series of the day, and Cryo is looking to replicate it. 17-4.
I think he's looking to do more than replicate it. I'm wondering, is his back hurting from carrying XSET just through that first half of the map?
Nah, he's ripped.
He's
prepared to carry him for 3 maps if he needs to.
Absolute field day performance from him, though. And a big part of it is that, you know, Fnatic, I think, of getting a little bit, you know, overheat moments here and there, not really clearing him off those corners, being a bit, you know, at times scared, I think, as well, playing in this matchup. You got to play with that confidence that we know that Fnatic have.
Absolutely. Well, let's get this second half underway. Let's see if Fnatic can pull something out in this second half. Otherwise, we're on to map 2. Doug, Bala, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. There's concern across the venue as the bag of tricks for Fnatic is just very shallow. Right? Like, they weren't able to find any traction in the first half. Maybe they do something here, but where does it go?
Yeah. I do think that when we watched that first series for Fnatic on Pearl, they had a lot more on defense. Right? They were a lot more aggressive with their stars. And you might see it right off the bat here for Fnatic. Alphair, Boaster, they're all posted up at A.
Yeah, I can't tell who the other one is either. Mystic?
Yeah, it has to be Mystic.
Yeah.
It's a full battle.
Yes, it is. And the battle goes in favor of Fnatic as Mystic gets the first.
That's the type of thing they're going to have to utilize to their advantage. Leverage that aggressiveness that they can throw out at any point.
Well,
keep def guessing.
Well, and the thing is, it funnels him into Durka, right? Which is a brutal place to be in. Those 2 headhunter shots going a bit wide. The spam through, he still has the safety of his rendezvous, and it feels like we've seen this before. The fast lane, Durka has to give the space up. His backside is lost. His B is lost.
They've got the flank. Oh, Cryo with the flank!
Oh, the timing!
No!
Oh, and it's devastating. A 9-3 half already. And it seems to be getting worse. Oh yeah, Fnatic can find no answers. Perhaps the answer's Durka. Oh, and Zekin on the swing, Durka with the kill. And the second he gets it, 3 on the round for him, and Aaron extinguishes the fire. Now it's a 1v1. Astra v Astra. Aaron on the swing, Boaster on the tap. He's gonna get it to half, and he swings. The second there, Aaron challenged. Does he take the challenge? Does he take the call? And Boaster gets in a couple shots inside of the head and the defuse as Fnatic get the pistol.
Saves the snowball from happening. Saves the avalanche from XSET. Boaster and Durka with the 2v4.
I thought for sure he wasn't going to get the second, or the first, excuse me, the second incredulous.
Just disgusting. And he was neutralized in this one.
Yeah.
Immediately already forced to rotate at the beginning of the round. Put off site for them to plant.
Heavy pressure again. towards A, and there are full Stingers, there are full Spectres on the side of XSET.
Full force.
I mean, they had 4 kills, they got the spike down, so sure.
We did see these executes be very strong for them against FPX. Flash set up into Art. What a fast lane out from Zekin over top of the wall.
And that's who you're expecting to find some value for XSET on the attacking side, as Cryo has to cover the flank and make sure there's no one coming around. Def is already fallen. Mystic on a cheeky little angle, and he gets 2. I mean, the spike is forward, but Aaron's in no man's land. He's got way too much to deal with. And it's a prime gaming flawless for Fnatic.
The beginnings of something here for Fnatic. And XSET's gonna force Stingers again. This one's more of a light buy, not a full investment. Fnatic will have to deal with it again. They did a great job this time. They knew XSET want to dive those smokes, want to get up close. And they handled it beautifully. This time the approach from XSET's going to be on the other side of the map. Maybe to push in this double door, maybe to head off towards Alfier and Enzo.
Knife to make sure that Dirk is not playing up aggressive. No, he's further back sight.
Got a little damage on Cryo there.
Gratuitous spam through the smoke goes in his favor.
They don't have to be as thought through on this takeover towards B at the moment, given that Dirk doesn't have that op online yet. But as soon as he does, you're going to need to see the same sort of dedication to clearing out all the different angles that we saw from Fnatic on the first half.
Did they clear it out? Yeah, they did. That one wallbang with the Sheriff clears out the alarm bot that was there, that was providing cover. And because of that, they have to drop the Prowler, and they have to get Alpha to swing to check Link.
He's re-cleared it now. Turkey gets the kill on the Cryo on the other side of the map, too.
Remember, this was just 2 Spectres on the side of XSET. Enzo, the front line, as he takes a step back, retreats to the safety of the smoke, and allows safe passage, at least for now. Second putting up a wall of his own, and they haven't cleared Mystic. He's still on the other side. He's still in a main, and he's still playing into smoke, and there's nobody looking his way. Mystic has a chance to get so much done here, and he does. Another prime gaming flawless back-to-back for Fnatic as the crowd erupts yet again.
They're absolutely not done. Already cutting the lead in half. Right in half. Only 3 rounds in. And Mystic starting to turn up as well, just like he did in their qualifying match against 100 Thieves to make it out of groups.
And what an outrageous performance he had then, man.
XSET invested quite a bit in those first 3 rounds after losing the pistol. So here's the first real attempt, and Fnatic full strength, all rifles, but Dirk is gone right away. They're doing a lot over towards the other side of the map though, Fnatic, so they might not necessarily be fully lost after this one. Look at the approach, Def. He might end up in a sticky situation. They've got the trademark here. They're watching, dude, they're watching it.
I mean, they've read them once again, but Bolster with 2! Unlikely hero for Fnatic in that moment.
Is Enzo going to be able to creep into a good spot here at dugout? Looks like he's going to. He's full committed. Bolster cannot help him. He has 1 star. Will he give it to him?
The Cosmic Divide invested 2. And he's actually choosing Enzo is to play on the other side of it.
Oh, to smoke into it.
Sees the swing, and he gets 1, but Cryo on the trade. Bolster's done well to get them to this point, but can he push them past the finish line? Can he push them past to a 7th round? Bolster with 70 HP and no Cryo. The hero in the first half for XSET does it again.
The 19-year-old with another 1v1. He is delivering for XSET right now. And the first sign of momentum in this second half for Fnatic. Oh, they went for the aggressive push, the gamble. Def was so ready for it.
Cryo's cold, baby. I mean, barely a smirk. 4-round lead here for XSET as they try to preserve control of this first map.
And they were firmly in control, Doug. 9-3 half.
Yeah, they've certainly let the grip slip for just a moment.
Another lineup here for Def going in towards the alley. All the way down Belong. That's going to land for Durka. Not close enough, though. He still has the angle up on top of this billboard.
The smoke to cover. Durka once again spotted Neon through. Oh, second challenges! A bold peek from the youngster. Now XSET resorting to plan B, resorting to find some space across the middle of the map.
Resorting to Cryo leading the way through Art. There's nobody here for him to find a pick, though.
Right there.
And meanwhile, Boaster's going to maintain control of A main.
The trademark keeping him back for now as he stands just on the other side of the utility.
If XSET commit through Art here, Boaster with that
30
control in A
seconds
main. Are they going to go through the pains of clearing back up where they need the space for post plant? Mystic on top of the box.
And remember, it was Mystic who was in the smoke previously. This time he's able to clean up Cryo and push forward.
There's no way in here. With the pinch, Boaster's gonna be able to come back. Aaron, though, in sewers.
He's gotta go massive. He's gotta go massive, and he does. He takes care of one. Boaster on the swing, creeping his way forward, and Def had no idea it was actually Mystic who cleaned him up. He's been back there this entire time.
Aaron just smoked him off, though, but it gives room for him to work.
BCJ has to find value here again, and Aaron does too. 39 HP. He tried to get aggressive into the smoke, not able to do it. Aaron still healthy, still with some utility to work with. The gravity wall to pull Boaster off. Looking for the challenge, looking for the swing, and there's nobody holding the angle.
It's secret.
He might be able to slip his way through, but Aaron's not able to land the shots. Mystic with 4 and Boaster with the defuse.
The mid-round there for XSET falls apart. Fnatic keep it within 3. This one's going to be important. Mystic with such a good angle on top of that box. Top of the default site box.
One enemy remaining.
And he went so massive.
Showing glimpses of one of the performances that got them to this point.
Fast round here from XSET onto A main. There's not the same presence from Fnatic that we saw early. And again, it's a bunch of stingers invested. Look how careful Def is with that same push that we saw into the club over on the B side of the map. Just watching it, making sure there's nobody flanking early. Now we've got about 20 seconds.
That same knife lineup that we've seen from Def a couple of times landed in the exact same spot and hit Alpha in Cubby.
So they know Alpha's not on this side of the map.
Yeah. The thing
that
is,
may make them a lot more cautious here, given Durka isn't the guy to be spotted.
But again, that knife hasn't hit him at all, so maybe, I don't know. You're getting into the mental gymnastics of it all. And Mystic forgoes the gymnastics and continues to frag.
They actually did ult here, so Def is back up, but immediately back down.
BCJ with 2 HP. They've gotten the spike down now. They have the Nightfall to work with. You've got Cryo, who's going to be on the flank. Can he get the timing just right? As Ekin with nowhere to go, has to challenge, has to swing, and Durka drops him. Now Cryo again on the flank that we mentioned.
What a seize.
Yeah, but is there any follow-up? BCJ overheated. Try challenging the angle, and Cryo's not able to land the shots. The defuse comes through as Fnatic drop the lead to 2.
When it was 6, now it's 2. And that one, a lot of ults invested. And they make it a Prime Gaming flawless. All 5 players still standing. And that was even harder because they took Def down twice. Look at that haunt. Gets the kill easily. And the crowd is clearly right back up. They've woken up since that first half. So devastating.
This time it's actually XSET calling a timeout late in the second half, trying to preserve a 2-round lead. You mentioned the crowd having awoken. You mentioned Fnatic having awoken. I mean, just listen to them.
only 2 rounds right now. And remember, this timeout here for XSET that's been forced out is a chance for Fnatic to get Mini talking to them. They already used both of their timeouts in that first half because of how bad that lead was getting. So they've got to take that time wisely themselves. XSET really hasn't felt like they've had many gun rounds so far. And that's a problem given how fast that lead has shrunk.
Yeah.
This is only going to be their second true gun round.
And even then, it's a second likely having to use his ult.
Yeah, he's got to. Only invested a sheriff here.
Yeah. You've got to hit the timing just right. Durka once again not playing up. That knife confirming he's not taking the aggressive angle, but he's still around. And look at the aggression from Fnatic across the middle of the map.
They've cleared it all. Smoke up top mid too. They're easily able to rotate through the flank or alley.
Here goes. Zakin has to find something. They've used the Nightfall as well.
Durka's all the way off site.
There's nobody home.
He's just looking for that same sort of push that Alpha was doing for his team out of Zakin, but it's not coming.
Zakin still with the ult. If he's going to find some value, he's going to have to go soon to know. Back to the Sheriff.
It might be a push in alley, actually. They're posturing for it.
Oh, they're going to have to deal with Cosmic Divide, and they're going to have to deal with Alpha Year's Wall. And how do you deal with it? You deal with it as BCJ does.
Look at the flank coming, too. Cryo has to deal with Mystic on the flank.
4v3 here. Cryo on the flash. The turn and the shots are gorgeous. As Aaron's not able to find the same success, Boaster once again finds himself in a 1v1 and 1v2, excuse me, a clutch situation. BCJ on the peak.
That retake so slow for Fnatic to come back, and Durka gave up so much space that, again, he has to slow walk it all the way through. He was by himself. There's 3 members of Fnatic in alley. 1 member flanking, and Durka in spawn. It took way too long.
1 enemy remaining.
There's no pressure for Cryo to have to retreat and try to help his teammates on site. He could just completely deal with the flank alone.
And did he ever? This time, the knife, and Durka pushing forward. He has not done this before.
He's using the same angle that Cryo did. The fence right here.
He's in the smoke. Do they challenge it? Surely understanding that the window possibilities there. No, Zakin walks into it and Durka drops him, gets away. What a play from Durka.
And the push from Fnatic that's gaining information and art just happened. Cryo with the chance to punish it, but he doesn't. Here's the wall out. Should try to get the plant, but there's a lot actually committed to stop it. He's just gonna go straight in. Plant super, super deep.
Is there anyone covering him? Yeah, Def holding that angle. Cryo's so far away.
No charges.
And he's gonna have to hurry. If the play is a flank here, get the timing right, he's gonna have to get on his horse. He's gonna have to move, and that's exactly what he's doing.
It is planted for Cryo to spam through that box in heaven. Plus the long plant as well.
What a setup. BCJ clearing it out. Boaster has fallen. Oh, and Def does too. Again, you have to keep an eye on the flank, but Durka with 3. There's Cryo on the flank. Cryo gets 2, not able to land the 3rd. Aaron, outnumbered, outgunned, somehow stays alive, and Aaron gets them both! The Red Bull clutches, Aaron gets 3, XSET get to 12.
There's just no way Aaron pulls that off after what looked like he was gonna fumble those shots for sure. Aaron! The setup was perfect for XSET. What was it, a 4v5? Remember, Durka got that early kill onto Zakin. And they put themselves up on match point. But Fnatic have put themselves in a position to still make this doable. It's only 4 rounds till overtime.
But XSET find themselves mere inches from the end zone. Fnatic once again sending a 3-man flank down B-Long and Cryo. Waiting on the other side. Does a little bit of damage to Durka and then gives the space up. They're going to continue. They're going to hold this angle. Oh! They had no idea Cryo was there! What a ratty little setup!
And they already took control fully of mid. Look at Zekic's position. He's inside of sewers. He's under the waterfall.
Durka, they're standing right next to each other. They've walked right by each other. They have no idea that they have passed right by each other like ships in the night. Cryo missing the shots. Now Durka wise to what's behind him. And you see you see the rotation starting to come back, and they deal with him.
48 seconds, all the time in the world to pivot right now. Fnatic had a chance to really claw it this round, but now it's just left to Mystic and Enzo. Mystic, probably the most clutch member of Fnatic so far in this tournament. Enzo, the most won at Copenhagen. 2 versus 3 to save the game.
Oh, and the gamble's correct.
But they're slow. They didn't go through alley, so this is taking a lot more time.
Mystic and Enzo, you mentioned their clutch history. They find themselves on B ahead of XSET. They've gotten into backside. They've gotten into heaven. Mystic, if the timing's right, it's going to be gorgeous. And so far it is. Mystic has gotten into a 1v1. Aaron's flash to spam's just there. 41 HP. And Aaron answers the call for XSET yet again. 13-8 for XSET as they take down Fnatic on Pearl.
But boy, did that get close. That got so close. Fnatic also almost pulling off that 3 versus 2.
Whew. And again, no disrespect towards Aaron at all. That is an unlikely hero on the side of XSET to save 2 rounds for them. Because you look to Cryo, Zekin, BCJ, sometimes, perhaps, sure. Yeah. But what a performance out of Aaron there at the end. I know her. She looks familiar.
What a performance out of Cryo. Just unbelievable. This XSET is night and day different from what we saw at Copenhagen. Their stars are playing well, and the supporting cast is playing well. Def, you said it, a masterclass in this game of his calls and his reads on Fnatic, at least in that first half for sure.
And remember, there was, from Copenhagen up until now, it's not like XSET were playing an LCQ or playing officials. They were in the hyperbolic time chamber, in the lab, just trying to train and become as Super Saiyan as possible. And holy smokes, it seems like they've done it.
And it's the opposite here of that first series that we saw between Optic and Team Liquid. It's NA who strikes first, and it's NA who strikes hard.
Again, 13-8 on Pearl, and yeah, Fnatic made a run at it at the end. Mystic once again tried going Interstellar, but it was just too much. Aaron saves the day at the end. 13-8, map 1, it's only been map 1, is in the books. We have more for you on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching VCT Champs.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions. I'm Chrissy. We got Achilles and Bren here on the desk with me, and Little bit of a heartbreaker here in the Volkswagen Arena. It is very, very quiet in here after map 1.
Yeah, it made me want to speak in a whisper at the beginning of this map because there was just not a sound from the audience the entire time. But Fnatic did a reasonable job, I think, trying to come back into this one. At least they kind of wrangled back the mentals a little bit, and they did make a pretty respectable effort, I think, of coming back on that first map.
Definitely. Given the way that this began, that first attacking half was just like what was going on. They just were dropping round after round, could not convert a bonus whatsoever, just continued to fumble and continued to try to do the same exact strategies. It was just go B all the time. Like I was watching Holy Moly from stage 1 of the Korean VCT again. But yeah, they got themselves together a bit after the side swap especially. They were able to put up 8 rounds, make this a respectable map. But still, it just ends up looking like a bit of a mistake to leave Pearl open once more.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like it was a bit of a hard ask for Fnatic because at this point early on in the tournament, Pearl, I think in your heads, is probably still a little bit untested. But now it's properly tested. Yes. You know, you've gone up against a lot of these big heavy hitter teams. You've gone up against North America twice on this map, and it seems like North America just has the better read on it. But I don't think it even came out down to map-specific stuff. Just more so, I'm really surprised that XSET managed to keep their cool with players as young as they are. You know, Bala was talking about it. Cryo was 19 years of age, and he was still putting up absolutely monstrous numbers on Pearl.
Yeah, just time and time again, he was just all reliable for the side of XSET, just opening fights, shutting down assaults on the sites themselves. Cryo was just doing absolutely everything in his power to keep them in this game, and he stumbled a little bit in the rounds that Fnatic started bringing it back, but right at the end, you know, he's right there to try to help guide them over the finish line. It was just beautifully done by Cryo.
Yeah, and I think as well, you know, Fnatic did make a pretty respectable effort in terms of trying to come back into this one because it definitely looks like XSET are, you know, having a bit of struggles, I think, on the opposing side when they swapped it over into the second half. Definitely trying to get the coordinated attacks going as well. The anchoring of Fnatic has definitely been one of their strongest suits, I think, in the past. Doesn't matter what map you're looking at, it's one of the best elements of that team. But yeah, they still not enough for them to actually take away map number 1. So now we're heading into Fracture, which is going to be also quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see how this one's going to go because we were talking about it actually before we came into this little, you know, post map, and both teams have lost the most recent times they've played Fracture. We haven't seen Fnatic play Fracture at all in this tournament yet. XSET got blown out of the water by FPX, only picked up, what, 4-round wins there. But one of the brightest spots for Fnatic in that map that we just witnessed was Mystic.
Yes.
Yep.
He really started playing well as we got into that second half. First time, not so much, but when we got here, it was a hell of a lot better.
I mean, look at the difference between the first half and the second half. I mean, it's kind of absurd as well, but you do need Mystic to be playing in this top form level like he was kind of heating up on that second half because he was ready and waiting. And it comes down to that anchoring that I was talking about earlier. It's like one of the biggest strengths for Fnatic. The fact that Mystic was able to trade out a lot of the kills as well when the enemies are coming to him makes it a lot easier for him to do that kind of job. But you have to carry it forward. We've kind of been teasing it with Fnatic coming up on the cards. Mystic needs to keep that performance going as we head into Fracture because he definitely was a significant portion of the fact that they were able to come back and make it as close as it was.
I mean, so many clutch moments from him. A little bit of a heartbreaker there at the very last round. It looked like, you know, after all of the things that Mystic had been doing, it seemed like he would absolutely be good for that final clutch, but comes up just a little bit shy. Aaron as well, just really started to pop. But, I mean, Mystic, he had his work cut out from it. He answered the call to keep his team supported. This one here, the 4K closeout, to just keep Poster protected was just phenomenal, and we need to see more performances like that from him moving forward into Fracture.
Yeah.
Let's move on to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match. We have to give this one to, in round 20, Cryo and Aaron.
Yeah, so this one's a bit of a combo play. Cryo's going to start things off.
Dude, this was kind of insane, though. The late look by Cryo, and also a shout out to Aaron as well, because we haven't really highlighted him too much, but the guy typically, listen, not going to beat around the bush. The guy is normally at the bottom of the scoreboard, and he's not putting up big numbers, but this map in particular, the guy, it's like he had a vengeance against North America with some of the plays he was pulling out, or against the EMEA, I should say, because he has just been lights out so far. I think it was like 19 and 10 was his end score stat line at the end of Pearl as well. I mean, that's another element as well. If they keep that one going, I think XSET could look like a bit of a scary team as well heading into Fracture itself.
I mean, they weren't a scary team coming into this event, relatively speaking. Like we said, they had a bit of a rough go of it over at Copenhagen, but they have been able to really back up everything that, you know, all of the trash talk that was happening before, BCJ, all of the comments that he had about him being a great initiator player. He didn't have to take over this game like he did the last time out versus FPX. He was just able to sit back, and everybody else was really leveling it up. But XSET, they truly look terrifying right now.
Yeah, I think heading forwards as well. I mean, if they can carry it forwards, Fnatic as a team, they are a dangerous team. They have looked dangerous. They have a lot of momentum coming off on the second half of that first map. But yeah, Fracture is where it's all going to be decided.
Well, before we get into map 2, it's time once again for the AIM Lab shoot-around. Let's get into a little pre-game warm-up with Mystic on the Fnatic side. Getting ready for map 2, their pick, of course, and hopefully going to take this back so we can get to a map 3, right?
Yeah, that's all we can hope for. I mean, if you have a completely stacked day of just NA versus EMEA, it's going to be absolutely incredible. And I think that the fans,
they
want it so badly. I think they deserve it as well to be able to see that third map. And I think that everybody watching from home, NA fan or not, you're probably going to want to see these teams go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, Mystic's looking kind of icy right now. I'm not going to lie, doing the AIM Labs routine, but it is about carrying it forwards into that Fracture map because typically the role he plays as well, I believe he's ended up on the Breach as well in the past when they play it. We could end up seeing differences in the compositions. I'm not sure. They might want to change it up as well because Fnatic actually haven't played Fracture Champions so far. So that's going to be an intriguing one. And yeah, it will mean that they have to take away their map pick if they want to bring it to that decider of Ascent.
And of course, Mystic's been absolutely huge on the Fnatic side, but it is a team game. The rest of Fnatic have to step up, follow with him. You know, Cryo's been great, but he has also had help. Fnatic looked a little asleep at the wheel here, but hopefully map 2, a pick that they're very, hope a little bit more comfortable on.
I mean, this is a map where you cannot be asleep when you kick things off because Fracture oftentimes, almost always, is the map where people like to go fast. You just consistently push your foot down on the accelerator. You have to be able to up the pace and also slow things down from time to time if you're trying to catch your opponents off guard. But I'm curious to see what everybody's going to be running. Are we going to see a different composition coming through for the side of Fnatic since it has been a while since we've seen them play this map, or did they just go back to much of what we know?
Well, let's get into it now. This is the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what everyone's going to be picking.
Yeah, and I think XSET will probably, I mean, we've seen them play on Fracture, but there is changes across the board actually on Fnatic's side, so they are going to be swapping up their composition. But for XSET, it is going to be the tried and tested comp. They've been playing Fracture a couple of times now at Champs 2022. It hasn't looked amazing for them. It's kind of just been almost in the middle and the low ground, I think, when it comes to their overall map pool. So this will be a bit of a test for them to try and take the series in a 2-0 fashion. But yeah, on the Fnatic side, I'm kind of more curious about their comp because they are leaning super heavily into Alfia playing that Neon more and more and more. I mean, it's a role where, you know, in the past he hasn't played it a lot, but it seems like coming into Champions, he's been putting a ton of work into this one, and this is a big switch up for them.
Yeah, I think, you know, widely just kind of ignoring the Pearl that we just witnessed, we know that Alfia's Neon can find an immense amount of value, especially when you're trying to break into that B site, get the relay bolts up in the tower. This makes it that much easier to really push into that position and really take over the site itself. So I think that overall, I like the changes. I think this is very much in line with a lot of what we have seen from other teams, such as DRX as well, who will occasionally bring out that KO. So overall, quite satisfied. Yeah, I mentioned him again.
I think that you just keep talking about DRX, man. I think Fnatic, one of the biggest problems that I've noticed from them is that Alfia will often take space, and if he isn't dominating on that Neon role and actually clicking on heads and clearing the way for them easy peasy, sometimes Fnatic don't have enough confidence to take advantage of the space that he's creating. So I don't want to see that from Fnatic now. I want to see this go to map number 3. I want to see them come into this with a lot of confidence. And, you know, listen, the crowd is behind you guys. It is fully in control for them to bring it to that map number 3.
Well, let's find out if they can close it out on this map and bring it to map number 3. I'm sure the crowd will love it. Send it back to our casters. Doug, Bala, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chrissy, Bala, and really, Brad. The problem is the crowd was behind him on Pearl as well. Yeah. And while they put together a comeback performance in the second half, it just wasn't enough. Perhaps Fracture is a bit different, but we haven't seen them play this in so long.
Yeah, but I think this is also where we saw XSET stumble so hard against FPX. Sure. Achilles was mentioning that, and it's a big talking point because it was a slaughter. And I think that actually kind of spoke a little bit to how FPX more understands the comp that XSET runs on this map, whereas Fnatic, I mean, they've played FPX so many times. This is a similar one. It's not necessarily fully committing to that, it's just the Omen. And the Neon right now for second hasn't hit as hard as it has in the earlier group stage, at least on Pearl. Both of those Neons, both of the 17-year-olds on the server right now, did struggle a little bit. And they're so important on this map. How often you see these guys lead the pace. Let's get this pistol round underway right now. Fnatic trying to strike back in map number 2, tried to bring this to a map number 3 and avoid what would be 3 of the MEA teams who have made it here to playoffs going down to the lower bracket.
It seems
devastating.
Oh my goodness, entirely unexpected. And it seems like they're going to try to do that over towards A. And they're going to walk right into Cryo if he chooses to hold the angle, but the spike rotating back, maybe having second thoughts.
Cryo's TP is really precarious here, right? He's looking over towards Dish, but it's TP'd back into Halls.
They have no cover there either.
I mean, you saw a little bit of on Pearl how crazy that was that they were committing so many players alone. And it's again, just dry trusting that Fnatic is not going to be clearing the space that you're not watching.
He does ultimately not take the rendezvous and retreat back towards mid. Meanwhile, Dirk is on a solo expedition towards B. Maybe
just sitting under past the flank later in the round. And it's a free site for Fnatic. A lot of utility spent. And they will clear all the way back. Dirk is listening to all of the rotations happening right now.
There's the flank that you just mentioned. Yeah, the spike's going to go down, but do you realize that Dirk is hot on your tail? I don't know that they do. He has no armor, but he's got a ghost, and he's got a kill onto Def. Making sure that no one else is lingering back. And no, it's not the case. XSET have fully gotten onto the site. You see the first
wall's out, though.
To deny the plans. You're right, there's that wall. They're going to have to span through as Dirk finds another across mid. Boaster paranoid! And second slow swings out and gets a kill anyway.
Here's the aftershock. Aaron has to get off. He's not going to commit to half.
3v3 here for the site. How much more utility do they have? How much more post-plant denial is there? Second was supposed to hold the angle and Mystic swings out. The Frenzy too strong. Fnatic too strong.
And they rip him apart. Extremity by extremity here on this map. Limb by limb. Durka with the flank was so well prepared. You also mentioned the Ghost investment. That's not typical for a Chamber player, but he knew the second that round started, he needs to have all the time in the world.
Talk about playing into your advantages. That's wild.
That is crazy. I mean, you could see that on Pearl, actually, how it was panning out.
When they're ahead, they're good.
And obviously the 2v4 by Aaron and Cryo as well. Able to push them over the edge.
This time an early challenge towards Dish from XSET, and they continue to push their way forward. This time you see Cryo's playing back towards B. Make sure there's no light flank.
Right there. No information gathered from either side except for XSET at Dish. Knowing there's nobody here in Fnatic, the same thing in Halls. But the rest of the map, which they've just actually smoked off the strip, this is not going to gain them that much in the current situation, but obviously they could be flanking multiple people here in Arcade. And that's what they're hoping for, but it's just not the case.
Really just confirming the suspicions that they had previously. Zekin is here, Def is close by, and the Vandal's just way too good in that instance. Mystic getting a spike down is planted for long too. They should be able to control that area of the map as you see a rotation coming in through Crashies, and Aaron wins it out with a classic. Forget what I said about the Vandal earlier. Now Enzo with the Frenzy. Cleaning that up. But you really feel the gun difference.
One enemy remaining.
There was one kill and it was a fun one to watch, but that's all it was. Fnatic get 2.
And it's clean. And we didn't really touch on this too much so far, but the end of Pearl, obviously they brought it back from 9-3. The momentum was on their side. Yes, we were criticizing a lot what XSET was doing in terms of buying a lot of those stingers, forcing into those rounds, giving Fnatic the time to get back into that game. But still, you could see the players are definitely revitalized towards the end of that game. So in terms of a GG go next, they did enough for them to be able to confidently go next here. And they look good so far in these first 2 rounds, very clean.
Aggressive look from both Neons, as it seems like Fnatic is going down into underpass. See the wall up from Aaron, he was considering dropping it, choosing not to for now. And this time it's Mystic who's actually on a solo mission towards Dish. Everyone else at B. Cryo in this tight angle. Sitting on the rendezvous, the spam. Oh, and Cryo still gets alpha and then gets away.
How does he do that? They literally set up a timed spam to clear him out.
From both sides.
And XSET are ripping them apart right now. From this arcade position, that setup, beautiful. Cryo with the first contact, Aaron with the swing following up.
Caution here.
And it's the 2 star players of Fnatic who fall. And remember that stat from moments ago. 10 for 10 on rounds where XSET get the first kill in this series so far. And it's gonna make it 11.
Again, looking to play into their advantages. Mystic has gotten into A, and he has fully cleared it out, made sure there's no one around. So you see Enzo rotating over with the spike. He's also going to farm that orb, get the spike down. Get a little bit closer to having that Rolling Thunder online as Mystic tries to hold the line across mid. BCJ playing in halls, creeping his way forward. 13 seconds left. You see the utility through the paranoia, and Enzo almost walks into it. And they just overwhelm him. It's entirely too much.
That's really solid anti-bonus. In fact, it's a Prime Gaming flawless as well. Just that initial setup taking down both star players from Fnatic. And that has to hurt. Fnatic's still going to be able to invest a lot into this round, obviously, and they are committing fully to the half armor strat.
Cryo's a monster, bro.
I mean, that was insane from him, but also just crazy that Fnatic is not able to get that kill with the 3 players time spamming him.
Yeah. They really left him no options, or it seemed like no options anyway. Heavy presence towards B from Fnatic this time around. BCJ manages to get away without really even a scratch.
And Boaster calls the exact same default that they played in the last round. Send Alpha to get a little control over upstairs, make sure nobody's pushing, and then go underpass to clear arcade with the trio of Mystic, Durka, and himself.
I'm out of here.
That Sage wall is, for all intents and purposes, gone. And Fnatic are glad to fill the space that was once occupied. And you see the utility dumped again, the slows, the relay bolts, aftershocks, the counter paranoia for BCJ, and it's actually Durka who gets the first. Slowed, and you see the dash across from Alpha. Durka farms another. Numbers heavily in favor of Fnatic here, a 4v3. It's Alpha with light armor, holding the space. Durka creeping around, prowling through, and it's actually Cryo who flanks him out.
Reach ult. And all 3. Cryo's not hit though, but he gets immediately swatted down.
And that was the only one, as you mentioned, who had been able to sidestep the ultimate. Def with no utility to respond.
There's the Molly 2, cuts them off from entering the site.
I mean, this setup is gorgeous out from Fnatic, man.
Second with this push on the tower, might be able to make something happen.
There's just no time.
At least maybe a collapse on Enzo so he doesn't save his weapon. Other 2 Fnatic players have made it out safely.
Go away.
Yeah, well done from Zekin to clean up Enzo, but you could tell the protocols for Fnatic were there, right?
Oh, yeah.
You got the spike down, and then all of the way they change your utility, to deny any sort of entry or even an attempt at getting the spike defused was gorgeous.
Well, I would say even before that too.
Yeah.
Right? This execute onto tower, the way that they approached it. BCJ and Aaron try to walk through the slow after the stuns. To catch him off guard, you expect him obviously to fall out of tower there. But Durka and Alfir just punish them. Then also credit to Enzo. As he flashes them out of tower, that's how ultimately they get the spike down and are able to get in that post plant.
You want to play? Let's play.
Alfir looking to take aggressive space as BCJ flashed up again, backs up.
I really do like how BCJ and Aaron are using both of their control utility at the beginning of the round to try to completely control B side. That smoke to not let Alfir cross. And then potentially also the wall being put down by Aaron, either in tower or just blocking arcade off entirely. That's a leg shot. He's got the heal though.
They've rotated back and they have full dish control, and you see once again XSET rotating through, rotating into spawn.
Look at the timing here. Both trips going to potentially be broken at the same time.
Durka's going into their flank. Oh, now he knows that they're there. The flash, the trademark, he realizes he's made a mistake. Get out as soon as you possibly can. Oh, they drop him. Oh, looking for any semblance of safety, and he finds none of it. Def with the spam through the smoke, and it's actually the Boaster who answers with the swing out. Missed getting the spike down, succeeds. A 4v4 here, and now time is a factor. Now the spike is in play. Massive kill out from Enzo. Aaron responds, Aaron trades it back. Now Cryo creeping forward. Aaron's still close by. They have numbers. They do have presence here in the relay bolts. Maybe way too much, but Enzo with another! Enzo has awoken! 3 on the round for him, and Aaron has no magic this time.
Enzo slices through the spine of that fast lane. Just ridiculously. He's up on Dish, on top of drop. And sure, Durka obviously got stuck here. But it doesn't even matter in this case because they committed way too far out of halls. Here's the shots, he can't even see. Oh my goodness.
A 3-round lead here for Fnatic. They have 2 ultimates to work with, and boy, are their key ones.
4 players here out from XSET on top of the wall. But the commit is going to the other side again.
Very cool setup, and understanding that they're going to heavily invest in aggression towards B. They have Cryo play up towards Dish and leave A alone.
And they didn't actually really get too much information about what XSET was doing on the other side of the map, but they don't commit any of their ults here. So they still all have them. Fnatic does. So no command and Boaster's ults. Fight going on in sand at the same time. They're getting pinched by a lot of sides.
And off of that, Durka dying means they can fully send. They don't have to worry about their trademark anymore. The spams onto Mystic as they try to keep him back. And try to find some space of their own. Another kill going in favor of XSET. Orbital Strike, they're gonna have to dance around. A high-low is waiting for him on the other side. As Cryo switching over to the Headhunter, not finding anything. As Fnatic yet again look to dismantle XSET. And there's just not enough time for Zekin to find anything. He's got to tuck tail, he's got to get back.
Barely escapes. But just like we started on Pearl, XSET was fully in control on that map. Fnatic right back into this series on their map choice here.
Now it's XSET calling an early timeout. Boaster just went off in this round, man.
He did a great job too. They delayed any sort of attempt at get. Oh no. He played great in that round, but unfortunate, buddy.
Again, a timeout for XSET. Find themselves down a couple of rounds early on Fnatic, on Fnatic's map pick, Fracture. And again, the crowd really has come to life. Yep. They are fully awoken. They've forgotten about Pearl.
And XSET's got to now deal with that same sort of thing, right? It's the opposite effect on them. The negative effect of the crowd only cheering for the other side. And in the first map, they might have been able to brush it off easily, like, okay, yeah, it's the Turkish crowd, of course, like, let's go out and stomp them. But they certainly don't have any sort of home field advantage. But they're not the enemies either. That's the important part.
Is that a Tactibear holding a balloon of a Tactibear? Is that what that was?
I didn't see it yet.
I think it was.
Is he celebrating his own birthday?
You have a balloon of yourself?
Sometimes.
Early aggression from Fnatic towards B. Look at that wall go up. Alfier trying to find space, and he does, and he's rewarded with a kill. Dumping utility all over space where XSET previously were. He gets in, he gets out. It's masterful. Remember, it was Alfier who had a slow map on Pearl. Seems to have forgotten about it just as much as the crowd has. Cryo not landing that shot. I mean, the juxtaposition between the two players we just saw is outrageous.
There's no flank pressure here from XSET at all. No arcade, no tree push.
You can just work your way in through the belly of the beast. Forget the flank. Dirk and Enzo, you mentioned the extremities that they had, but is it going to be enough? BCJ gets it to half, gets it all the way with members alive.
I mean, that just completely backfired. The entire control they had of Arcade, I mean, overextending to hold it maybe. And just not being able to get that spam down. I wonder if the spike was slightly mispositioned for Durka there. Or if he was able to tuck behind a little bit part of that metal box. I don't think so.
And I wonder what utility Enzo had as he was playing on the northern side. Yeah, it's tough to say. But you're right, it just really feels like it backfired.
Back towards the same default control.
And Alpha has ult. Can't imagine him using it here though.
Obviously can pivot to a super fast hit from that, the classic from this comp.
Oh, we've seen this look so many times. The dump of utility and then he goes into underpass to join up with Durka.
One of the different changes here though is Mystic. He's already controlled this entirely. And XSET is known to late push. Most of the time it's been towards Halls, and it looked like they might want to go for that same sort of late push again.
Enzo farming the orb, Rolling Thunder online. And it seems like they want to go back towards A. The thing is, I mean, there's some Halls presence out from XSET, so we'll see how they handle that.
Informational art here from BCJ does spot the players at Dish. Spotted both Alpha and Mystic. Durka with the late rotate on the zip line in mid right now, trying to group up before they take Halls. This Halls take depends where they use this. Rolling Thunder.
Can't use it.
They haven't committed to it yet. And
could easily get pinched here.
Def on site. BCJ has arrived. Def's able to take care of Alpha. Def finds another.
Spike down.
3v2 here as Durka and Boaster are the only two alive. They're going to get into A.
Oh, what?
Durka with 3.
To cover the res now.
Yeah, and I don't know that Aaron's in a spot where he can really get out and get to it, but he's going to try. My goodness, he's going to try.
Smoke.
Maybe it's bait off the swing. Durka with 4.
On for the 6K.
Cryo. That's one. It's all onto Durka. He has to rendezvous away, but he repositions. He's still healthy. He's got 1. It is going to be the 6K, but Cryo stops it. Oh, this building would have burned down.
It might still if Cryo continues to do what he's doing. Just canceling the legendary round possible from Durka right there. Oh my goodness. Look at these from his perspective too. Saw the first 2, but the follow-up right here. Through the smoke just before it lands. Would have been unbelievable. The crowd wanted it so bad.
So close. 1 kill away. 4 ultimates on the side of Fnatic.
You want to play? Let's
play. How do
play.
they approach this? Remember, that threat, you mentioned this, default always suggests a threat that he could go in towards B. But this time, choosing not to.
The big difference is consistently Mystic and his position. He's rotated all the way back down towards the south side, so looks like they will eventually want to go for this classic. And Alfier's coming back to put down the wall. Aaron's already used 1 slow. He's set up over towards the back of Gen. They've got so many ult combinations here too.
What do you have to clear out Cryo? Is it the Rolling Thunder? Is that enough to push him back? His rendezvous is set up to get back into spawn. Back to where the rest of his team is. Not gonna hit him. There you go. All of the ultimates that you mentioned. You see them cross right across each other. The orbital strike there too as it splits up the defenses of Fnatic. BCJ playing in the smoke close by. The swing is there and he gets 2. Mystic on the trade. It's a 3v3 here. The spike's still not down as Mystic goes hunting. Finds 1.
Dirk's still alive.
He's the one with the spike. Aaron not able to land the shots. Fnatic snatched the round away.
And for a moment when the round freezed there, I thought for sure XSET was going to be able to maneuver their way back into that. But it's Mystic, who is again having himself a decent game here, 7-5. That pushed into Canteen deep. Look at this. 3K for Mystic. It's such a good round. The conversation I was thinking before we're heading into Fracture was, oh, if he plays Breach again, which was a standard role on this map up till now. was he's going to potentially have that same type of drop-off that we saw in the series against 100 Thieves when they opened. In those first 2 maps on KO and Sky, he went 40 kills total. And then he played to Breach and he only went 6. This time they stick him on KO and it's all the same. Super comfortable.
Definitely seems to be working, and you see the confidence. They pushed through the one-way that was set by BCJ. Not a great buyout for XSET, and well, never mind, forget it. The Shorty and the Stinger find what they need. But Alfier has gotten behind enemy lines, he slipped the net, and he's healthy. He's so healthy!
Second! What happened? He had all the opportunity in the world to get 2 there.
Fnatic have gotten to 7, and XSET made a run at that last round, but that man right there is Alfier who took over.
He's starting to really feel comfortable now on this Neon in ways that he just wasn't on Pearl. And even while Second wasn't having a good game overall on Pearl, he was still he was still plus 3 kills against Alfier. This time, I'm sure it's flipped.
Aggressive peek out from Cryo, and Durka's just on the other side of the box. They're paranoid, they're gonna swing, they're gonna challenge him. Durka gets away.
I mean, how many times has Durka taken the zip this map? Ridiculous. Is there a gap in that wall? Oh my goodness. Aaron has missed the wall here. Or it could just be a bait setup. Funnel you into peeking that angle and you're holding a ridiculous angle. Look at Zekin's position. He's underpass right now. He's gonna get all the information about this rotate from Fnatic, but he cannot die.
And he doesn't, he gets away. See some members rotating back, BCJ dropping a smoke, and Fnatic have fully dumped once again everything into this B site. And Zekin's taking an aggressive spot. He's gonna challenge Alpha, and he wins that out! Now the relay boat as Cryo shows up just in the nick of time to find one with the op, but the spike still planted.
Also going aggressive in Canteen now. Could easily catch rotations here, but has he focused too much on BCJ? No. Now we're cooking. Aaron's gone.
It's the second time Fnatic caused problems from that very spot.
And what is Def doing? He's taking so long to make this rotation, expecting the flank still from Mystic.
They've just been conditioned, never having a safe moment, and Cryo with the op gets a third.
I mean, it's just crazy that Zekin was still in tower this entire time.
Remember, he was the one who spotted the rotations, he took damage, and then he full-on challenged.
It will end up for a 4K with Cryo. And that does speak a lot to
round in the half.
The call from Def there. We were looking at him stuck on that A side, and I was wondering, like, okay, what are you doing? He just knows, okay, we still have Zekin in tower, we still have arcade control. We have many ways to get back into this round. The only way we can lose it is these types of flanks that Closer did get value out of.
Yeah. And to think timing goes a little bit differently, maybe he finds more.
And look at this. Fnatic is grouped up outside of A. We haven't really seen a fast Halls push, but with Mystic's ult, we definitely could expect it. He just popped it right now.
Gonna use the ult too, the spam's up. The knife there, and Aaron's only one here! But BCJ has shown up too. The challenge up from mid, Enzo can't see a dang thing! And BCJ's Classic wins it out. 3v3 here as Zekin continues to cause problems on the site. Mystic and Durka left standing. The spike planted, as you see it on the minimap, they're starting to get surrounded. Can they hold the line? Can they keep XSET back?
Oh, that's a double aftershock.
Through the barrage of utility, Durka dancing around, finds 1 second ult, trades it out. Can Mystic do it again for Fnatic? No.
What a round again for Zekin. Just as Alfier started to come online, Zekin returns the favor. And evens out this half. It was looking really bad for XSET for the entirety, but they're still down at the end of it all.
But to win 4 of the last 6, when you kind of wondered if they'd get anything as impressive. But Fnatic hang on to the lead at halftime, 7-5 on their map. Let's throw it down to the desk.
Thanks so much, Doug and Bala. We're back here on the desk. It is halftime here in Map 2, and it looks like we might be getting a Map 3, right?
It's certainly possible. I mean, XSET, they did manage to make this, again, a lot closer than it was looking for a while. Fnatic had such an amount of momentum behind them, but XSET finally finding a bit of stability. They managed to make it a 5-7 half, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad in a half at all, because it was looking absolutely abysmal, I'm not going to lie, because Fnatic were getting the spike down so consistently, and there was no attempt to really stop it. These numbers are now a little bit more even. You can see that they got 11 out of the 12 rounds in the post-plants, and how many they were actually winning them as well, which was, you know, pretty significant, but XSET were getting boomed when they were trying to retake early on. But they did bring it back ever so slightly, but it was a bit of a sticking point for them, and they're going to be looking at this next half as well with a disadvantage in this by 2 rounds. But the Fnatic crossfires, the way that they were just essentially getting the site for free, was really just setting the pace at the early start of the half.
Yeah, it was just really well played by Fnatic once they get the spikes down, and XSET as well. They had some misreads early on. They were trying to go for a lot of roaming plays, wrapping around towards Plat side, and there's going on the hunt. They're wrapping around into Arcade, but they can't find anybody. They just couldn't quite get a read early where Fnatic wanted to play on the map.
Now going into the second half, do XSET stand a chance?
That's a, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty difficult question.
What are the odds we're looking at?
It's a difficult question.
It's not looking good, right?
Because, yeah, the last time we saw them play on this map, it wasn't hot, and you can see that we pulled kind of this attack win rate, which is the big number you want to look at here. The attack side on Fracture, statistically and historically over the course of this tournament, hasn't been ideal at all. And
we're getting a clap
it's
from the crowd behind
one of the big things that causes the crowd just absolutely hates XSET. They just
they're so here for Alpha here. They are very, very excited.
This whole wave of clapping started by Bala and Doug.
It was. Yeah. Bala just leading the XSET hate chant. just unbelievable.
They have their work cut out for them. XSET, if they can improve, if Zekin can really find his stride with this Neon and break open sights, that's going to be the win condition for them. Fnatic, though, it's in their hands. We'll see if they can get the 3.
All right, let's see if we can get that Map 3. Doug and Bala, take it away. We're diving into the second half of Map 2.
2 rounds separating Fnatic and XSET. Again, on Map 2, Ascent possibly on the menu if we manage to get that far, but it's going to be on XSET to get us to that point if they can somehow surpass the defenses of the EMEA representatives. I'm Doug. With me is Bala on the call. The crowd has been electric. Fnatic have been electric on this map. We'll see if they can continue.
It isn't the dominant scoreline that we saw at the half on Pearl. And oh my goodness, pistol round, which means so much. The crowd knows it.
I mean, listen. Nothing. Complete silence from the players, from the crowd.
This setup for Fnatic could be devastating.
It's all contact though, and now we go. The wall up, the utility dumped. As you see, Enzo's trying to keep them back with the fault line. Cryo playing on the other side of the smoke. Is Aaron looking to get the spike down? Should.
They know.
And somehow the spike has gotten down
turning.
without a single bit of damage. And there's the pinch that you mentioned. But Mystic and Alpha here, Enzo does it too. They somehow walk away with such a heavy advantage, and Fnatic win another pistol.
So crucial for them to lock out this map right here, right now. Win the pistol, start snowballing. 3-round lead. And while that might not be the largest lead that they've had so far in this map, it certainly feels like a great step to get there.
A 62% win rate on defense. With a cushy 3-round lead too, I mean.
Yep. I mean, by that stats.
Yeah, you're sitting pretty.
Yep, absolutely. It's a different opponent here, though. It's a different comp. Who knows what this one looks like defensively. We've seen so many people run it, though. For Fnatic.
Another buyout from XSET here. 4 Stingers and a Spectre for Cryo. He also still has 2 shots in that Headhunter. And it's another quiet approach.
All 4 players at Dish again. It's the same thing that they did against the Hall stack of Fnatic last round, and it did not work out. Eventually, they tried to pinch, and it just didn't work. This time, the pinch could come much faster. And you saw how hesitant, yep, they're going for it immediately before even planting.
They want to take the fight. The Paranoia is going to find no one.
Look at that, though. Fnatic just rotated into sand, not even messing with the opportunity of a pinch.
And they've cleared out the Sage wall. BCJ repositioning, looking to get the spike down as Alfier's going to go forward. The utility once again dumped. Alfier takes a bit of his own Durkle with what? But Dev, second, 2 big ones, the Stingers, finding so much value as Alfier tried to dash in.
And what XSET tried to do on Pearl in the second half, they succeed this time, and that keeps it so close. Fnatic stumble. They gave him way too much room. That quiet that you're hearing, that slow approach to the round by both teams. Unfortunately, Fnatic crumble under it all. Even the retake, Alfir got a wall out. That was really nice for them to clear, but here comes another push. For Fnatic this time, pushing the north side.
Oh, and second, again, first. I don't think they know the Mystic's there. They haven't cleared him out. There hasn't been a challenge, but they're staring right at him. They're baiting him out. You see the flash come through. 3 members awaiting. The second flash there to find more, but the counter paranoia out from BCJ keeps him back for now. And Dev swings at just the right time.
It's clean. Second to get the first 2 kills, and then they able to deal with it all from Mystic, but he was just by himself, so Mystic might sometimes look like a one-man army, but just with the classic, just with 2 flashes. Enzo will laugh at the situation before himself.
That's what I do every time I'm in a 1v4 with a frenzy.
I'm looking in the background of Enzo's camera right now. Alfir just laughing hysterically.
Enzo's joined in on the laughs. A joke was said and we've missed it.
Yeah, I feel left out. I want to laugh.
Yeah, me too. Enzo might have something to laugh at here. BC members of XSET retreat away. Maybe a parting kill.
He gets a kill, he'll have ult if he dies. Neither thing happened. Dies to the spike, doesn't get the ult point. Doesn't get the kill either.
And XSET get the round. You see the investment in the 14th round paying off in a pretty big way, and we'll see what the buy looks like for Fnatic.
Already seen it. I mean, second. Dude, he was certainly not the same Zekin that we saw all tournament long on Pearl. But he put the mask on, and all of a sudden,
he's like
he's
Bane.
A superhero.
Yeah, he's like Bane.
Yeah. Super villain, I guess, in this case, in this arena. But he's turned up back to group stage form right here on this map, at least in the tail end of that first half. In the second half here, Def's going to get his ult up.
Oh, and you have Aaron awaiting the flank. But do Fnatic expect it? Do they invest flashes? They do. Alfir on the swing. Alfir finds a second. And Mystic finds one too.
Cry with the pinch though, and Mystic stuck now. There's the fragment to push him off. Hopefully he can escape from this position. But right now, you got to figure out what the heck else is going on the map. There's this pinch coming. Zekin's trying to escape, but Dirk is chasing him down from the backside.
That was the spike. Man, he was in so much trouble. Zekin was surrounded. Again, Fnatic hanging on to a 2-round lead.
We're getting really deep in this game. And it's staying very, very close. What?
And Alpha almost gets a third.
I mean, that is just ridiculous. The spray from that range with the Vandal. And he hits those. Let's see here. Cryo's got the op this time. Zekin's with the overdrive, and they're all grouped up towards B. They could easily hit a fast B site execute.
Yeah, Alfir has his overdrive too.
He's pushing fast in halls, actually.
He is. The knife not going to spot anyone.
That pressure's XSET to fully commit to this push. Good one way though.
Right into Cryo's up. Zekin trying to do a bit of the same, investing his ultimate.
That was actually Boaster's smoke, so that was a terrible smoke for Alfir to actually work with.
And you see XSET have retreated to the extremities. Second as a shorty. Cryo still with the operator, no mid presence. Gonna drop all their smokes. The Rolling Thunder's gonna be there too, and I believe that hit 3. Durka might have been the only one who avoided it, and he falls. Second going aggressive.
Zekin's gonna chase. He doesn't have his ult anymore, so might as well just put this classic to work, and he almost does make it sing.
Thing is, how How much more will he look for?
Gun here.
He's hunting him down, trying to chase him, trying to get the guns out of his hands.
That Vandal might be accessible to him after the spike. Easily as Neon, he can get this.
Just don't step too close.
Yeah, got it.
He does.
Success.
I'm out of here.
And with that, XSET get the lead down to 1 round.
My goodness.
Cryo has the op. He's going to be 1 point away from having his ultimate online. And this, you're right, that smoke just kind of ruined Alfier.
I mean, it could be really good at people trying to hold on to people holding Hall's push, right? But in this case, trying to push even further. We've seen so many instances like that from Alfier, from Fnatic. It cannot continue to happen. The overheat, essentially.
I'm out of here.
VCJ spotted with a knife. You feel the pressure.
I think Zekin's crossed before they even recognize that he could have. There's the aftershock. Dirk has to get out, and he will.
Go, go.
Did have that rendezvous to get away with. And Zekin is right beneath them.
Quiet trip across the ropes. Back over towards the south side here. They still have the option to pivot. Cryo's taking a lot of space in Halls. Making sure there's not the presence of Durka. But they won't use that. Instead, they'll go back towards the Classic.
Zekin still has a lot of his utility. He still has the relay bolts on his wall.
There.
Paranoia available for BCJ too.
And they can hear the trip.
Def has one flash as well. Trip will hold off.
There's the first, and he's waiting on the other side.
He's slowed down too.
Like a bloody lunatic. And Mystic cleans him up. Durka retreating to a safe angle, not able to land the shots. XSET didn't have the first this time around, but they still find themselves in a 4v4. Enzo using the Rolling Thunder instead of trying to get that spike down, and he didn't. Cryo goes up top. Cryo finds a kill, looking for a second, double dipping his way into the round. Not able to find the third. Mystic's gonna have to do it himself, and he cannot. We're tied at 9.
XSET want to end Fracture, end the series, and move on to the upper bracket semifinal, which would be a statement for them,
I mean,
given their history.
Would it ever?
They fell so early at Copenhagen. 2 matches and they were out. One of those was against Optic, who we know they struggle against domestically. And that's the team waiting right now for them.
4 of the last 5 rounds in favor of XSET. It was a close lead at half, but a lead nonetheless, and it's been eviscerated.
And what I'm learning right now from XSET, as we continue to watch these rounds play out, is the second in Cryo we saw at Copenhagen was not even their final form. They're taking it again to one of the best EMEA teams. Fnatic.
Taking it to the hometown hero in Alfier, who's waiting on the other side. You've got Enzo with utility help. That's exactly what he does. Almost has Orbital Strike 2. The slow orb is there, but Zekin challenges. He opens the door and gets the kill. Orbital Strike gone.
And there's no tools here. On another kill, Mystic is just overextending past the smoke, past the door. Trying his darndest to get this round, get this map in their control.
And Cryo's done hunting. It was a judge in the hands of Durka, now that's gone. Enzo waiting just on the other side, and Cryo would have to swing pretty far if he wanted to challenge that.
Look at the way that he's holding the angle. He does not expect actually Enzo to be past this. Finally, the timer ticks in his head, and he turns to face. But Enzo's stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Between a Cryo and a Zekin. The spam through position given away. A prime gaming flawless for XSET as they take the lead. And it's 3 for Zekin.
It's those two at the top of the leaderboard. 18 and 11 for Cryo. 16 and 10 for Zekin. And it's them who lead the charge through this round, through the all-important round where they take the lead.
Why so quiet? No, they're loud now.
They did not like that. That might be inviting.
Adding a little fuel to the fire is the coach from XSET. Don Wick over there, looking as good as ever.
Oh, they heard that.
Yes, they did. And off of that, the timeout is called. A moment of quiet as Fnatic try to regain composure, try to regain control.
It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be the exact same sort of situation they were facing on Pearl. They're going to be down. They're going to be down in economy. And the ideas starting to run dry again. The good thing here is Fnatic does have 2 timeouts. This is the first of 2. XSET have one of their own as well. So Coach Mitty definitely can get involved. And when we're talking about the well of ideas drying up, your coach is your most valuable asset. And while, I mean, Dawn provoked the crowd moments ago, and they're still, I mean, they're still quiet here, Doug.
Fully leaning into that villain role. Well, it seems to be working for him.
Oh, here's a lineup for Mystic. They're going aggressive, a northside pinch.
And it's just 3. I don't know that they're going to be able to get out. Excuse me, it's 4.
Alpha's
Can they
coming.
hold the line? You're right. Alpha finds 1. Mystic does 2.
They're stuck here.
The fight continues. There's no way out. And the thing is, Cryo's on the other side of the map. He has to sit back and watch as his team is dismantled.
It is a perfect call from Mini. It's something that you completely don't expect. You're looking at the weapons, you're looking at the economy, Fnatic, what they can buy. Gonna use the headhunter right here, try to get a couple shots off, and
Durka cleans him up. 3rd on the round for him. That's Fnatic punch back.
But back to the point about the economy, right? You could see they're not gonna invest much in that round. The best they could do is get a couple stingers, and that's what they had. So the last thing that you expect is a northside pinch with the distance as it is. That's got to be Psycho's reaction to the booing that just happened. And you can hear right now, he just came on the screen and it's boos again.
That might be the loudest the crowd has been since the walkouts. Now Fear going aggressive. He's going to be met with a wall.
It's a very strange commit of the wall. Just so scared of the pressure right there, given Fnatic just showed, making up the pace.
And going a quiet trip down ropes. Back towards the northern side where Cryo lays in wait.
Look at the ults from Fnatic too. They've got boasters, orbital strike.
They've had it for a couple of rounds. He just hasn't found the right moment.
If XSET continues to be this slow, that could be such a round ender. And they already noticed that they walled themselves off in the south side of this map. Durka's posted up in halls. They know exactly that it has to be coming from this north side, and it does.
4 members here. Zekin dashes forward. Canteen not cleared, and there's Orbital Strike that you mentioned. Zekin dancing around, gliding back with all of the elegance of a figure skater, but Boaster punches back! Enzo does 2! A 2v2 remains. The Spike still in a good place. The rest comes through, and it's a bait, it's a challenge, and Durka takes it hook, line, and sinker. Enzo.
The spike down. BCJ is going to get aftershocked here. He has no chance to escape!
And he tries to stay!
Spike is down. Aaron immediately recovers it, so they will get the plant.
Numbers advantage still in favor of XSET, and that res, all the more valuable.
But how do you get through Cryo right now? Enzo. 1v2, and you have such a long sight line to get through, and there's an op hanging on it.
Aaron just has to wait. Wouldn't dare move. Enzo has to go so far to clear him out. And it's Cryo that delivers the devastating death blow. XSET take the lead back.
And that's a reset. That is a monetary reset. The ult from Boaster. He gives himself room to peek. That's how he gets 2 kills, but BCJ just destroys the players on the site who are going to actually swing with him so they don't get super value out of it. The one XSET fan in the crowd.
I was about to say, there can't be many. There cannot be many.
Look at the economy right now. Thankfully, Durka does have the stimulus of the Tour de Force.
Mystic with a Bucky, Boaster with a Frenzy, and XSET with the lead. 3 ultimates to their name, too. And they're set up so well. Cryo has an op now, and then the Tour de Force in case things get messy.
Slow approach. XSET completely expecting another push.
And this is how XSET started this half. Remember, it was quiet.
Yeah, but
it was contact.
It was more death ball-y than this is.
Sure.
They're trying to read out if there's going to be any push from all sides of the map. This time, they're sat down in tree. They have control of it. But Aaron watching Halls.
Right there.
Here comes the hit. Def has the Rolling Thunder. It's not going to tag anybody.
Yeah, Boaster is still here. He drops the molly, and it's really just second that goes across, and that might be okay for XSET after all. No! And Mystic Bucky that gets two! Oh, the buckshot's just too much! And he's still there. He's managed to upgrade a weapon 2 in the tour de force from Durka. Gives the numbers advantage further in favor of Fnatic. Durka close by, Def gone. And Cryo can find nothing, surely not a 1v4. Surely not with 13 seconds left and the spike out of reach.
10 seconds left.
And he has nowhere to go, nowhere to run. All you can do is count his lucky stars and hope he survives, and he does not. Fnatic tied up again.
And surviving with 3 here is huge. No matter what happens in the last round. We got 2 buy rounds here coming up from both sides. And we're going the distance here in Istanbul.
How does Mystic get away with 2 here?
I mean, just flashbacks to Bucky FC right now. It's elation.
Enzo set that up so well. 3 ultimates on the side of XSET, 1 for Fnatic.
You want to play? Let's play.
And you hear 1 already used.
Oh, instant rotation here from XSET. I'm wondering what's spurring that on, but either way, they're going to have more challenge to deal with Cryo here against 3.
There's a flash waiting on the other side.
Waiting for contact.
Alfair,
there's the flash.
There it is, and the turn! Cryo gets 1! BCJ shows up in time! And now the Rolling Thunder, as Ekin tries to survive, but BCJ is the hero yet again! He's gotten 3 on the round! He's a bloody wizard, he's a 5'2" powerhouse, it's BCJ! But can Durka equalize things? We just saw Cryo in this situation. Can Durka do it?
Spike planted.
Durka up top.
On the wall.
Looking down upon XSET. Looking for the height advantage. He's taking care of Def, but has to drop back down.
Gonna go for it again. Double dipping.
If it ain't broke, does he commit? They have so much, I mean, they have money. They could challenge. That's exactly what he does. Durka with 3. And you feel the moment slipping away. Cryo holding the op. And Cryo lands the shot. XSET get to 12.
Cryo is the Durka shutdown button for XSET. 2 legendary opportunities there for Durka. The 1v5 just now, the 6K before. Look at this TP from BCJ. He TPs into the Rolling Thunder just in time to avoid the stun and save his teammates. What a play. That puts XSET on match point. It's all on BCJ.
XSET 1 round away from once again silencing the arena. And Boaster's on a frenzy, Bala. Enzo's on a Spectre.
Durka's on the op though.
And that's been enough many a time.
They're just completely given up on these aggressive plays. And don't forget, Fnatic did not even spend their last timeout. So they're going at it dry by themselves.
Fnatic quietly looking to take us to overtime with a less than ideal purchase.
And Boaster's nowhere near being able to combo his orbital strike with the trademark.
He's so far. The paranoia out. Zekin's going to take space, and he's going right into spawn. Enzo waiting on the other side. He's expecting the challenge. Yep. Utility use.
They walled them off in tower. They walled them off. And they could fully commit to this tree post plant. XSET with a great idea here. Fnatic.
I will say, though, they don't have utility.
Look at the flank, Def. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no.
Def has gotten 1. Now Durka in a brutal spot. There's orbital strike as Zekin gets onto Alfier.
He gets away.
Durka, Boaster, and Enzo to try to take us to overtime, and Boaster falls. A 5v2. XSET looking to make a statement. Numbers going back their way. Durka on the tap. Holding the line. He gets onto Zekin. Can they bring this back? Durka not able to get anything. Def on the swing. Haters hushed. Doubters damned. XSET advance.
Silencing the home crowd. And you can't doubt anymore. XSET have emerged as potential candidates for world champions. And two potential MVP players in Zekin and Cryo. Oh, what an opening series of playoff matches here.
The question for XSET after Copenhagen leading into Istanbul was, okay, you've got Cryo and you've got Zekin. That's great. But what else? And holy smokes, what else have they shown?
I mean,
Def played so well. BCJ did too. The heroics on that play.
Just phenomenal. Just phenomenal. Taking both the opening matches 2-0ing Fnatic and taking Fracture after they got dominated by FPX on this map. But XSET doing what Optic until today could not. Immediately coming out against the EMEA and looking so good. 2-0 record now.
In the face of a heavily biased crowd. What a performance.
But I have to say, not overwhelming, and I think Don Wick understood that the entire time. It is ridiculous what XSET just pulled off.
And surely nobody thought they'd make it out of groups. Surely nobody thought they'd beat Fnatic.
It's just pure. You're absolutely right. The first NA team to advance past the playoff outside of Optic. And he's inviting the hate.
Full villain role activated.
I love it.
Because you're not making friends doing things like that.
No, you aren't. And XSET has never cared about that. Do have to point out for a second here, all three EMEA teams fall to the lower bracket, and we have an elimination game between Fnatic and Team Liquid. It's an El Clasico, but coming at potentially the worst possible time.
Smiles across the board for the XSET faithful, and to go back to the point you were just making, Bala, there was a possibility that no European team makes it out of groups, and now they're all on the lower side. That's crazy.
They all made it out of playoffs, but stumbled immediately.
Stumbled in the face of North America. Still all smiles you see for Fnatic, for Boaster, as they know their tournament run is far from done. But man, for any team that potentially walks into the buzzsaw that is XSET right now, it's a terrifying prospect.
Dude, Cryo looked, the guy on your screen right now looked insane today. And Zekin in groups, and then on the second map as well, back to that MVP potential form. That's a scary duo.
And again, it's the supporting staff that is the biggest difference from their run in Copenhagen up until now. In-zone MVP on your screen. Cryo, Zekin, Aaron, or BCJ. A little support staff in there. You love to see that, Aaron and BCJ.
I mean, look, Aaron, there's every single player I think on this list has credit to potentially take this vote, because BCJ in that last round that they almost like lost because of the great trap play out of Fnatic. Huge play.
I mean, he won them that round single-handedly.
On Pearl, those two clutches that he hit. I mean, it's just ridiculous what this guy was pulling off, and you said it. It's not the guy who you expect. So, yeah, put him in there for sure.
And perhaps he walks away with the dub on the vote. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. On the other side of this break, again, XSET defy all expectations and take down Fnatic and take us to a break. We'll be right back.
ever feel like playing chess? And you checkmate out your first move? Do you ever feel you wanna love, but you're too scared to giving up on you? But when it's dark, I know our love will bloom. 'Cause when it's dark, I know our souls are true. Yeah, when it's dark, I see nobody follow the rules. 'Cause you can lie to the moon. When it's dark, I know our souls are true. Yeah, when it's dark, I see.
Nothing less than what we expected. This crowd is absolutely fired up for Fnatic, specifically, of course, for Alpha here.
I mean, listen to that chant just for him. The first time playing in front of a crowd here in Istanbul, and they are going absolutely crazy over this guy.
And so trades him out, but Dirk is done. Def now starting to work his way forward, finds one on to Mystic. XSET can do no wrong right now. Aaron's in no man's land. He's got way too much to deal with, and it's a prime gaming flawless for Fnatic. Aaron, outnumbered, outgunned, somehow stays alive, and Aaron gets them both! It's gonna be gorgeous, and so far it is! And Aaron answers the call for XSET yet again! 13-8 for XSET. They have numbers, they do have presence here in the relay bolts, maybe way too much, but Enzo with another! Enzo has awoken!
Can't use it.
Cryo goes up top, Cryo finds a kill, looking for a second, double dipping his way into the round!
Let's go.
Haters hushed, doubters damned, XSET advance!
It's too much. All right, welcome back.
You can't be
that
doing
was
this.
the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. I guess I've taken over for Golden Boy as representing NA.
You can't be
Fred,
doing
how
this.
you feeling?
Dude, the immigration officer's not going to let me back here. They're going to be looking at this broadcast it's like, where were you? In Turkey. Like, okay, we'll look for the records. No, sorry, kid.
Yeah, not even as a tourist anymore. You're
Not
just
even as a
banned from
tourist.
the country.
I know. You can't be dressing me up like this.
What absolute heartbreak, though. This means that for tomorrow, first of all, 3 EMEA teams make it into the playoffs, all perfect scoreboard across, and we could be saying goodbye to 2 tomorrow.
Yes, theoretically, there could only be 1 EMEA team left standing. In that lowest, man. That is
Including a cannibalizing match tomorrow as well.
yeah.
So we know at least one is done for sure.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. I mean, we weren't sure, will all 3 of them make it into the playoffs? They did. Awesome. How is it going to go? Not well is the answer. XSET, what a level up in performance. Clearly, the prep after the loss to SPX on Fracture, they did a deep dive because they made Fnatic fight tooth and nail to try to stay in this game.
Their attack side on Fracture hasn't been looking good recently, and they have clearly put a lot of work in, as you were saying, Seth. And I immense amount of respect, I think, for XSET as well. When the entire crowd, which has now absolutely vacated the building, I've never seen a crowd vacate the premises faster.
So fast.
And the fact that they were doing this as they were not the favorites, these guys were the heels wheels, essentially, of this matchup. But they were relishing it every single moment of it. And
they played the villain well.
Yeah, they played the villain really well. And I thought they played this so well. This round that we just watched as well was the most pivotal one. You can see the reactions. That was when XSET forced up in round 14 after they lost that pistol round. And that takes confidence. That takes minerals to do when you're on the stage like this.
It was just ridiculous. I was coming back to go grab a spoon so I can enjoy it at dessert. And I sit down and I'm just like, wait, they force? Or did they just scoop up guns? They're like, nope, they forced. And they won it. I was like, okay, that takes cojones. But they managed to do it. It was absolutely insane and a big turning point for them to just completely shift the momentum in the second half.
Yeah, and now unfortunately they're going to be facing up against Optic. I mean, we're going to probably touch on the bracket a little bit later as well.
Yeah.
In the post-match breakdown. But yeah, the matchups that are coming up, I think neither Optic or XSET are going to be too pleased to be playing against each other again. But at least it's a little bit further on.
But it's
now.
not elimination.
Yeah,
you know, they have a second to breathe.
Yes, exactly. And like Copenhagen, when they played each other prior, it was like the first match for both of the teams in the playoffs. So it was a little bit odd, but it's not the case this time. They've earned their spot deeper into the playoff bracket.
Yeah. A lot of respect.
Well, before the break, we asked you to vote for the in-zone player of the match. The results are in, so let's see who you picked.
Cryo.
No surprises.
No doubts
surprises
whatsoever.
here.
I mean, this guy was just lights out the entire time. I had him as like one of the top 5 players coming into the event. Just going to toot my own horn for a second. Because the guy has just been lights out numerous times in the past. And the fact that he hasn't let that pressure get to him, I thought, you know, we might be making a comment about Zekken possibly being MVP because he's also a really good player and an incredibly young player that's still been performing to his online levels. But this match, it was Cryo. It was the Cryo show across the board.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken played out of his mind when they went up against FPX. He was a big reason why they were able to win that Pearl map, but had a bit of a quieter start at the very least. But as we shifted over to the Fracture, you could tell just moving over to that attacking Neon so much more at home, so much more comfortable, and really started to find his value. But like you said, Cryo, the whole way throughout, just impeccable.
Well, speaking more of Cryo, we've got Golden Boy standing by to talk to Mr. MVP himself for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. And that Photoshop, let me just say, absolutely accurate. We got to get Bren the hell out of the country. I'm kidding. Anyway, I'm joined by your player of the match. It's Cryo. My man, you looked unbelievable. Obviously, the community felt the same way. I kind of want to get your thoughts, though, playing against that crowd, because it's one thing in the Optic match where people were like, you know, they're not really reacting when Optic was winning, you know, cheering, scream on, some golf claps here and there. But this time, they were just booing. So how does it feel to play in that environment?
Yeah, I noticed that right on our walkouts, like the Fnatic members were getting like twice the amount of applause than we got.
Yeah.
But, you know, XSET, like, we're used to being the underdogs, man. Like, even back in NA and even previous tournaments, like, people are used to just not cheering for us, but it just gives us more motivation to prove them wrong, so.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I hope that after a game like that, you start to get even more fans, and you guys certainly deserve it, especially after the performance that you, in particular, put forward here. But let's talk about the Fnatic matchup and the preparation that went into it, because this is a team with a phenomenal coach, a great system behind them, but you guys as well. I don't think a lot of people rate, you know, the prep work that you guys do, because you're like one of the most prep-heavy teams in North America. What was, like, I guess, the tendencies you were finding with Fnatic that you felt like you had the opportunity to exploit going into this?
Yeah, basically, I mean, all of our team has a responsibility of watching VODs, but I got to give a lot of props to our analysts and kind of assistant coach, Drew Spark. He does a lot of VOD reviewing for us, and he kind of shows us like the enemy team's tendencies, how they react to if we take this space, how are they going to react, things like that. And it just makes our lives like 100 times easier. Yeah, I mean, that has to help out so much, right? It's not just calling strats, but it's about helping you guys understand where you can catch those holes, you know, which is amazing. So speaking of another team that you are very, very familiar with at this point, Optic. Actually, Finesse had an interview earlier with Chrissy. Chrissy asked, who do you rather play in the final or in the next matchup, rather? And then Finesse said, I'd rather play Fnatic because I'm tired of playing against NA teams. Now, I'm going to throw some spice your way. You think Finesse is scared of XA? You think he's scared to rep the set? No, I mean, you know, like, it's kind of a running on joke that NA goes to International just to play NA again. You know, if 100 Thieves went through, it would have been 3 NA teams on one side of the bracket. Now, that's just unfortunate, but no, I don't. I mean, come on, man.
I know. I'm not going to put you in that spot. I love you, buddy. You do the thing that you want to do. He's a good, wholesome young lad. Speaking of wholesome, by the way, I do have a funny Photoshop for you, my friend, that our amazing production team put together. Look at you in the cry yourself. Yeah, so there you are. That's your new Twitter profile picture.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I
appreciate it.
If it's not, don't worry, be disappointed, but it's all right. You're just letting me down. No, now moving forward though, I do want to ask you about how you think XSET compares to the rest of the field. Because coming into this event, a lot of people had rated you guys very low because of the performance in Copenhagen, which totally understandable. I know you guys were very disappointed with that. What is your perception of where XSET stands with the rest of the pool? Do you feel like, and I know this seems obvious, but do you really feel like this is the best that this team has ever been playing?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's the best, and I think that if we play like how we know we can play, then we are like one of the top teams in the world. And people saying that because of our Copenhagen loss, like it's not fair for people to say like, oh, we don't deserve to be here. Yeah. I don't know if people are forgetting like we beat Optic to get here, the reigning champions of Reykjavik. So
exactly,
we're here to show them that we're here to play.
Hey man, and so far you've been doing an excellent job. You crushed it in that series. Proud of you guys, proud of the team. Everyone's been putting in the work. Fist bumps, baby. You earned this, all right, man? All right, well, you hear from your player of the match, Cryo. This guy dominated the game, but for now, we're gonna send it over to Christy and the rest of the desk, and hopefully we can get Bren out of this country.
Bren!
What have I done? What have I done? What have I done to earn this ire? Was it because I didn't laugh at his Boomer Cryocells reference? I didn't understand that.
I didn't get it either, but
did you get it?
No.
Oh,
God,
GB, poor GB. All right, well, thank you anyways, Golden Boy. It is time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. We're throwing it back a little bit. This one goes to Navera's 3K.
This was just crazy. It seemed like the game state was completely over. I mean, you see the top scoreboard, it's 9-0.
Yeah.
And then Navera just pulls this out with a Sheriff. It was just wild.
Yeah, despite Liquid actually losing today, it's moments like that that make them one of the most scary teams, I think, to face in this tournament.
Yeah.
Because, like I was saying, the entire time on the desk today, if they just, cleaned up the pistol rounds, if they secured the pistol rounds, they've got the gun rounds, they've got the eco rounds, it doesn't matter. They've got the absolute damage that they can put in with the mechanical ability, and they are a scary team in those moments when they've got the Sheriffs in their hands as well.
Yeah, just crazy stuff. I mean, Scream, Sheriff, always a great combination. Must run in the family because Navera is able to pull out clips like that as well. So
Navera doesn't want to be forgotten behind his brother.
Yeah,
he's
like,
not. He's like, hello,
not.
I'm here. There's two of us, and we're both equally dangerous. Well, with our first 4 matches of the playoffs complete, let's take a look at the current bracket and see how things turned out, and of course, what's ahead. Coming up tomorrow, we've got our first 2 elimination matches of the playoffs. This we touched on this a bit earlier, but this means we could be saying goodbye to 2 EMEA teams because first up, it's FPX versus Leviathan, and then it's Team Liquid versus Fnatic. So 2 great teams regardless are going home tomorrow, which seems insane.
Yeah, I mean, EMEA fans just in absolute shambles. Seth's grinning away because DRX are in the upper bracket.
No, I'm honestly, I had like a pained grin because I like all of the teams that are there in those elimination matches.
Yeah.
And like I've said it always sucks to send somebody home, but it has to happen. We have to just part ways with 2 of them.
We must say goodbye eventually, unfortunately.
Except the DRX, because they're going to win the game.
Oh my God, Sam.
Someone check under his shirt. I think he's got the jersey on again. It's still there.
Don't rip it off.
All right, well, before we figure out whether or not the DRX jersey is still under there, that's all that we have for today. But come back tomorrow because we do have 2 elimination matches. It's going to be brutal. There will be bloodshed. This is not all for VALORANT Champions Istanbul just quite yet. We'll see you tomorrow.
I got a message for all of these fancy tea-drinking European teams and people who look like Bren. NA is ready for today. All right, brother, we've been preparing. We've been training. We've got the intestinal fortitude and the grapefruits to take this all the way to the championship, brother. And I've only got one thing to say to you. What you're gonna do, EMEA, what you're gonna do in NA runs wild on you.
Tucked in the corner with a stinger. He hopes they'll be decayed by the time a fight comes through.
Oh, and they've got it! That is disgusting! Absolutely no right to take this round!
And the odds ever increasing in Team Liquid's favor.
A big push though, a chance for finesse, but Scream comes out ahead.
Nothing nothing Optic did was enough. That was an incredible performance from Team Liquid, start to finish.
Which region will reign supreme today? Is it going to be North America or is it going to be EMEA? Look at
Bro,
this.
you cannot dress me up like this. Bro, I'm out here trying to get a green card. I'm putting me in the red coat.
Hey guys, what's up? I wanted to just ditch after that one. This is a risky push from Finesse. He's been going for these fights a lot. Successfully this time. Optic giving absolutely no room to Team Liquid. No space granted. Side the flash up. Is that Holy Crash? He's gone up. That's a spike. That's a spike. That's the smartest play I've ever seen.
One enemy remains.
Go. 6 seconds. Solkas needs to run, and he'll find nothing. 13-8. Optic's map choice predictably goes their way, and we will be closing this on a well-deserved map 3.
This could actually be very dangerous. If Creep doesn't find him, he's gonna knife him to give them their 5th round. Embarrassment for Scream and elation for Victor.
Just an absolute desolation. North America have come in here to make a statement. And Optic win this one with back-to-back 13-8s. They're moving on and besting the EMEA team for the first time.
Nothing less than what we expected. This crowd is absolutely fired up for Fnatic, specifically, of course, for Alpha here.
I mean, listen to that chant just for him. The first time playing in front of a crowd here in Istanbul, and they are going absolutely crazy over this guy.
Enzo trades him out, but Durka's done. Def now starting to work his way forward, finds one on Domestic. XSET can do no wrong right now. Aaron's no man's land. He's got way too much to deal with, and it's a prime gaming flawless for Fnatic.
Nice. Good job, guys.
Aaron, outnumbered, outgunned, somehow stays alive, and Aaron gets them both! It's gonna be gorgeous, and so far it is! And Aaron answers the call for XSET yet again! 13-8 for XSET. They have numbers, they do have presence here in the relay bolts, maybe way too much, but Enzo with another! Enzo has awoken! Can't use it. Cryo goes up top, Cryo finds a kill, looking for a second.